everybody, and welcome back to Europe League. It's Blaster 6 with day 2, our first week of competition. It's great, if you ask me, having 2 days in a row, because it means we can look back very quickly at what happened the last day, and it's all memories fresh in our mind. Look at the epic music playing in the background with the drums and all. We're excited for it, and I hope that you are too. I'm Medic, your host. With me on the analyst desk are Anne and Fresh. My friends, did you have some time to rest in between? I know last night we all got back very excited from the games we had.
I mean, I was so excited when I got back. I went to do my prep for today. I was like, I'm not ready to sleep yet. I want to do my work for tomorrow. And then I went to sleep after.
Yeah, we did. We got on a food order last night. When we got back to the hotel, we was all having some chicken and in wraps and chips and fries. It was great. And then,
as you do in France.
Oh, as we do in France.
The most famous French tacos.
There's one certain brand and our production team hate it, but we love it. So we'll leave it there.
We'll leave it at that. Anyways, let's talk about how things have gone down in Europe. Yesterday, you saw our pre-show was a bit shorter than what we usually do for our pre-season. And today, we want to really make sure that you all understand the systems that we're working with in our new ecosystem here in Europe, not just globally. So first of all, like I said yesterday, we're functioning with 2 groups of 5 teams each. So let's bring that up on the screen and show you those 2 groups and the teams that are in each. One of them, of course, labeled Group A and B, Virtus Pro, TT9, G2, Heroic, and BDS in Group A. And in Group B, it's M&M, Secret, Koi, Wild, and Wolves. So these are the 10 teams that you have to look for here in EU League, and it's pretty simple. So just keep that in mind. There'll be alternating games. We're always playing on Mondays and Tuesdays, so you always expect Europe to be on those 2 days until we're hitting LCQ, which is the last chance qualifiers to see who actually makes it to the major. That's in a few weeks. Not yet. Now we're focusing on the usual format. So let's talk about set format, because we've all seen that there's been some questions and some, I guess, confusion about how this functions, and it's understandable. Change always breeds many questions. So what does our format look like? We're going to break it down for you and explain it. Now, like I said, it's 2 groups, A and B, with 5 teams each. Now there's, on a graphic, rank 1 to 5 for both of the groups. What are the ranks that teams want to be in? What qualifies them into the decider to get to the major?
So teams ranked 1, 2, and 3 will move through to the decider phase, as you can see up on the top right of your screen. Now, 2nd and 3rd, they play the first, I would say, fixtures in the decider phase. If you're first place in your group, you go through to match 3 or match 4, as you can see on your screen. What that means is you are 1 best of 3 win away from making sure that you are in the major. If you win that match 3 or match 4, depending on which one you're in, you will be in the major and qualify for phase 2. You just play a seeding game. If you lose, you go down to the kind of bottom right of your screen. You can see there's a loser match 3 and 4. And if you win that game, you will go into the major phase 1. So the decider phase decides from Europe the top 3 teams that will go directly into the major.
So it is top 3. But what happens to the teams that lose out in the first matchup of the top 6?
Yeah, so if you end up losing out on those, well, top spots in those groups, you move down to the EU Open qualifier playoffs, and there you'll face all the teams that have qualified through the Open qualifiers, and they go to the playoffs then. And if you proceed from there, you go to the last chance qualifiers, where you potentially meet those teams that were in spot 3, spot 2, spot 1, that'll drop down. So the higher you qualify in the group, the significantly less amount of games you'll have to play to guarantee yourself a spot at the major. And there's a lot less chances to mess up, basically.
Yeah, because it's worth saying, even if you qualify, because obviously out of the 6 teams that go through to deciders, only 3 can go to the major. The other 3 teams will then go into the last chance qualifiers for EU, and they will be seeded accordingly, and they will be joined by the teams that come through the EU Open qualifiers into the LCQs, and that could be anybody. It could be the EU teams. It could be the CL teams from last year. It could just be a pickup stack that's played through.
That's true.
All the way through. It could be absolutely anybody.
And that's the focus on here, is that if you're in Europe League, if you're one of the top 10 teams in the entire region, the guarantee, at least, is that you'll be automatically seeded into the last chance qualifiers. Like, you'll be open in the open quals, a game away from making it into the last chance qualifiers. So that's something. But you want to be in the top 3, of course, and gives you a bye, not just directly to the major, but going on beyond it. And everybody that goes through the open quals will have to play an extra phase, because our majors are now much longer. We'll have more teams competing, teams from all around the world. We have 9 regions now are competing all together with their own ecosystems individually, tailored to how it is in Korea and Japan, OCE, and MENA that starts tomorrow. I'm very excited for that, for sure. So all of that together, I wouldn't mention NA in this case, just between us. But all of the good regions are going to be competing, and it's going to be a fantastic time. And here, EU, the best region of them all, has a chance to send in its best, really, to the Copenhagen Major. It's been decided, dates to be confirmed, that'll be coming out, so everybody can start getting ready to book their flights and book their tickets to go to Copenhagen. I've never been to it. Have you?
I went once, actually. When I was on Chaos, we boot camped in Malmo.
Yeah.
But between Copenhagen and Malmo, there's a big bridge across the water there. So I flew into Copenhagen. So not really, but technically.
Sort of. I've never been there, so
Me neither.
I would like to go.
I would be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
It'd be fun.
I think we would all agree that Copenhagen would be a fun time. We need to ask Nicholas. Does Pengu know a thing or two about Copenhagen?
I'm sure he does.
No, apparently so. I mean, it's a small country, so at least by European standards. So we'll get to see how that pans out in the future. Of course, more info to come. So that is what's happening here for Europe. If you have any more questions, that's okay. Ask it to us in chat. Ask it to us on social media. We'd be more than happy to respond to you either here live or on Twitter, Instagram, wherever it may be, because we want to make sure that everything, when it comes to the format, is elucidated. We understand new changes and new ecosystems can be confusing, but the main thing to retain is if you're here in Europe League competing as a team, you have a much higher chance to make it to the major compared to everybody else. But you are just a stack of friends. Pizza time. We talked about them last night. You can just form up and play in the open qualifiers and be the team that plays at the Copenhagen Major if you can beat teams like Wild and BDS.
I mean, another good thing to add for that is if you are such team that is with a group of friends, you're obviously going to have that unpredictable factor that you have.
True.
For example, playing against those teams that drop into the EU Open Qualifier playoffs, we know some teams tend to struggle when it comes to playing against a team that's unpredictable. With those teams like Pizza Time, as you mentioned, a group of friends coming in there's not so much information on you as a team, and you might make bigger teams struggle against you.
Fresh and friends at the major?
I don't think so.
They've already disbanded.
We've disbanded. Our people have gone off to relevant places, and it's
to win
yeah
championships.
Yeah, exactly. So in terms of Europe, there is actually 2 more open qualifiers. Obviously, yeah, there is actually 2 more qualifiers for the European anybody to go for. The first open qualifier was played last weekend. It was actually finished off last night. M&M Academy team won it.
Ooh.
So their Academy team will be in the open qualifier playoffs.
Okay. Something to look forward to, and we'll get to see it. And big thanks to everybody's kind of working behind the scenes to make that all happen. We understand that there's a lot of Siege happening all at the same time. It's difficult even for us to keep up with it. So there it is. That's all you need to know when it comes to Europe. But for those that have missed our standings because they didn't watch yesterday, they weren't really sure, no worries, we got you covered. Our friends, we'll start off with Group B here, with all 5 teams in it. Wild at the top at 3 points, tied with M&M. Wolves, of course, have not played. And then Team Secret and Koi taking L's themselves, going down in those standings. Now, big surprise, do you think that Wild has gotten points?
I mean, yeah, there's a very positive surprise for me, and there's a very negative surprise for me in this group. Looking at the top, to begin with the positive things, Wild, indeed, they had a really good showing yesterday, and as you can see, indeed, they're on the same amount of points as M&M are, but they have a better round differential. So that brings them up in that top spot, and could, if this keeps up, potentially give them that bye game going into the bracket, thinking about later games, because all these games matter so much. And then the negative surprise for me really is Koi at the very bottom of the group. As it stands right now with the lowest round differential, putting them lower than Secret in this case. And well, they really need to make these games matter because they'll have their bye game somewhere. They'll have 3 more games that they need to play, or 2 more games that they need to play, and they're very important.
Wolves, and it'll be the same for VP in Group A, have got a bit of an inherent advantage. They've been able to sit back, relax, I hope maybe not cocktails in hand, sodas in hand, watching the game, seeing how their opponents in their group all played yesterday. They will have been able to see Koi, and they will have been able to see tendencies that they can exploit.
So now for Group A, you see it, Heroic are at the top with their 3 points. G2 at 3 points. VP we haven't seen yesterday, but BDS and TT9 with no points. However, Jack, we still got a great G2 BDS game.
We did. We got actually 2 great games yesterday, I thought. I know Heroic's game against TT9 was obviously a blowout, a 7-0. That's what Heroic would have wanted going into, play day 1. And then we had an absolute barnstormer of G2 against BDS, where it went all 12 rounds on Theme Park. Massive comeback from G2. Probably the best game of the day, maybe even setting itself up for the best game of the stage, at least so far, but potentially the whole stage. And like I said, VP got to sit there, relax, watch those 2 games, see how all 4 of their opponents would play.
As Ace was saying, he's very excited to see, and I very much agree with that. But we're mentioned Heroic with an opener, fantastic 7-0 against TT9. That's a way to kick off your stage. What if we talked details about it? And Anne has it all covered as always. What would you like to talk about?
I like to talk about a really good time to execute coming out from Heroic, and they surprised me because they're a newer roster with newer additions to the roster, and then on your first play day to have such a good time to execute coming out is really impressing me. So I'll talk to you about what happened in this round 3 specifically into into this matchup where they 7-0 TT9, and they're setting themselves up for an open area take. We see Kayak is droning out Tellers. He's going to move his drone down all the way towards the main stairs to make sure the flank is covered off, because they have an execute where they have a 3 versus 4. There are a men disadvantage. At the same time, there's a player on top square relocating towards the top square stairs. They're going to go into archives, hold off lines of sight. Kayak is moving up towards the square or the open area door, and we have a player upstairs sitting here droning out. He's already made himself some verticals. Now, from here on, the players will move further. We do see the player going towards archives. We see Kayak sneaking up onto the double door of open area, and what this will create is some lines of sight to the players that are still standing on that side. As soon as the Sludge moves in, he's got this line of sight through archives into open area, and Kayak has the line of sight into the double door of cafeteria. Combine that with the line of sight that Uno has above, and now this is where they really impressed me. They had a very good timing on this execute. We'll move up to upstairs in a little bit where we see Uno. He's setting himself up there to get ready for that execute. We'll move further. He's made 2 verticals for himself. He's got this one right here where they're breaching, and this right here watching that double door into cafeteria. And now the timed execute comes down to Uno playing Capitao, so he's got those smokes, he's got everything to set it up, and a few things are happening at the same time. Sledge opens up a hole in towards admin to get the attention of the defenders to look towards him. There's smoke canisters on the side, or attacking smokes on the side, allowing Kayak to walk in. He pre-fires a person on the hatch. Uno then kills the player that tries to relocate towards here. He kills him from those vertical holes that we talked about previously. And then Kayak comes in and kills a person through a line of sight in admin. At that point, the plan can go down. The site is clear. A minor side note, though, is that Heroic will need to work on their plant cover and their post plant because it got a little bit messy, but this time the execute was done very well.
Thank you very much, Anne. And yes, we were talking about it yesterday. Heroic did very well, but TT9 made their own mistakes. It was shown in, I guess, some of the replays that were also played just before we started the broadcast. Some iffy things to look into, but you know, TT9 have a week now to reset and prepare themselves for their next play day, which will be on Monday. Something positive to look at.
I hope so. I think, you know, they definitely will need it, to be honest. You know, the nature of how they lost yesterday was not great.
Well, some things to work on, though. But our schedule for today, what does it look like? It's actually pretty simple. 4 best-of-1 series. You might have been used to 5 in the past. Trimmed it down to 4 with the 2 play days that we have per week. Makes it much easier for everybody to keep up. Game 1, starting off in just a bit, is G2 versus Virtus Pro. A game I'm super excited about for many, many reasons we'll talk about in a moment. Match 2, Wild versus Secret. After is Heroic versus BDS. And finally, to round it out, Koi versus Wolves. Finally get to see Wolves in competition. My friends, and what do you think about the schedule? Anything that really pops to mind?
A few things. I mean, I just talked about Heroic on the Telestrator. It's going to be curious whether they'll hold up such good team play against a team like BDS.
True.
BDS we saw struggle a little bit yesterday. Will they be able to come back from that? And the first game as well. I'm happy to see Virtus Pro back. I'm also happy to see Wolves back. You know, we have this schedule where we have 2 teams that have an off day. So.
There's so many storylines today. We're looking for reactions out of certain teams. We're looking at whether, you know, Wild and Heroic can sustain their successes. We don't know what to expect out of Virtus Pro, but everyone's so happy to see them back and see this core inside of the EU League. There's so many storylines today. I'm absolutely all about it, Milosh.
And those teams that suffered a loss yesterday, this is where this new format really will put them under pressure, because adaptation within less than a day for some of these teams. You really need to change those things that you messed up on yesterday in such a short time frame.
And how do you do that? Because, like, if BDS or Koi lose, by the way, today, which is a real possibility that both of them lose because they're not against weak opponents,
Sure.
they're looking at having our last 2 major winners in Europe going down into the open qualifiers playoffs. Like, not even the LCQs, straight into the open qual playoffs. I don't know.
And that's
You've
why
got to back up the performances quickly.
we are worrying for Team Pizza Time, who just shows up in open quals and goes to play against BDS.
Yeah.
It is a possibility, or against Koi, even in their current form. Any one of these Pro League teams is always going to be difficult to play against when you're just a rookie team, but that's, I guess, part of the challenge and part of the appeal if you're a rookie team playing all together, because when will you ever get the experience to play in a more serious situation against teams like that? that has its own weight. But that was our pre-show. If you still have any questions or any things you'd like us to clear out, please let us know all over the socials, Jack. And we're going to take a quick bumper break. And when we're back, it's G2 versus Virtus Pro, who are now completely different in a good way, I hope. We'll talk about that and more in a sec. Welcome back, friends. Hello again to the desk. Very happy to see you guys. Very happy to see you watching from home. And we are back on our special space because we get to see G2 again. We saw them yesterday. They look pretty good, I have to say. They played at BDS. It was a fantastic game. But another team on the other side we have not seen yet. And as an old person at this point in Siege, seeing Virtus Pro in this current lineup makes me very happy. So, production, would you like to bring up one of these two teams? We don't really mind. There you go. We got Virtus Pro on the line, and that's always Shepard, Joystick, Dan, and Pasha now on the squad. It makes my 2019 heart just flutter.
Yeah.
Well, not even 2019. Four of these guys competed in the SI22 final.
True.
You know?
Yep.
They've been about, and obviously they were out. Whatever happened during the start of 2022, they were out, and then slowly they started drip feeding them back into the outsiders lineup of stage 3 last year. Joystick was coaching, Dan was back in, and now they're back. And that's all I will say. We've not seen this roster inside of EU League for over a year now, but they are back.
We've seen them during the SI Open qualifiers, though, and previously, Joystick had not played competitive up until a year, until he started playing those Open qualifiers. He had a pretty good performance there, we could say, though, but, I mean, another trend that I saw was maybe a little bit clutch-heavy coming from these players in the SI qualifiers. 3 of this roster were actually in the top 5 of most clutches during the SI Open qualifiers last chance tournament. So can this team keep up with the current meta? Yeah, we've seen them perform really good during SI 2022. They've been it's a legacy team, but can they keep up with the current meta is the question that I have.
Yeah, that's the huge question, because I think they had a game against Secret where Secret were very in the face, spawn peek of them, not letting them get set up, and it showed very much that VP/outsiders at the time were really struggling in this current meta. So I'm hoping that they've updated and improved on that.
Well, if we talk about their opponents, G2 on the other side, pushing BDS and really aside yesterday. We got some stats also, but all the stats are from yesterday's match. And let's just say they popped off Doki. He was on, at least in the second part of the game.
Yeah, exactly. It took some rounds for him to come alive. Then he had an ace, and then he had a pretty good performance after that, we could say as well. Though, in general, G2 didn't start out that game all too well. They had some wrong executes. They had some issues with misdroning, had some issues with backstabs coming out from BDS. It was a tactical timeout that they called to get back into this game, win a lot of rounds after that. They also played the map ban quite smart, if you ask me. They put BDS on a map that they eventually probably didn't expect. And this team, as Doki mentioned yesterday in the interview, have been grinding a lot. Yes, we know the winner's curse could be a potential thing after they just won SI, but they've been working so hard, and that showed yesterday.
As an ex-support staff, it warms my heart, and I know why the support staff are proud of them, because things go wrong in games, and that happens. Your plan A doesn't always work. But where G2 excelled yesterday is they had the right game plan, and it started going wrong, 0-4, but they managed to recover the game. And that's something they weren't doing during 2022. And it happens in a micro situation in terms of rounds where the first plan doesn't go well, but they stop, they reassess, they're constantly talking, and they're constantly coming up with the new best plan, and then they execute that. And that's how they won 6 Invitational. That's how they got over the line yesterday. And it's a very good sign to see out of a roster that was, and I will say it, during 2022, they were only showing a lot of bad signs across that team play. Now they've improved that, and they're looking very good.
Seeing Alamau and Doki really taking the helm and calls during the matchup it was fantastic to see at SI, and I'm glad that they're keeping it up. We heard Doki saying it yesterday in the interview, is that every team that has won major event basically falls off the face of the earth right after. Yeah. And they want to break that curse that has happened, but it requires a lot more effort to stay at the top than it already does to be at the top.
And that's the Fabian effect as well, because that's all he kept saying to me. It was the first words he said to me after they won Invitational was, "We don't stop here. This is just the start, and we are going to carry on improving."
I like that.
I'm looking forward to it. Honestly, who doesn't love to see? Because we haven't had a dynasty in ages. They were the dynasty before.
That's true. That's
so
very true.
maybe it can happen again with the right resources, with everything in place. It's a question we look to the future, really, to ask for. And the future, as we say here, is now, which is our maps. What does our map pool look like? Here it is. It's Villa. All right. Virtus.pro will have the final say. They start off on the attacking side with G2 opting for defense. Nothing out of the ordinary, but what do we have on VP at this point? Because the intel is a bit older.
The intel is indeed a bit older, but we can see that they did win this map against M&M in the last stage, but G2 on this map are actually pretty impressive too. They won it against big names during SI. They won it against M80, against FaZe, SSG, Koi as well to start out their SI, and I remember Doki having a crazy game during that Villa game too.
Yeah. That's a lot of good Villa teams, by the way, that
Yeah.
G2 beat. Just to quickly touch on Virtus.pro, obviously this team was known as Empire, and it was well known in the pro scene for the longest time. Empire did not play Villa.
True.
Then they brought it in recently to bring it in for, they actually brought it in for SI 2022, and working towards that. Now, obviously it's a different team. It's now a new core, but the Outsiders of last year, they did have a very, very high preference for this map. So it's one of those maps where both teams really like it. It feels like a nice, good battleground for them. I would slightly edge it to G2, given how they have recently played on it, and those SI, they didn't lose it at SI. It was a very stronghold map for them.
So, final say on this. We'll be live in the game in less than a minute. How do you see this going?
I mean, G2 also get to start on defense. I think that's a pretty good start for them. If they get these rounds going in, that would help them a lot from the start. And indeed, if Outsiders can keep up, if G2 plays is very aggressive and Outsiders, Virtus.pro can't adapt to that, then they might have some struggles.
I think for me is the way that you play against Virtus.pro is you're either in their face very early, you don't let them establish themselves. You either play that or you play very, very backline. You play a lot of Goyo insight, play for the late round and the plant denial. You don't do a mix of the two. So Outsiders' win condition usually depends on, Virtus.pro's win condition usually depends on their opponent and how they play. If G2 try to do both, that's where Virtus.pro will, slice and dice through them. So for me, it's about how G2 changed their playstyle from yesterday, from BDS, to now playing Virtus.pro today.
It's a big question for Virtus.pro is how adaptable are they? And then how do they factor in the new meta, which is something you mentioned and hammered on also. And there's a lot to go through. It's a very emotional match in many ways. I'm really looking forward to it. Doki yesterday was very excited to see it. So we get to see it finally. Lobby's ready. So Jack, and thank you very much. Your casters are Ace and Dez. And they're going to take you through Villa now with G2 versus VP. It feels good to say it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Welcome to the desk for our first game of the day. I'm Des. This is Tim. Are you ready for our first game, Tim?
Absolutely. Cannot wait.
Your microphone's turned off.
You did that. That's absolutely ridiculous.
I had to turn it off like 3 times and you kept turning it back on and you didn't
I
call
knew
it
that
once.
I'd done it. I knew that I'd done it.
So glad I got you with that.
It even confused me. I thought, I'm sure I did that. And then I put it back on and I was like, oh, so I must not have done.
It's good to have you back, buddy. It's good to be able to wind you up on the... You're fuming.
Honestly.
You're fuming.
Get me out.
Get me into Villa. In we go for our first game of the day. Tim, I won't turn your microphone off anymore.
Thank you very much.
G2 versus Virtus.pro. Now, when you look at the names, you probably think, okay, whatever. When you look at the players that are involved, suddenly it becomes a very, very interesting... Don't turn the microphone off, I swear to God. I thought you were going for my button. It's a really exciting one because of the players that are involved in a way. A lot of these guys go way, way back. Obviously, Empire being the old team they used to play under, but seeing them all kind of stack up together here and come up against G2, a name that old Empire would clash with for years, it felt like, constantly at each other's throats. It's just good to see these players all back in the server and coming head to head. G2 banning away the Flores first and foremost, quite popular on this map to deal with shields, to deal with banshees, you name it. Mainly stacked up around the map's table inside of Aviator when defending the Aviator game site. And DKB, the attacking ban to be taken away by Virtus.pro Tim.
Yeah, I don't think Flores. I was going to say Flores is sort of underrated. I don't think he's underrated. I think everyone knows how good Flores is. I don't know if maybe underused is a consideration.
I think
these
days he's a pocket pick in a way for a specific situation.
For the volume, for the sheer volume of work that he can do. I'm surprised that we don't see him a little bit more sometimes. So, Doki comes along as a ban, as Zarmit will join, and then a very rapid pick for that final one. We'll see see who the defender's going to be. It will be Solis. We've spoken at length about Solis as our not newest anymore operator. Brava, of course, taking that position now. But Solis, very new, but very, very popular. Able to spot out those gadgets. Basically like a defensive IQ. Has a little scanner, can see any electronic devices. Be that an exothermic charge on a wall, be that a drone coming through. So much work that can be done from that operator, just spotting out, feeding information, even feeding locations. Somebody goes on to check the drones, check the cams, bang, you've just spotted them. It's so crucial. So no surprise to see Solis going, especially on such a big map as well, because big map, you want your drones. You want your drones, you don't want a Solis.
Doki did make the mistake of making it quite well known how much he loves playing Azami as well, so it being banned away by Virtus Pro does feel like a target ban in towards him here in this first half. But here we go then, G2 defending the first site is Aviator and Games down towards the south side of that top floor. If you haven't watched too much Siege before, it does tend to be the primary site for most teams, meaning that's where they'll often start their defensive half and then look to rotate through Trophy and Statuary down to Dining and Kitchen. But it does feel over the last few months like we've seen a little bit of a change there, Tim, and we saw it yesterday between the two teams that play on this map. One of them in their second site did go towards Dining as the second go-to. Now, they didn't win it. No one actually really won as a defender on that site across the entire map. So it tells you why it's often seen as the tertiary, though teams are experimenting with it being the secondary site over Trophy and Statuary, that I am very sure we will see in either the second or third round coming on through. As for the attackers, Virtus Pro, they're going for the long way round on this one, Tim. They want to clear up towards Master Bedroom, work their way across the top floor, and then look for a site hit, hopefully all in one piece.
Yeah, it's a much more popular attack recently. Get yourself into Master Bedroom. They'll maybe, pull the trigger. There you go. Benja's going to pick up that opener onto Joystick and then finds a second onto Dan. Absolutely beautiful opener from a Benja that was actually a little bit quiet yesterday, but comes out and absolutely smashes the start of this. But then Virtus Pro, they've got answers. There's a couple of kills coming in. Shepard and Pasha finding those, and it brings us to a 3 versus 2. G2 still have the advantage, and a big advantage really with Benja underneath. Doesn't have the nitro anymore, but the question is, which staircase is he going to appear from? 5 drones though. They should have those staircases locked down, in fairness. I would expect there to be flank drones in place, at least for Astro and Red Stairs.
I do want to touch on that first kill out of Benja, the C4. I commented on it yesterday. Oh. I mean, why rush? You can't rush perfection. And G2 are certainly in no rush to close things out there. Benja especially, a 3K in the round. But again, coming back to his first kill, at SI, he had 30 explosive kills. He was very good with nades, very good with C4s. Second place to him was Foxay with just 15. That's how far clear Benja was with these explosive kills. And he started one off in this series. Colour me surprised him.
Yeah, he's done very well there. You got to be careful with those sometimes. A little bit of flair from Benja, but I'm gonna be the voice of caution on that one. We have seen it once or twice before, where players will sit and watch somebody on a drone, and as they come out of it, that animation is a bit quicker or a little bit unexpected, and they miss the shots and end up losing.
Shot.
We've seen it before, but. Beautiful, that. Absolutely beautiful. But no, Benja was absolutely fine. Yeah, you just see this sometimes. They sort of come out of the animation and it's just a little bit unexpected. And we have seen it, unfortunately, not pan out once.
You know the reason why you do that is, when they watch the kill cam, they're just like, oh man.
The thing is, it wastes a few more seconds. But we've also seen people shot from behind at that point as well. They've been sat waiting to take somebody on a drone, don't notice the person coming down the corridor behind them, and all of a sudden end up leaving with nothing. But it worked out in the end. All's well that ends well. G2, they are going to pick up the first round. 1-0. They are on Villa. Villa, historically, we've always said defenders on Villa. We have seen that change a little bit as Villa's got older.
It's an interesting observation overall that actually I think SI was one of our closest in terms of attacker-defender win rates across all maps in the pool.
I think there's other things that have happened within the game that have brought attackers closer to the mark. And then Villa is an older map. As the maps get older, they get figured out more, basically. You attack onto a site 10 times, you're not going to be as good as when you've attacked onto it 100 times. So ultimately, we do see improvement. Pasha, he's going to improve this round for Virtus Pro, managing to pick up the opener this time, and that's going to be Doki taken down.
Should we play a little bit of quiz time just while this round's playing out?
Why not? Let's.
What do you? Villa was the least played map at SI with 10 plays, but what was its defender win rate?
Defender win rate for Villa at SI,
What do you think?
I think was probably actually about 46%.
Oh, really? No, you are wrong. It is 53%.
Oh, okay.
What do you think was
I
the
knew
most...
it was close. I thought it maybe
The
edged towards
only
that.
map below 50%, you can guess which one it is in the pool. I think you've got a pretty fair guess based on how these maps play out.
Border?
Correct. 49%. Which one do you think was the most defender-sided?
The most defender-sided map. I would expect maybe something like maybe a clubhouse.
Skyscraper.
Skyscraper.
Joint second place, though, 59% was Oregon and Theme Park, so some nice surprises.
Theme Park surprises me there. Theme Park sprang to mind, and then I thought, no, the
Club is
attackers
close. Club is
usually-
56%,
Yeah,
so you are close.
I knew Club would be a good defender.
The sheer fact we have a 12% point difference between lowest and highest win rate is really impressive balance for the maps at the minute in the pool. I remember back in the day of Coastline being like 37% or something stupid, so it is nice to see the change.
It is, and not going to be.
Round anyway.
Alamo's not going to need any.
Time over.
Alamo's not going to need any change from that nitro, does he? Spends every penny of it and takes Pasha down. That's going to level things out 4 versus 4. 50 seconds left to go. G2 actually holding on pretty well here. They've wasted quite a lot of time. VP not really established inside of the building yet. Alamo's still underneath. He's backed up by Benja on the Warden. Benja with a nitro in hand. Alamo with all the intel that he will need to find a vertical kill. Benja, he's going to just go to the weapon for the time being, though. He doesn't need the explosives, and that swings the man count back in G2's favour. 4 versus 3 in the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, they've still got the C4 on side from Benja 2 with the pulse available. So if Virtus Pro sticks to this top floor like they have kind of done historically as a team, and I think back to them, this is a great chance to get some freebies just as they try and march their way forwards. Bearing in mind, again, we are on Living and Library, the side that I didn't expect us to see. 2 quick kills come through. Dan and Joystick getting 1 apiece, but Alamar puts him in the dirt. There's 1 left standing with just 5 seconds to go. One thing does not change about these Russian teams, Tim, and that is their, what shall I say, capability with the clock.
No, it's you know, historically often been the way to win. You know, even back to the Empire days, as you say, you know, frustrate the time, and you will have a lot of success. Get them down to that final 10, final 5 seconds. You know, and they will still continue trying to tick their boxes, trying to move through those checklists, and it can cause them a bit of an issue, which we've seen there. So G2 take the second round. They're going to get themselves on to 2-0, and it's a good start for them on the defence, especially picking up Living Room Library. They might actually fancy themselves, Des, for a full sweep here. We might see all 4. They're going to take Trophy Statuary for the time being, and rather than rotating back to Aviator Games, it wouldn't drastically surprise me to see them pick up Dining and Kitchen as well.
No, the fact they went off to Living and Library when I said we'd see Dining and Kitchen, we'd see Trophy Statuary, was like, oh, okay, I appreciate the switcheroo. And you saw the similar stuff. This is what we saw back in round 1. Virtus Pro trying to sweep their way through the entirety of the top floor. G2 happy to just nip and bite at their ankles a little bit as they step through, catch the odd one out with the C4. And when they tried to get a little bit cute and get inside a bike shed to push straight in towards Living and Library, it was an easy shutdown for G2 as well. So far, looking largely unpressured on the side of G2. It doesn't feel like they're too bothered by what Virtus Pro are up to, so I want to see a little bit more heat, a little bit more spice coming out of this Virtus Pro side, because so far it has been extremely predictable from start through to here.
Yeah, I like a bit of spice, Des. You know, I do, yeah.
What's your curry of choice?
If we're talking curries, I love a madras. Yeah.
A Balti's about as far as I go.
I love a madras. I quite often eat a masala, but if
love a
I'm fancying something with a little extra spice, then I'll go for a madras.
So where would you put Virtus Pro right now? Probably a korma?
Maximum. Yeah, they're not bringing too much heat into the server. There's going to be a little bit more work.
Bring around the roses.
This is just going backwards and forwards. Pasha, it is ultimately who just comes in and says enough of this. Joystick, come on, just let me get the kill. Going to take out Benja. Always picks up Claymore kill onto Alamo, who's trying to get aggressive and go out of the windows.
No, he was inside, but he walked in front of the hole, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Very good.
It was the Claymore onto Astro Stairs, a ranked classic.
It is.
Picking up the kill onto Alamo.
That's me. If I've got Claymores in back pocket, there are guaranteed there is one down there every time.
There's a couple of other drone holes you can use if you... Not just here on Villa, Clubhouse is another popular one, just to the side of CCTV Breach. Put it through there, anybody rotating through red will get picked up. So feel free, go away, use it in your ranked game, see if you get any joy.
There's another one here just inside a bathroom. Daring someone to step across. And here you can see the work is coming in through this master side. They really want to get this triple wall opened up, but G2 aren't giving them too much room for it at the moment. Still, again, locking them inside a master. We're down to a minute and 15 left. They've got the numbers advantage still, but they've got to make something happen. This looks a little bit more pacey. They're in Tim. They've spotted a gap, but they've just marched on forward. Always has cleaned up to Dan the third. And finally, Virtus Pro get on the board. And what I love there, Tim, is again, they saw an opportunity and they said, right, every single player in the site right now, and they get the round cleanly.
I was just about to say, literally as that happened, I was a little bit concerned. G2 actually did it in the prior round. I commented on Alamau and Benja downstairs on the Pulse and Warden playing together, and it's something that G2 were trying to do again there. They had Blur downstairs, they had a heavy downstairs presence, they're trying to play with a lot of verticality, and Virtus Pro recognised that, and as you say, quite rightly, we're like, right, we're not messing about, 3, 2, 1, in we go, and then all they've got to do is watch staircases. There's a lot less work for them to do. Obviously, you've got to think about your nitros, you've got to think about those angles they might have opened up, but if they recognise, G2 recognise that the push into sight is on, they're limited in what they can do. They've got to get back up those stairs. They've got to have an impact laterally onto that site, and so Virtus Pro can then just watch, bap, 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 no problem, pick them up as they come back. Just like that.
You know what I love is that after this play day, already we're 40% of the way through the group stage.
As I said yesterday, every game carries so much weight. It's 25% of your available points. G2 now are going to have already played by the end of this game for 50% of their potential points.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, when you're trying to get into the top 3 of the group, where that's the big focus here. Obviously, we've got a new format with Blast, and I'm absolutely loving it. But it's obviously everybody's getting familiar with it. If you sat at home wondering, right, where are these teams really aiming for? Top 3 in the groups out of 5 teams.
Minimum
is really that's the sweet spot. That's the minimum, as you say, that you're aiming for. The bottom 2 going down into the open qualifiers, so it becomes a bit of a roll of the dice then for getting into the major. But certainly not a guarantee for the top 3 either. There's a couple more steps that they need to go through to secure their position. But at least you're giving yourself that fighting chance then.
Absolutely. If you missed the games yesterday, they're worth watching back because there was some real screamers.
There was a couple of surprises. There was some great performances, some not so great performances.
CT9. Yeah. No,
sorry, Des?
Sorry, what?
I don't know.
It's a really awkward cough. It just happens sometimes.
On we go.
Yeah, much better. Cool. Onwards we march. Pasha has been snaking his way up through the basement and has now finally got himself onto the ground level, the same as some other members of... No. Not like... I want to know how. I imagine there was maybe the default cam call. Surely it was gone, but I need to watch that back. I need to find out how Benja knew, because Pasha is going to be howling to the moon if that's gone against him blindly.
Alamau's going to pick up a headshot onto Shepard, but we've got a lot of back and forth. It's been a little bit of a theme over the last couple of rounds that this man count is never too far apart. Difficult to separate the two as we find ourselves 3 versus 3 always. He's going to recover that diffuser and give Virtus Pro a potential opportunity and option to be able to get into sight, but there's still kills they're going to have to find. Joystick, he's got a drone at his feet at the minute, and it brings an interesting point into play of how far ahead do you allow that drone to go. I'll discuss it after the gunfighters seen its end. Benja's just going to hold them back for the time being. They know roughly that he's somewhere in living room and library, but they don't want to overcommit to this. And as Joystick moves in, I don't think he's considering the little closet that's in the back there.
They think he's gone. I mean, Dan's still searching for him, but has absolutely no idea.
That's a problem.
And Benja can hear that he's going around behind him. The problem is now, because Benja's trapped away inside of mud, there's only one player holding around on site, and that is Alamau, as 3 players potentially start to bear down on him. So Benja has to be the backstab king here. He's got to go big for his team. Otherwise, we're staring down the barrel of a 2-2 scoreline.
Time for Benja to move back!
No!
I think they just found out that Benja's still downstairs. He picks a kill up onto always, but he's going to have to move back up red stairs. And Virtus Pro are going to be aware of that. But with 25 seconds left to go, their opportunity to hold that down is going to be limited. We see Alamau forced back into Vault. There's an opportunity. Joystick gets in here. He can start putting this diffuser down. And Dan, he's just holding Alamau in place. Alamau struggling to get out, but no, that's an important fight to win. Benja comes up the red stairs, picks up the kill onto Joystick, and G2 really had to scrap for that round, but they got it done, got it over the line.
It's one of those where when the hunt for Benja begins at about 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock, it's telling you the concerning point for Virtus Pro in that round already. I clocked it in the first 2. Everything was on the same plane. It was all on the top floor, whilst G2 were sat downstairs, C4s in hand like these are free kills to find every single day. We haven't seen too much adaptation to change over and go, right, Benja is a problem. He's getting 3 C4 kills every round. We need to slow him down. Even then, when they've sent a drone after him and Iana after him as well, he just hides himself away in a corner, isn't droned out. Villa is a pretty big map, I'll allow them that. But they're doing it over halfway through the round, and then you're leaving yourself down to the wire when it comes to the execute. You saw the outcome there. Iana had to sit and hold down F for that plant to go down. A 1v2 basically being forced against Virtus Pro, and G2 do close things out. It looks a little bit ropey at points, but I'm sure they had full confidence going into those final 30 seconds. 3-1 then it is to G2. Let's see how things shape up on yet another site, Tim, this time up towards dining and kitchen.
Here we go then, G2. I think they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable at the minute. Apart from that one round where they sort of got caught out, I don't think it was necessarily, Virtus Pro did beat them to win the round, but they basically saw an opportunity and went and rushed in and put G2 in a bad spot, or G2 had already put themselves potentially in a little bit of a bad spot. But, overall, I feel like G2 are definitely in command here. They're definitely in the driving seat, and I can see a world where, if they just play this sort of sensibly, they pick up 2 rounds and they go 5-1 on the half.
See, I'm looking at this now and seeing the setup that we just saw coming in around Pantry, where there's a Bandit battery that's been deployed onto the Pantry wall. We spoke about this a lot yesterday in the Villa game that we saw take place. It was a big focus for one team, the other cared less. It does help you slice and divide the site apart. And knowing that you've been walking into C4s constantly, I don't overly blame Pasha here for picking up the IQ and looking to do a little bit of work with that. No doubt it's mainly picked out more for the Valkyrie and the Black Eyes that will be scattered around the building, insisting G2 in getting more C4 kills with 3 of them sat in back pocket, but it does also help you keep an eye out for those fishermen from below, Benja especially, who normally is looking for it. This round no C4 though. That responsibility comes down to Virtue, Alamal and Blur.
1 minute into the round, Pasha's still searching out those electronics, just trying to see if he can find anybody up on the top floor. Not coming across anybody yet, but he's not going to push too far before he does, I don't think. We've got Doki over around the Astro stairs. He's sort of lurking in a position where I think he's sort of ready to get himself up onto the top floor, but Virtus Pro, they're not too confident here. They know that there's 1 or 2 that they need to play into. There's the mirror of Blur as well up there, and there's certainly no rush from them, but that's good. Dan manages to pick up Doki on the Oryx. That's going to see him go. Blur has to drop back all the way into basement, and this is actually turned into, in the last 10 seconds since I started, concern over their sort of speed, has been fantastic for Virtus Pro. Well played.
It's such a great read as well. 1 player in piano watching down Red Hall, but they also stuck a 2nd player on the Astro Repel. There was no safe way back downstairs for G2 where they wouldn't be spotted by a member of Virtus Pro, and Dan has made use of that range on the Ash, got himself 2 kills, should now find himself down, almost finished off as well. Blur's the one in a bit of a hot spot though, because he's got 1 player pushing him towards Red and Art, looking here to get Dan back on his feet, and has another player on the window outside and behind the painting. So, under pressure for sure, Dan should be good to get back on his feet.
Blur's just going to hold his angle from basement. Drone will go right in his face, so they're going to know exactly where he is, but it's a freebie for Benja once again. Information just proving to be a key missing element for Virtus Pro. They don't know where Benja is, and he's able to move around, get a big double, level things out. 30 seconds left to go. Virtue finds Shepherd, and all of a sudden Virtus Pro are now on the back foot. Always is trying to push in directly towards site, but he's not going to get the visual that he needs on his man, but second time lucky, he manages to find him. 2 versus 2.
Here we go, trying to step forward with that DMR as well. A couple of shots. I mean, 1 onto Blur, 1 onto Benja should be enough. A smoke coming through in towards Pantry side as they step forward and try and look for the plant to go down, but they haven't got it on side. Benja makes it a triple. There's 1 left standing. He is the king of Art Studio. You cannot remove him. The round is done, and G2 move up to 4-1. A really disappointing round, and to go from a 5v3 and see it crumble like that, Virtus Pro will be kicking themselves.
Frustrated on time once again. Time. As we keep saying for Virtus Pro, there was again, an opportunity there at the end. The fight back was on, but as you say, they're going to be a little more than frustrated, I think, with that round overall. So much so that we're going to see them hit the tactical timeout button. They're going to have themselves a break and just see if they can square off what's been going on and get themselves back into this. Round 6 is going to be a round that they really want here. They need that 4-2 split. They don't want G2 going 5-1. It's going to be, I think, really tough to come back from that.
It is going to be rough. And I think, again, these rounds, I don't want to say it's like, it is G2 playing well, but a lot of it feels like it's, I don't want to say basic mistakes, but they are mistakes being made by Virtus Pro. That inability to go chasing after Benja downstairs early in the round and pinch him out. It's not easy. The guy's a world champion. He was on G2 for 31 days and lifted the hammer. It's no easy feat saying, just go and kill Benja. Of course it's not. But when they're in a 5 versus 3, the fact they're still being backstabbed by Benja just goes to show a lack of flank drones, a lack of real composure. They couldn't convert the round from there.
That's the big point, is information. I picked up on it in the round. You've picked up on it there. Twice now, Benja has struck without them being aware that he's there. We saw always on the Thatcher at the bottom of red stairs just run out in front of him, no idea that Benja's there. We saw it here. Look, the IQ's just run around the corner. Pasha, absolutely no idea that Benja is on that door. And that's the real problem for Virtus Pro at the minute. They're just not getting a good enough grasp, not specifically on Benja, but particularly where those roamers, where those lurkers are going to be coming from. And it's causing them a big problem. It's costing them rounds.
It is, and it's cost them 4 so far, Tim. Not entirely. Admittedly, G2 have won some of those rounds out quite convincingly of their own accord. But this is Virtus Pro's last chance. No 0 and 4 G2 to start the day today, as we saw yesterday against BDS, only for them to go on and win 7 of the next 8 rounds. It was a bruising performance from G2 against BDS, and here they've carried on that same streak. Brava onside, as we saw a couple of times, oddly enough on this map, Tim. Wasn't really all that effectual. We saw an ADS being hacked out, but that was really about all we saw, to be honest. Here, though,
more effectual. I spoke about Banshees yesterday. As we've said, as we've explained, that doesn't just stop the Banshee working, it flips it on its head. So now if the defenders go through that Banshee's radius of effectiveness, it will activate, it will slow them down, it will give the audio cues, they'll have to shoot it out. And so that could be really critical. It's also the fact that in the defenders' minds, if they don't know that gadget has been flipped, they're thinking, nobody can push that door. Nobody can push that door because I'll know if they do. I'll hear the sound, they'll get slowed by the Banshee, and that's no longer the case. They're going to walk in for free, potentially.
The then question that comes from, one of the things I've just clocked, by the way, underneath Brava's number of clutch drones remaining, that number 2, I believe is how many hack gadgets there are, because it was at 3, but then we saw the Banshee at the bottom of red stairs shot out, which then brought it down to 2. So that would make sense if that's the way that things are indeed squaring up. But it's all good. I was going to say it's all good getting the hack in, but what can you then do to punish the other side with that advantage or the hole that you've created by hacking those drones out, or the Banshees in this case? But here, the answer is nothing really, but it's more about catching Doki, as he was a little bit overextended, not having the best game today at 0 and 6.
It's been a slow one for him, struggling to get involved. We've got Benja just thinking about the potential of that Nitro there. Actually locked inside a site at the minute. We've seen him do most of his damage out on the roam so far, out away from that site. But right now, Virtus Pro, 1 minute 10 left to go, still drawn in top floor, still not in control of that area of the map. I feel like, that's going to be a big improvement for them, is if they can get themselves in the map and claim land quickly. It's just not something they've been able to do so far.
Still looking to see what they can do here towards the last 60 seconds or so. They have got the numbers advantage, but we've seen them, give away a 5 versus 3, let alone a 5 versus 4, which is how this round's shaping up. You got Blur and Alam out off-site, on-site, sorry. I keep forgetting they were playing inside a living and library, just fishing that information back and forth through the team, staring at the verticals, making use of that cardiac sensor as VP now start to gather around. But the big question I have to ask, Tim, is when are we going to see these flanks come out from the members of G2 that aren't playing on site?
Just see Pasha there trying to deploy one of the Brava drones in through the wall. Can't get the throw though. The gap was not quite big enough. He's instead going to breach the wall and look to push in, but with 15 seconds off to go, this is going to come down to a bloodbath. Pasha is able to start getting that diffuser. Nitro from Benja just in time though, does get killed, but manages to stop the plant. 8 seconds left to go. Dan's going to have to stick this. It's up to Virtue. He's not likely to be able to affect on the planter, and that is a big problem. 1v4 becomes 1v3.
And they've got the vertical.
Just continuing to try and push through, as you say. They're going to use those angles above him to make his life an absolute misery now. Virtus Pro have got themselves away. They've managed to set up the post plan, and you would expect them to win from this position.
The thing is, on the vertical, they can't see the diffuser, so he can disable it as long as he's mindful of what's going on above. But it's the 2 players that are on the ground floor that's going to be the issue. He's looking for a cheeky C4, nothing to be found there. And there are 2 players hanging not all that far away. In fact, here, he might find one, looks away at just the wrong moment, but doesn't get shot. Finally does. Shepard upstairs on the vertical closes things out. A 4-2 half, Tim. all things are equal and as expected. Well, not equal, but it's as expected on this map.
I think Virtus Pro have been a little bit lucky there, if I'm honest. Coming away from that half 2-4, I think G2 have certainly felt like the better team. But obviously, you know, that just gives a new angle to saying that Virtus Pro have, you know, maybe had to fight in some tougher rounds, and so the performance in that respect has been reasonable as well. But no, a better half for G2 overall. I'm really fascinated by this next round, round 7. It's going to be a key one, because if G2 are able to just walk in here with a successful attack onto the primary side of AVG, then Virtus Pro are backs to the wall and in serious trouble. However, if Virtus Pro can lock this down, all of a sudden there's 1 round difference and they are back in the fight.
That's the thing, right? We saw it yesterday with a couple of teams that it felt like really should have dominated the very start of things, only for it to be cruelly caught up to, and in some cases flipped on its head entirely. Aviator Games, where this team will start as I clock back in the first half. Back in round 1, it's where teams often start their defensive halves here on Villa. And BP will copy their counterparts on G2 with exactly the same style of setup. We have got that Valkyrie on side once again with those black eye cameras, those pesky cameras scattered around the halls of Villa. And on the attacking side, we've got Alamar bringing along the Ying Tim, that go-to execute-based operator.
I do love playing the Valkyrie. I don't get very much opportunity anymore. Obviously, the ban rate in rank particularly is pretty high, but it is an operator that I enjoy. Your gun can be a little bit difficult at times, as we know with the
It's a laser beam, but it's got low damage.
Yeah, that's it. You've got to really hit a good number of shots onto somebody. But yeah, overall, very enjoyable operator to play. But we head into a point where G2 are now trying to get themselves inside of the map. The droning sort of continues. Benja is on there just trying to gather a little bit of sort of final information. Blur's having a little bit of a look, but G2, they're in position now, and it's time to get themselves moving. First job, clear joystick out of Master. But have they spotted Dan downstairs? Do they have a plan to deal with him?
The plan for Dan, Tim. That's what they're looking for. Joystick being forced away. I don't think the triple wall got opened up, or did it? I think in the end it did. I know one got caught. Yes, it did in the end. Very good. So they had one that got caught out by Iron Magnet, not quite getting the drone in place, but for now have managed to march their way onwards. Virtue applying just enough pressure to make him step away. One Stelm was still in back pocket, and Dan has now kind of taken his old position, has stepped back up here onto top floor inside a trophy, working his way down towards Red Corridor, I imagine, and back towards sight. With 2 players at G2, both Benja and Doki, both with grenades in hand, looking to work their way here up the stairs. Up they march, and Pasha very sensibly darts away, looking to dodge away from those Jin Candelas, but a well-placed nade over the top, not quite going to catch his man. Just had no cook to it, Tim. It was raw.
It does manage to get the shield out, though, and that might give them an opportunity to get themselves up the main stairs in the next 30 seconds or so. Dan hasn't been dealt with over on the Master side yet, though. Certainly one to watch later in the round. Could have a big impact as the push continues onto main stairs. Pasha with an important kill, shutting down Doki, and that is going to keep them in control of that key area, and that is big from Pasha.
G2 have had 2 swings at the bat there as well to try and make this work with both Doki and Benja. That smoke just doing wonderful work to force them back, but also a little bit of friendly flashing as well. Benja was completely white screen, couldn't push forward along with Doki. It feels like we're going to see Virtus Pro hold on here unless Alamar can contribute to a real break forward. Up goes the smoke, runs up and finds a man completely blind. But what else can he find? Because G2 only have 35 seconds to work with.
Great use of the smokes, it's fair to say, from Shepard as well. We know how much experience he's got within this game, and he's really showing it there. You know, burnt out, critical moments every time they tried to push. You know, not throwing them out just sort of whenever fancied. He was waiting for those moments, and he's just judged that fantastically, leaving us now 3 versus 4, 15 seconds. RG2 going to suffer the same problems. I don't think they've dealt with Dan. I said about a minute ago that they hadn't picked him up and he could have a big impact, and there is the impact. They're going to have to try and throw this diffuser down on the ground, but it's going to be too little too late, as it's now a 1v3 Blur with no option but to try and fight. And that's going to see the round go to Virtus Pro, and that brings us to a 3-4 on the scoreboard. Almost feeling like it's out of nowhere.
It's a really good defense of the main stairs. I know we touched on it throughout the round, but you mentioned it, the use of Shepard's gas canisters, Pasha dancing in and out of the Yin Candelas as they came through. When he heard one coming out, straight up the top of the stairs, as far away as he could be from the Candelas ringing through. And G2 tried 3 times to force their way up main stairs, but 1, found themselves a little bit short on each push, and 2, running down onto a dwindling amount of utility to make use for that push. And you saw them pay the price for that. Really good defense from Virtus Pro. G2 probably need to commit a little bit harder towards one of these pushes if they really want to make them work.
Yeah, I think there's an element there of G2 maybe banging their head against the wall. They didn't manage to get themselves up main stairs, and there was no rotation really, no adaptation. We had Benja try to move up red stairs towards the end of the round, but he was going into an area that at that point hadn't been droned in probably 2 minutes. You know, Dan had been able to slip through the net and get himself into that position, so it was very easily dealt with for Virtus Pro. And I just feel like G2 maybe could have made a call at a point to say, you know what, main stairs isn't happening, we're not getting up there. Pasha and Shepard have got it on lock. Do we need a rotate? Do we need to switch off here? Do we need to adapt? It's not the end of the world for the first attempt. You know, they did have a couple of rounds to spare, but I wouldn't like to see them continue doing that going forward. You know, maybe a little bit more of adaptability just brought in would be good.
Thought for a second there they were thinking about another main stairs push, but it's more just a passing drone on the way through Library. Benja, as I mentioned a couple of times, both at SI and here in this game, loves playing around Art Studio down towards the bottom of red, out towards Library, you name it, that's his domain. So it only makes sense on the attacking side that he knows all the rad spots, all the places to hide away, and wants to make sure they can force these players away from that position. Here we go though once again from long range. Doki this time round taking up the mantle of playing the ace. 0 and 7. Want to see him activated and turned on, but with a little bit of assist from Virtue with the Thatcher on side, they have got the triple wall opened up, so can see inside of sight and slightly push these members back, but in comes the march. Doki finding one, instantly responded though by Shepard.
It's been good early progress from G2. You know, time was something that we picked up on last time around. They were a little bit late. They spent too long trying to get up main stairs. They've gone in there. They've got things done quickly. Look at this. We're only a minute 15 into the round. They've got themselves 3 kills. They've got triple wall open. They're starting to sort of walk into sight. Alamo manages to find his shots onto Shepard before the Capcan traps find him, but it's all up to Dan. 1 versus 1 now, effectively. He's got one down on the floor, but smart move from Blur. He's going to put the Claymore down, just cover his flank and give him an opportunity to get his man back on his feet, bringing it back to the full 2v1.
I like this from Dan as well, a hard rotate away, but does concede a lot of ground in this case, and this is a great, I was about to say, it was a great place to plant coming out from G2. They'll try and go for it, not that it's required as Benja has got the cross. And G2 will win their first attacking round, Tim.
They're just in a position now of trying to keep their nose in front. You know, that's the key here, is now not letting Virtus Pro catch up and level the scoreline. They've got themselves an attack there, really, really important. You know, it just gets them moving again. Virtus Pro had a few rounds in a row, and you start feeling as G2, we've moved on to the attack. Is this going to be a tough second half for us? But that's going to give them a lot of confidence. It was an interesting one to see that Alamo was able to beat the explosives of the Capcan as well. Got in, he got his kill, he found Shepard, but you know, you can't beat those explosions for too long.
It's like the Claymore, small trigger time on them as well, so if you are quick, you can get away with those quick couple of shots, but your life is basically forfeit at that point as well. Still, G2 pull it over the finish line, up to 5 and 3 they go. Virtus Pro following a much more, air quotes, normal rotation of sites here as well. I've gone through the 2 top sites, now find themselves in the off site of dining and kitchen.
It's going to be top floor control that G2 are looking for. Pretty much the same as last time, so I sort of fancy G2 for this round because, as I commented, within the first 30 seconds, they had that triple wall open.
That's really weird, Tim, because yesterday I almost remember you saying that you fancied Virtus Pro. Weird.
No, I mean, I've just specifically said for this round, which I think you've missed as well, but also said that I was ecstatic by the prospect of Virtus Pro being back. Not that
high expectations. You thought they were going to win,
Our prediction for today was G2. Check the Twitter. It's all there.
Turncoat.
But yeah, I think G2 I fancy for this round if they can do the same as they did last time, which was open that triple wall very quickly, get themselves into master bedrooms, start getting that control. They did very, very well. It was 1 minute 15 into the round. They had kills, they had breaches, they had everything done, and they're doing the same again. And Virtus Pro didn't have an answer, Des, and they don't. Alamo manages to find Pasha as he comes out of the bathroom.
And here, not the place to catch someone, really, is it? You're not expecting that.
You're not usually, to be fair. I mean, I think he was just passing through, Patrick. He'd come from master bedroom, but he got caught out on his rotor.
He's passing something through in the bathroom, Tim. Here we go. 5 versus 4 then for G2. Still looking in a pretty commanding spot. They did manage to get away just without the Electroclaw going off onto that pantry wall, which we've mentioned a few times. Really good for giving the long angle opened up. But Doki has got a little bit impatient. He doesn't want to sit there anymore. He wants to get himself more involved. So has moved himself instead to try and push in through Laundry. And here he goes on his march forward up towards that doorway that I don't think VP are expecting, Tim.
No, I think you're absolutely right. There's going to be a lot of vertical pressure coming in as well. Shepard's going to be forced out of his position there, as we can see. Doki's trying to remain patient for as long as he can.
Doki, patient?
I know, he's going to take the barricade out, and that gives the game away, really. He's not going to be able to hold that long angle anymore, but there's still plenty of time left on the clock. But here goes Dan again. We saw this with the Valkyrie previously. Does Benja know he's going to just take a little bit of chip damage there, but that is important information because he now knows that Dan is upstairs and potentially on the flank, so Dan is likely going to have to drop back.
Oh, Yellow Ping as well, just giving all the info. Oh, always! What a shot at range as well to bring it back, but a plant was going down. Blur completes. Can they now hold these angles? Virtue off on the longer angle finds one, but they need to get a better angle in onto the diffuser itself, and Blur has got to be so careful of the art door. Oh my God, literally a shoulder stepping out. Shepard's going in for the diffuse as well. No one's nearby. He's got to swing fast. He comes off and finds his man. Virtue, the last one left standing, has the vertical, but cannot find his man. Looks like they'll get him on the reverse. It's 4 left alive for Virtus Pro, and the fuse coming through up to 5 and 4. We moved him.
So good from Shepard there, just using the audio cue of the diffuser, just baiting out the movement, and as soon as he knows that door's being pushed, he's got a shotgun in hand, and he's going to win that angle 9 times out of 10. Does exactly that. Great play from Virtus Pro in that post plant. They keep themselves fighting here, and honestly, this is a much closer matchup than I think a lot would have expected.
Yeah, I think the attacks left a little bit to be desired from the side of Virtus Pro. The defenses, though, I've really enjoyed seeing. Just the way they played certain things out, the composure they've seen around main stairs, for example. This round just now, the way they played the post-plant situation as well was just beautiful. Always fantastic spot, using the slightly open up slither in the wall as well to find Benji with assistance of a Yellow Ping. They're looking good and composed, and this is often the way that you think you see teams work out, is they look strong on the defensive side. It is a little bit easy to coordinate, whereas the attacking side, there's a lot more moving parts that you have to kind of figure out as you go. So they're looking strong. Again, they've had this roster now for 2 to 3 months. They've had a bit of time to work with it. You will see them improve, no doubt, over the course of the stage as well, remembering this is really their first real official match since they've had this roster.
There's a real opportunity for Virtus Pro to level things up here. They're in Aviator games. They're in the primary site choice. They won this back in round 7 when they opened things up on the defence. They've gone straight back, and there is now an opportunity to level the scoreboard and force this to a minimum of 12 rounds. Always, he's ratting away down in the basement. We saw him have a great impact over the last couple of rounds. He's been doing good stuff on the T5 of the Legion, and he's going to continue on. 10 and 5 so far. He's leading the way along with Dan, and it's looking good for Virtus Pro to potentially take us all the way.
All the way, Tim.
We'll see if that happens.
I haven't heard the full line in the same voice I was expecting, but speaking about expecting, Alamau not expecting to get domed by Pasha so early into the round. Joystick taking a little bit of chip damage, but G2 have been pretty quick here in getting control of Study, and Doki just rounds himself out towards the rotation. Finds himself a man for free. Down goes 1 into a 4 versus 4.
They just
need...
Doki's...
Oh, no.
I was just about to say they need Doki to get fire in. If they, he could be a difference maker in this game.
They've got sight,
but Blur is going to go in. He's going to pick him up. So that's Doki back on his feet. As you say, there's an opportunity to put the diffuser down. Where Virtus Pro pushing back from always doesn't have an opportunity to stop this. There's a wall in his way, and this cover in place. Doki's going to hit the deck, and what a great plant that is from G2 in a 3v3.
I commend them for this as well in the exact same way I'll commend Virtus Pro for their trophy statuary here. They've spotted a gap. They've realised no one's around to defend, and they've made the call, and as a team have pushed their way in, making use of the shield as it wasn't destroyed away. That's one going down. Can they get the next as well? No, Virtue wins one, but he's got to stop the man, and he can't. Literally a slither of a second, and he saw the round slip away. 5 and 5, and I would be surprised if we don't see a G2 tactical timeout here to try and get things back on track.
Oh boy, what a round. There you go. There comes the tactical timeout as well. As you say, just Virtus Pro, sleeping a little bit there. I thought they might have just thrown away a great opportunity to bring this back and level the scoreboard up, but somehow on the post plan, able to fight it back again, and it was just a fraction of a second for the last man coming in, trying to stop that counter defuse, but Virtus Pro get it done. Bring us the 5-5 on the scoreboard, and a full 12 at least.
It feels like an overtime-worthy game, Tim. It has been really back and forth. The teams both doing pretty well on the defensive side. The attacks, at times, looking good, like that round there, like the trophy statuary hit coming out from Virtus Pro. At others, a little bit lackluster. Now, generally, Fabian tactical timeouts have done a bit of magic for this team. We saw it yesterday. They lost 4 rounds in a row on Theme Park. They had the tactical timeout. They won 2 rounds. Then they went onto the other side and continued to win and win until they won 7-5. I think many also remember that historic clip that will no doubt be a part of Siege history with the bit of a rant at the team saying, "What the hell are we playing at, boys? We're better than this." And well, we all know how that ended, with G2 eventually lifting the hammer at the very end of the competition after what could have been a knockout game for them. So here, let's see if those same words will have rung true in the ears of G2, if they can pull things back, or if Virtus Pro will cause what many will describe as an upset against the current world champions.
Honestly, this is such an exciting round because it could be a real difference maker. Obviously, one of these teams will get an opportunity at map point, whoever wins this round, but it will be one bite at the cherry only. They'll have to get it done first time. Now, G2 were very good at attacking onto this site last time. I complimented the speed with which they worked. We saw the Selma charges detonating very quickly on the triple wall. Interestingly, there is no hard breach this time around, so it is not going to be a master-sided push. They're going to be looking at going in through Study and Aviator, I would imagine, and trying to push themselves in from 90 corridor, but there is the man beneath. They need to keep an eye out for Pasha.
I do want to bring up a really hot topic in the talent team, Tim. Doki's running the ARX. Now, we had a conversation about this versus the G36 yesterday. Now, wait, because this has got a twist at the end that you're going to love. You're going to love the twist, trust me. I think Doki should play the G36.
Do you think?
He's 2-10, Tim.
He needs something. Dan is going to pick up a kill onto Alamo to start things off, and that is not good for G2. Puts them seriously on the back foot there.
Look at how many nades they've got, by the way. 6 on side that they need to be sending skyward. They need this downstairs control. They want to go fishing, but they have to clear out these players that are looking to cause a headache, and there are a couple of them.
This is it. Joystick's moved his way down there. Pasha's in support as well, and it just feels like Virtus Pro in a position where they're like, you know what, we want this fight. We're ready for it. And the thing is, yeah, Pasha, he's going to sit on red stairs all day because as a defender, he doesn't need to make a single thing happen. He can just let the clock work for the team. It's G2 that need to push forward, need to take the onus, and need to get things moving here. Nitro goes out. Pasha's being challenged from both sides. That is not the angle that G2 needed to work with. Pasha manages to get a second. I said they needed to take the onus, Des, but they needed to get the kills as well, and they failed to do so. It's 1v5. It's a flawless round for Virtus Pro, and they will be the ones with the opportunity to take a full 3 points on Villa. And oh boy, how will that upset the table if G2 are unable to pick up the win after yesterday beating BDS? It just throws everything into the air.
Doesn't it just? How spicy this could yet prove to be, and it blows the group wide open, which is what I love.
It really does.
This is what I've been excited. Like today, for example, we've got Heroic versus BDS. Both lost. 1 won yesterday. One obviously fell down to G2. It's gonna start forming real triangles of teams beating teams but losing to others.
If
and
Virtus Pro win
it's
this,
a classic real showdown in a group stage. I love it.
Virtus Pro win here. BDS beat Heroic. You're in a situation where you've got 4 teams on 3 points. And that's halfway through the group stage, Des. There's only 2 games left to actually decide who goes where for those teams. Absolute madness. It's going to be brilliant.
Absolute madness, Tim. That is the only way it can be described. Always up at 12-6, down at 11-5. It's good seeing some old names back on the scoreboard and really putting up some big numbers. It's funny how you see such variation between teams, not just between like days, but between games as well. We see it on LAN sometimes too, where yesterday Benji was saying, man, my team is so good, they've dragged me through a tough game there. look at how the fortunes have reversed today, where Benj is the one putting up the big numbers, Doki's the one being quiet. It's why you need these, I don't want to say backups, but other players that you can turn to when the chips are down that can step up and deliver. Just sadly, at the minute, Virtus Pro, their chips are all turned the right way up, and they are delivering hard as a team.
Yeah, I just feel like G2, they've lost a little bit of momentum as well as this game's gone on. Obviously, Virtus Pro now in a position to win it. I'm not sure they're going to need more than one chance, Des. G2, you know, what better time to get a flawless round for Virtus Pro than round 11 coming
straight
into
after a timeout.
number 12. Exactly that. It's just absolutely perfect from them, and I don't know if maybe the wind has just been really knocked out of G2 there.
I did wonder for a second if that was a knock reference, but she's not in the round.
Wasn't.
Whenever I heard you say anything even loosely
future,
related
though.
to knock, I'm just like, hang on a minute. Is there a knock?
It for future. It's up there now.
It's saved in the back case, mate. It's ready. For now, you're looking towards maybe on the defensive side those C4s. We had the same from G2 back in the first half when they were running 3 C4s on this site. Just looking to go fishing from below. Seems to be much the same, but we've got a couple of players of G2 looking to brute force their way in here. Candela's coming over the top. This is an early execute, but Doki is full white screen and can't really do much about it. Joystick also a similar one, though, as more things come flying over, but no plant going down just yet, Tim.
That manages to pick up Virtue as an opening kill, as you say. I don't think the opportunity, the space is there for G2 to put this case down. Shepard finds Alamo, Doki with the trade, 3 versus 3.
Always
on the backstab, manages to take a chip at Doki, can't find his man though, and Doki does more damage inside of site. 2 versus 2 now as the battle continues. Look at this, it's just getting down to one of those tense little angles. Benj is doing everything he can to try and support Doki here, who is inside of site. He needs to find his men. This is getting dangerous for G2, but Benja gets himself inside of the map. He knew that he needed to be in that space outside of the window, wasn't cutting it, and a big double Des. We're going to overtime.
I've waited to hear those words, Tim. We said a few rounds ago this game was starting to feel like it really deserved it, and I love the confidence out of G2 there. You've just been slapped by a flawless round trying to play things a little bit slower. What do you do the next round? You, for all intents and purposes, rush. It's not quite a from spawn direct in towards site, but the heavy push-up pantry, for example, the use of those Candelas really tore apart the backline for Virtus Pro there and let G2 get some semblance of site control. It got a little bit scrappy as we came into those last 60 seconds or so, but the beauty of that is exactly what I just said. They had like 1 minute and 20 left on the clock to still recover things there. They weren't scrapping things out in the last 30 seconds, that both teams have done in several attacking rounds on this map, but left themselves plenty on the clock to make things work, and they get us through to overtime. The only downside for G2, Tim, is they start on the attack.
G2 fans, do not get too carried away. It has been 4-2 halves, both directions, with the defenders picking up the 4s. We do sometimes see those fates reversed in overtime, but it's going to need a big reversal here. One thing that I will guarantee everybody watching is an exciting, enjoyable and explosive finish, because that is how this game has gone on from start to finish, and you just feel like, to be honest, I think it's the best game we've maybe seen so far over the 2 play days. It's been absolutely fantastic, a little bit unexpected, but nothing to separate these two.
I think in terms of, I mean, it's the only game that's gone to overtime, so yeah, it's definitely been the closest game that we've had so far across the 2 days, and it's building up to one of those that you might look back on at the end of the group stage and go, man, if only X team had beat Y team, you know, insert either on either side of that equation, they could have made it to a major, they could have done whatever it requires. That's how tight it is, though, like we keep on saying in these group stages.
Alamo, you're going to have to take another shot if you want to go through there. He will do, just making sure that he wasn't going to be challenged. He's going in on the Jackal, so that should help him just to ascertain whether anybody has been playing down in that basement or not. Once again, you know, trying to use these vertical nades, G2, but they haven't had any joy with them as of yet. They could really do with, you know, if you're going to commit to going underneath, using that utility, you got to squeeze every little bit of value out of it, and it's not something they've managed to do so far.
When you're committing to bring in 6 like they've done in previous rounds, you really want to make that vertical play work, but just haven't been able to get it working for them in the way that it has done in previous games. Virtus Pro just seeming almost a little bit wiser to the antics of players like Benja. I kept on mentioning the explosive kill stats that he got at SI 30 to second place is 15. they know what G2's game plan is, and they've played around it super well so far.
Yeah, Doki's going to head underneath as well. He has nades in pocket, 3 remaining between the two of them. But once again, always with the T5 of Legion is down in the basement. We've seen the backstab work before. He's on his way. I'm not sure that Alamau's aware. I don't think they've picked up any footprints at any point, and always manages to get himself up into kitchen just as Joystick finds the Jackal, and that is going to really hurt G2's opportunity to be able to pick up on the flank. Benja misses one from underneath. Always, he's still roaming. He's still dangerous, Des.
It's in a spot if they can do enough damage, though, because although they've managed to get themselves back and still leave it as a 5 versus 4, I think even with Always off site, you won't feel too beat up because Benja is the one trying to sniff him out. He's got no idea where he is. If Always pulls the trigger at the right time here, this can be massive damage, as Benja has been the big player that's been carrying his team through some really tough rounds, sat at 14 and 8. Heck, how about you get Doki at the same time? Sees the Yana, and there's Benja in for the follow. A great bait coming out and a good bit of teamwork coming out of the 2 entries.
But look at the clock at the top of your screen. We're down to 30 seconds. Always has just wasted 2.5 minutes. Couldn't get any kills along with it.
There's the
and
down.
That might be the problem. But Virtue, big kill onto Pasha, leaving us now effectively a 4v2. But G2 need to go, Des.
But it's G. I'm looking downstairs as well. There's a C4 in back pocket. They get this in the wrong spot. It's rounded and dusted. They've got Dan on the downstairs. A C4 in pocket. He pulls it out, but Doki can recover it. Did Dan go a bit too soon? Arguably, because now he's got to pull back a 1v2.
So difficult to judge that sort of timing, Dan. He moves back into side.
No.
He gets one. Surely not the second. He hits shots onto Doki. He has to flick to the pistol. It's going to be the Deagle. Can he find his man? It's just a little bit of ring around the roses now. Either side of that reinforcement, neither wants to overcommit here. The red ping's coming out constantly onto Doki.
Oh my
He's
God.
going to take a lot of damage as he tries to find it. And the one tap to finish it as Dan successfully secures a 1v2 post-plant clutch.
And just when it looked like he might have thrown it away with a preemptive C4, he pulls out the 1v2 on the upstairs as well. Oh, it's so sweet to see plays like that come off, and Virtus Pro will be, I was going to say they'll be ecstatic. They look anything but ecstatic.
I think at this point, they're in too deep. You know, this game is seriously tense. It's gone to overtime.
Dan's just like, oh, it's another round.
They know there's a lot of work to be done yet, I think, is the looks on the faces that you see in there.
Oh, G2 will be kicking themselves as well, a 4v2. Yeah, I know our player was down and kind of technically a 4v3 whilst he's still alive and able to get res, but it was a 4v2 and they still managed to give it away. It's going to be such a kicker for the G2 side. And here was that C4 that I honestly thought maybe you hold on a second or two more, you get away with it, and Doki hasn't got time to recover. But I understand the decision by the same stroke. You don't know how much longer is left on that plan. You'd rather just pull the trigger and get the player off it straight away. But for Dan to win this one out against Doki, 14 and 6 moves up to 15 and 6 with that kill as well. He's really giving Benja a run for his money. Dan is back.
What a finish to the round. As you say, the judgment on the diffuser is it's basically impossible because you don't know how long it's been going down for. You're looking at the clock at the top of your screen, you know, like you said, do I go now, do I not? You know, is it too soon? You know, but Dan's played that fantastically overall. And that final 1v2, absolutely unbelievable. Virtus Pro in a position to win this. They do manage to secure the first defense. They're going to have an opportunity at the attack here, but I think they're going to be feeling pretty confident now at taking the 2 points.
The thing is, G2 were in a spot to win that round, and they won the previous attack as well. So I'm looking at it and thinking, you know, G2 have built in confidence on the attacking side as well. If this goes to the 15th round, I don't know which way I honestly think it can go. It'll be on an offsite, for example, for Virtus Pro as well. That's one other thing to consider. So God knows which way it goes if we get there. That is, of course, assuming that Virtus Pro don't just win an attack of their own here and now and see this done and dusted in 14.
Pasha just breaching down into basement just to allow some access in through there. They're going to be heading up to the top floor. It is Aviator Games for G2. They just wanted to make sure that they are clearing throughout.
Big thing I like straight away there, think about the previous attacking rounds we saw from Virtus Pro back in the first half. They all started on the upstairs. They swept their way across. They got C4'd out by Benja. No real contest coming through until later in the round. Here they've gone straight in towards basement, opened up pantry stairs, and have got in on the ground floor. Joystick's gone sniffing. He's found them man he's after. Benja is offline. You could not ask for a better start as Virtus Pro.
That's exactly what they wanted, managing to pick up, and that gives them more time now. It gives them a little bit more flexibility. They know that they've got a lot of the map cleared out, if not all of it, so they can start focusing towards site already at the minute 30 mark, and that's part of the problem that Virtus Pro have had before. They're still conscious of those Astro stairs. There is Alamo sort of lurking around the red stairs, but that's about as far as G2 extend now. So as soon as Virtus Pro are confident about that, and I want to see them gain that confidence quickly, that there is nobody else downstairs, no further problems to be created, they can focus on site and they're not having those timing troubles.
I'm sniffing here for a kill as well. So he knows the man's there, but can't quite find him. At the same time, Doki goes down just behind him. That means his reinforcements are cut off from the back here, and he has to take a few steps back. One thing really quickly, by the way, we've talked a lot about these big kill players, but I've got to say, what a delight it is to see Shepard back in the game. Just everything he does just seems so calculated, cool, composed. Where he moves, where he's droning, everything just looks so smart. In comes Joystick, down goes Virtue. This looks to be over in 14, Tim.
It certainly does. It doesn't look like we're going to go the distance as Virtus Pro seriously in the driving seat now. 5 versus 2, and it's all up to Alamo and Blur. We've seen clutches a couple of times in this game so far, but this is going to be asking a lot, and it's just asking even more now as Blur finds himself 1 versus 5, shut down inside a site, and that is going to be Virtus Pro taking a flawless round for what could be a very important overtime victory over G2, which really sets them up in Group A.
This group suddenly just got, it already was, but now it's even more exciting than it looked on paper. If Virtus Pro can be the first team to hand the world champions a defeat, what comes next? And Tim, you really should have stuck with your expectations, mate.
They weren't expectations, I've said this already. It was just excited that Virtus Pro might come back. We might see these players have a fantastic performance, which we just did, Des. We just did, and it was very exciting to watch. As you say, Dan, definitely back. What a performance.
The whole team just looked really on it.
It just looked sharp.
Yeah, Joystick was quite flat for a while. I think he was sat at like 4 and 9 or something. He warmed back into it. I mentioned Shepard and just how delightful it was watching him play. And you know, to be honest as well, Pasha for the longest time in Outsiders last year looked flat. Since probably 18 months prior at one of the majors when he basically dragged the team through some really tough games. That was a fantastic performance from him as well. Overall, just a really strong team performance.
Warming into it is the key, I think, there. You know, you've got to remember a lot of these players have had time away from, you know, tier 1 competitive play, and they've come back in there. They've had to re-establish themselves, get themselves back on the feet. They're coming against the world champions.
That's
you know, do you want any more of a difficult start? And as soon as they've got halfway through that game, you just feel like things have settled a bit, and they're like, right, okay, we know what we're doing. And it was great fun to watch. What a game.
It was. Now, that's our first upset of the day. I'm pretty sure it will not be our last. Don't go anywhere. Back in a couple of minutes with The Desk.
Welcome back, boys, girls, Nembis. And I gotta say, that was a hell of a game. Virtus Pro, they come in with, we're thinking about them with different expectations. How well will they actually be in the server? And they gave G2 a beatdown. It was a close game. Regardless, we went to overtime. It was going to overtime, Des. I was really waiting for it. An 8-6 victory for Virtus Pro against G2. It's a hell of an accomplishment, man.
Yeah, it could have also been a 7-5 if it weren't for Benja clutching out that one round that led to overtime, but then that round after in overtime as well, with Dan pulling out a Deagle. Doki was 51 HP. Absolutely insane. Crazy. We saw some really good mechanical plays, I would say, on the side of Virtus Pro. Maybe some question marks on their attacks, but I mean, always and then. They had a magnificent game today.
I was very impressed with them because you don't know what you're going to get when you've got a team that's not been in professional play for over a year now. We know of their quality, but it was about can they, dust off those cobwebs. It was always going to be a very hard first game. I thought it was a very hard first game for both teams. But VP, they were, I won't say they shocked me because they provide this level of consistency all of the time where they punish when teams are bad against them. And that's exactly what they did today. And they got themselves over the line. They got themselves a 2-point win.
But what was the gameplay that you saw in here? Because Villa, it's a bit of an oddity in the past when we talked about it. They weren't a team that was so comfortable on it. So what really stood out for you gameplay-wise, Jack?
I think particularly for VPs, you know what you're going to get with their attacks. It's going to be full clears. It's going to be big, long, drawn-out rounds where they're looking to execute with 5 men. And they found that difficult at the start because, G2 were in the face, getting those picks, and then flanking them late round, lurking against them. And I think that got exposed. There are a few concerns over their attacks. However, their defenses, it's always a big fortress in and around site. And when G2 were picking the wrong option, when they were trying these cheesy plants where they didn't have full control, VP have a lot of composure and was just retaking against them constantly and were completely ready for it. Obviously, they used the information available, the Valkyrie, and of course, they've got those mechanically skilled and insane players that pulled off the plays, and they got the job done.
We know that Virtus Pro can be a very slow team, but they also play that out to their, positives on their own defenses, where they just wait and they play passive. They have someone lurking, for example, in around Wolf window, just to have those G2 players push them. Indeed, like we mentioned, very mechanical skills coming out from VP2. It was such a close game that no team was able to win more than 2 rounds in a row until VP got to their defense, which just shows their defenses were really good, but their attacks may lack some work here and there.
Who was our MVP for the series? We have a graphic for it. Put it up on the screen. It's Dan. I'm not surprised. He's a wonderful player. He's an excellent player. Always has been a major MVP on the squad, and he is back.
Yep, that 1v3 in overtime, that probably is a major factor as to why he is the MVP today, but also indeed just the kills he kept on putting up and the mechanical skill he delivered today.
I think the one thing about Dan is obviously he's mechanically very skilled, but we saw him with Outsiders last stage where it was completely, it's a different roster. He's a very, very smart player at making things happen for this team, which is something that this roster struggled with in the past as well, so deserved MVP today.
Speaking of smart players, we have our interview lined up, so I'll be back to you in just a moment. Got Joystick on the line. Joystick, it's been a while.
Hello. Long time no see.
Long time no see. Congratulations on the win. How does it feel like? Another year.
It's insane. I don't know. I don't feel it for a long time, especially after the qualifiers that we lost. So it was unfortunate. And right now we won, especially against G2. It's insane.
I mean, look, it was a tight game overall between you, but even before the game started, we could see in the chat that there's a lot of love and respect between all of you, both teams, really. It's a lot of history between you all.
Yeah, it's a lot of history, and all players from G2 are our close friends, especially Doki, so we're close to each other and we respect each other.
We could see it. And I want to ask you about the map here, because historically there were some issues on Villa. What was the reasoning behind playing it today?
Actually, I don't think we have some problems on Villa. We are struggling after the map pool was bigger. I don't know, from 7 maps to 9 maps.
Yeah.
So we need to adapt and play another maps to prepare them. That's why I think our default maps like Club or maybe Villa start to be less, I don't know how to say.
Structured?
Yes, like that. Yeah. Less good. That's why we struggle on this map sometimes.
Well, today it looked like things were very much under control. I guess, did the starting side affect you? Because it ended up being a 4-2 for the defense, no matter how we split it.
I think we can actually beat them without overtimes because like our first attacks was good. We have open frags, we have everything, but after that they just pushed us somewhere, or we just I don't know, lost some. I don't know what to say. We just completely lost. They pushed us, and we lost all open frags, and that's why we lost our first attacks.
It seemed like it took a while to handle any flanks because Benja especially was just someone that always can lurk and find an opening against you.
Yeah, and I guess like it's not a lot of teams doing this, but they're pushing from all the side to the other side of the map. Like for example, I was in basement alone, and 4 of my teammates was above on trophy attack, and they just three of them go down to push me. And I don't know, not a lot of teams doing this, and it's sometimes it's crazy to see this.
Oh, G2 are a very unique team, and that's why when we're seeing G2 versus VP, we're thinking, okay, this is a big challenge. Now, you got to watch G2 open up the entirety of this league yesterday. Do you feel that's an advantage for you also to sit back and have a day one off?
It was. I don't think so because they played Team Park. That's all. So we just watch and think, oh, it's Team Park. We don't see something new, so we skip this much.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, in terms of strategy, playing against BDS, you never know also what to expect from a team like BDS when you're playing up against them. But to talk about your next game, you go up against TT9 in our next play day, which is on Monday. What do you think we can expect out of that match? Because yes, TT9 had issues yesterday, but they have time to prepare also.
Yeah, of course. Like I don't know. Actually, they're like a new team. They don't have a lot of time to prepare all maps. So I hope it will be a good game as always, because we want to see like good match. And I hope I don't know what to say anymore. Just hope we have a good match.
Fair enough. I mean, it's a good expectation. We got a good game today against G2. I think we really got what we all deserved, which is a good match. No matter who won it at the end, it was incredible to see. Great clutches from Dan. So overall, the team seems to be...
Dan is insane. He's good. And and Pasha's call out today was on another level.
How does it feel to have Pasha in here with what is the old Empire plus Pasha?
Yeah. I don't know. Pasha brings something new to our team. Like before, Shepard was calling out like almost everything, but right now we are all trying to call something that we can see where we can push together or where we can try to find some open frags. So, but Pasha is like second agile.
It worked out very well in game with the callouts and all. Joystick, it's been great to finally get to talk to you again. I feel it's been a long time, but anything you'd like to say to the VP fans out there?
Of course, guys, don't forget to buy the skins, our skins, other team skins, and we all love you. Thank you, guys. Mwah. Thank you for the support.
Thank you very much, Joystick. I feel that there's a lot of these skin announcements coming up in the next, I guess, few days here. Thank you so much, Joystick. Congratulations to Virtus.pro and their comeback here in EU. Till then, take care. We'll be seeing you versus TT9 on Monday. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And there it is. Always a fun time to have a chat with Joystick. We got to know, I think, one important thing that I really needed to understand, which is Pasha's role within this ecosystem, because it's a change in a team that in the past, over multiple years, never really knew change.
Yeah, I think this interview in general gave a lot of good insights on Virtus.pro as to how they operated today, the things they struggled with today, indeed the role that Pasha is bringing into this lineup as well, which is really nice to hear from Joystick himself. And something he touched upon as well is that they said, oh, G2 is pushing us from all these different sides. I think that was a trend that we saw in this entire game. Even G2 themselves seemed to struggle with that. They had Jekyll and Nomad, both teams were struggling about like these backstabs. Even Virtus.pro had some issues with that on their own attacks. But well, it's a good thing for them that they realize that and they can take that into next week's game.
I think just to come back onto that Pasha thing as well is obviously they took a bit of criticism for not taking and keeping Milan, who, you know, played very well. But Pasha dropping into the backline actually enables Dan, and I think it makes them a much more complete roster. And, you know, it's the first game we've seen today, but it looks like it's working.
When you go up against the G2 that is half off the tails of a big win against BDS, world champions, it's not like G2, I don't feel they at all underestimated VP. I don't think this G2 with Fabian and Titan in the background will ever underestimate an opponent. So that is even more praise to VP and their gameplay today. It's a great game overall. Honestly, a great way to start off our play day here, and I'm very excited to see the rest of our day. Speaking of which, we got to see Wild's debut yesterday. We get to see them today playing against Team Secret. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, friends. Game number 2 is about to begin. It'll be a wild one for sure, but it's no secret that we got all the info you need on the desk. Hello, I'm Melosthematic, your host. With me are Anne and Fresh, who are sick of my doo-doo here.
No, it was smooth. I actually like that one. Yeah, it was smooth.
There you go.
I liked it.
A woman of great taste.
Suck up.
As if I have any power with anything, Jack.
That's true.
Okay. Very, very blunt out there. Anyways, let's go through our teams, starting off with Team Secret. Let's put them up on the screen for everybody to see, because the team has a lot to offer. And it seems like, yes, going up against M&M with Twister v Julio, it's a different story that happened yesterday. Still a close, pretty good game, but there's a couple of things to work out.
Yeah, I wasn't too worried necessarily, even though Secret took a loss yesterday. They've obviously made a player change. They've gone to pick up, we've got double grubber for some reason, but they've picked up YZN.
That's insane.
And they've got him in, and he's a young player from 10-star/X10-star who played in CL last year. They're trusting him as the IGL and the captain. So it's a brand new Team Secret with that, I guess, somewhat experience. But they put in, I thought, an okay performance yesterday. I think they were just beaten by the better team.
And yeah, you mentioned okay performance. It was also on a map that was their permaban for the longest of time. So to then take a 4-7 loss, that's not even too bad. They played passive enough on their own defenses, with M&M having a lot of info on their roams, on everything but the side, basically. And Secret played into that perfectly by playing passive.
I think we saw just a little bit of stress. That, we could maybe put that on YZN. We could maybe put that on, some of the more support players where they hadn't just considered those every possibility, and they kept getting beat by the possibility they hadn't considered. So just a little bit of inexperience, but I thought they put in an okay performance yesterday.
Well, what about Wild on the other side? Their debut in the league, but we know most of these players in competition.
I mean, yeah, on their Europe League debut, they seemed very confident, they seemed very coordinated. And for example, if you look at these stats, Jegs just had a really, really good showing yesterday. Tab had a pretty good game too, and confidence really spoke from this roster. Another thing that I really was impressed by is if you have a team that is this new to then get 5 plants down in 6 of your attacking rounds, that's wild, quite literally.
Oh, I see what you did there. See, I appreciate that. There you go. It's all working out well. But what if we were looking at strategy and how they played it in the server? Jack, can you help us out?
Yeah, that's just what I want to focus on, Milos. I want to focus on Wild and those plants that they got in yesterday. Like Anne said, 5 plants. And it wasn't just that they were getting the plants down. We've just seen G2 in the previous game get the plants down, but in a bit of a cheesy fashion. Wild had absolutely everything covered. So if we go into this game, onto Cafe, it's the basement of Cafe. Wild have taken the top 2 floors. There's 30-odd seconds left on the clock. Look at how much they've considered. Now, they dropped the freezer hatch. That's very normal for a lot of teams. And Koi, they actually have a player playing to impact into freezer. What do Wild do? And I've got to pause it very quickly. They smoke that. So Leader tries to impact it. He tries to make that play, but his line of sight is cut off. Koi, by the way, are actually playing a Warden, but the Warden's playing over by main door in terms of Deepak. So then they push their way into sight. What do they then do? They consider that Koi might be playing an Echo. And you just saw it there. I'm just going to wind it back very, very slightly. They find the Echo Cam, they shoot the Echo Cam. It's all very well considered for Wild. Normally we see teams that are so new put these chaotic plants together. So when you're then planting, what more do you need to consider? What are your danger zones? You've got the double door. That is covered by the vertical from above. You've got the double door onto kitchen. That is covered from the smoke. You've then got the other smoke towards the freezer hallway. It is all being completely considered by Wild. They pull off an almost perfect 4v4 execute. You see Koi, they try running in. They die to the double door. And by the way, Jegs hits an insane 180 flick. Jegs is just down here in the corner of your screen here. He kills one, goes to run away, and you'll see him there, just flicks, gets the final kill onto Leon. Wild get a perfect execute where they've considered absolutely everything. And that's something that surprised us, was just how good they were at considering absolutely everything on their attacks.
Very well done by Wild. Now the question, can they replicate that same success on other maps? The depth of map pool is always the second step after the execution on specific sites. So let's see which map we're going to be having for this matchup. Second one that Wilds get to play in 24 hours. And we're going to go to Chalet. Secret had the final say. They'll take out Clubhouse. They start off on the attack. So Wild have picked defense. And your thoughts?
Well, Chalet was a map that Wild banned yesterday, and indeed, as you mentioned, Secret had the last saying in this. It was Clubhouse or Chalet left, and then I'm a bit surprised by them picking Chalet, I will be honest with you, because it seems that their preference for Chalet and Clubhouse is around the same, but their win rate on Clubhouse has been better in recent history. So for them to pick a map, maybe they thought, hey, this was a map that Wild banned yesterday, maybe because of them having a smaller map pool, since they are a newer team, maybe we can have the upper hand on that, because Wild doesn't seem to like this map.
Yeah, I think, Secret have been left with two maps that are high preference, but that they haven't had recent results on. And I think that's always the case. Is it might just be that Chalet was a little bit less recent. They played a lot of Clubhouse at SI, and they did get some good recent results on it, but they also lost it quite a lot as well.
A correction, Secret starting on defense, Wild is on attack.
Yeah.
Just to make it clear, Graphic has that one thing. But would that have an impact on this game?
Chalet is a very 50-50 map in that sense, in that it's the one thing that I love about Chalet as a map is it's got 4 sites. You can defend it multiple ways, you can attack it multiple ways. So some teams will make it look very defender-sided, some teams will make it look very attacker-sided. So it's very much down to team preference.
We also have to mention that this was the last ban that Wild did in their map ban yesterday. So potentially there is a bit of a favor there for them, or maybe a little bit of a preference. I'm curious to see what will happen if they can indeed keep up that good trend that they showed yesterday.
All right, Fresh, and thank you very much. It's Team Secret versus their opponents on the opposite side. Wild, we get to see them facing off against one another. Who will take it? Well, we're going to have to see with our casters. It's Ace and Des. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Welcome back over to the desk. Tim, quick question for you. Someone tagged me on Twitter and said I look like the frontman of an early 2000s emo band. Is that right?
Always. Not even just now.
No, this...
Always.
Not always.
Always. That's definitely your aesthetic.
We'll put that to one side. We'll focus on the game. I'm keen to see what the fallout boy of this game is going to turn out to be. Chalet!
Oh!
He got it! I'm excited to see how this game breaks down between these two teams. I think many of us think Wild are going to take this one. Do you think they will?
No.
Do
I
you think
predicted
the right sin's not touching this, Tim?
I've predicted Secret for this one. I think it's going to be a little bit...
Oh, we've got to fill Tim. Oh, what a shame. Production have asked Des and Tim to fill. Oh, no. How will they ever manage?
I don't know. We'll start off with the Siege.
Yeah,
Secret versus Wild. I've gone for Secret.
This looked pretty light.
I think it's going to be very 50-50. I think it's going to be very tough for both teams. I'm not... Wild were fantastic yesterday. I don't know if we're going to see back-to-back performances like that. But what I will say, if Wild win today, they're on 6 points, halfway through the group stage, and pretty much are going to be in the top 3. Like, at that point, like, that's fantastic.
What I look from that is like you said, you've guaranteed yourself top 3 for all intents and purposes.
I don't know I haven't done the maths on it, but pretty much.
Where's Hat when you need him?
I would expect at 6 points you're going to be top 3. I would at that point, because you've got 2 teams that have lost games there that are then going to be limited on the points they can pick up. They start pinching them away from other teams. I think one way that I will put it is Wild really won't have much to do if they win this. That I will guarantee.
Absolutely. Well, 30 seconds to Mars and 30 seconds till the game. I'm sure once we've rifled our way through these bans, we've got Secret starting off on the defense, Wild on the attack, which means Secret are going to start out in the bans here with the first attacking ban being taken away. Maybe we see something like the Ying coming through like we spoke about earlier on. We've seen a couple of Jackal bans on this map historically as well. First one is going to be that Ying, as mentioned, Tim. Big execute-based operator. Not surprised to see it taken off the board.
No, not at all. Obviously Fresh has touched on Wild's execute yesterday, brought one down fantastically for us. But yeah, so many plants going down, and it was something that I really enjoyed from Wild. So, if you're Team Secret, what do? Yeah, let's take away one of those execution operators. Let's try and make it more difficult for them. Knock follows up as the second attacker.
It's go on, surely, Tim, surely. It's a knock ban. There's a line in there.
Well, there's lots of lines in there. Knock again. We've seen quite a few knock bans.
We've seen quite a few knock picks since we got started yesterday.
When available, absolutely.
Oh,
it's very powerful at the minute. Very, very powerful.
When she holds 25% of the possible available frag grenades in the game at the moment, yeah, no surprise at all. With a really good gadget as well, just slipping through technology. For those who don't know, her gadget basically makes her invisible to cameras for a short while, and
so
very
she
capable.
Doesn't run.
as long as she doesn't run. And then you get a little weird
It's like
bit
a
of
glitch.
distortion.
It's not.
Yeah, you get like distortion on the screen, so you can see where she is, but still incredibly annoying to deal with. And our last two then coming through, I think I saw the Azami and the Solis. Yep, there we go. Azami and Solis, our last two being taken away as well. So let's get into things and see how Wild fare on their attacks. I think many today are favouring Wild to win, but if we learned anything from that first game of the night, Tim, upsets are very possible here in EU.
As I say, I've predicted, I always do my little predictions before the play day starts. I've gone for Secret for this one. Like I say, Wild came out like a rocket yesterday, to be fair. And I'd love to see it continue. You know me, I absolutely love an underdog story. I absolutely love, those teams that come out and surprise us. I would love to see it continue. I just think we're going to see a bit more from Secret and maybe a little bit less from Wild. But one thing I do know is this is going to be a close game.
I'm hoping so. I mean, you're saying you know, but you can't guarantee.
Oh, we'll find out.
What if Wild roll through 6 attacks in a row?
I don't think they will. Oh, they will. I think it's...
Oh, you got to guarantee it, though, because you said you guaranteed it's not going to be a close.
I genuinely think both of these teams are very evenly matched. I would be surprised if we see less than 11 rounds.
Well, I'm hoping we get that way, and maybe even all the way through to overtime, Tim. We had a great one earlier on Villa. I'd love to see yet another. Time will tell. For now, we've got Secret out and about around the map, scattering those Valk cams to the high winds just to feed that information back and forth as and when required. Gives them an idea as to where the attack comes from as well. It does mean there's a bit of work to do for the attacking side to get those cleared away, but also not forgetting if Zukavi can find a kill early on, can get those cams hacked, those black eye cams do start to work for the attackers too.
Rapid from Wild there, no messing about. 20 seconds into the round, and they're going to get that snowmobile breach open. They're likely going to look for a multi-sided push, which is something that I like attacking onto this side, but we have seen recently, it used to be a very turtle sort of base defence site did this. It was pretty much try and lock it down, try and keep those walls closed, maybe play from the hatch a little bit. But teams figured that out on the attack very, very well. So what we've seen over the last couple of months, there you go, doesn't find his man. What we've seen over the last couple of months is the defensive strategy sort of changing, and we've got this, much more sort of whole map defense. You're going to have to come and find us, you're going to have to close us down, and that's exactly what Ace does. Manages to take down YZM, finds another one onto Sleb, and the nade finding its mark this time. Great use of his utility, and what a start from Aces with a double.
That's what you want from him as well. He was one of the quieter players on the team yesterday, I think right up until the last round. In fact, no, the whole way through was the lowest rated or the lowest kill player on the team. Not the sort of performance that we used to see from Aces. And I say that in a game where the whole team played exceptionally well and there were very few kills available to him. But you do expect normally to see him at the forefront of the killing spree in this team. 2 to start out the round, and Wild are pulling out what looks to be the El Clasico execute on this side, Tim.
Right now, Team Secret have got every problem possible when defending this site. They've lost their roamers, they've managed to put one back out there, but they've got snowmobile wall open, they've got trench wall, and they've got wine wall all open. So every angle is into site. There is nowhere safe inside a site. We're going to have the diffuser going down any second, I would expect. They have to deal with pillars, but that has now been done. Savage is going to be taken out, as is Astro. There's not going to be time for Packbull to finish this at this rate. As the peak comes around, Groovy's trying to do anything he can. Packbull will secure the plant, but it is now a matter of time, surely, until Groovy gets taken down.
They've executed this just like Tim's rank stack. There's only one left standing in Connector, and he is not long for this world.
So true.
I do want to go back towards what Fresh said in the pre-game as well, when he brought up the illustration of Wild's excellent attacks. We've just saw another one there as well. Very, very to the method. Flashbang in towards Connector. Full flashed out the player that was stood in behind Pillar. He could do nothing, could not swing in, and they had full control of that site from start to finish. Really smartly played. Secret going to have to try a different site, I imagine, try some different ideas.
Absolutely. Very, very good, very impressive from Wild once again. The thing is, what I would say there that was particularly impressive from Wild, aside from the mechanical elements, getting the access, getting the kills, it was just the sort of higher level general understanding of how to attack that side. It was great. They know that now.
They played in the Tim rank stack.
Well, be that as it may, Des, we've got a very good win rate on that side, is all I'll say. But genuinely, you know, they recognised exactly what the defence was. Yep, they spread around the map. Right, so we go and get those couple of kills. We then push onto site. They've already got Snowmobile open. For anybody, you know, wondering, you know, what's the importance of that, why am I mentioning it? It makes it very difficult for the defenders inside a site. It's not necessarily, it used to be that you'd try and open Snowmobile wall, go in and put the diffuser down inside of it. That's not really the play anymore. Ooh, he doesn't quite find his man. But once you get that Snowmobile wall open, it means the defenders have constantly got to be checking it because somebody could come and peek there. It's just a constant, it's like playing with a wasp in the room, and it becomes a constant problem for them. And again, it was just great understanding from Wild of how to do that, and it was just, you know, ticking box after box after box. Great attack. Coming into this a round ago, I said, I'm not sure we're going to see the same, you know, level of performance out of Wild week in, week out, play day in, play day out. But right now, one round in, I tell you what, it doesn't look like it's gone anywhere yet.
Yeah, normally I say the half to see how the other team performs when we switch sides. Clearly in the heroic TT9 game yesterday, it did not matter. So give it 3 rounds to see each side being played out and then how they deliver. That's what I'm most excited to see. Patbull finds one, instant response though coming out from Sleben. Good trade coming out for Team Secret.
Hungry, he's just going to be down on the basement stairs there. Thinks that there's somebody to be dealt with this. As he's going to find one, Jegs another. I'll tell you what, it's just... one piece after another just tumbles in favour of Wild at the minute. They just can't seem to do anything wrong. Sleben starts to push his way back in towards the main lobby, but he's going to be picked up by a drone there, so he's going to have to rethink. And right now, Wild have the site, Des. They've got no vertical. That's a problem. Secret, you know, with Savage can play from above if he manages to get this kill. But other than that, Wild, they've got another opportunity to plant, apart from the fact they don't have diffuser in hand.
They're trying to recover it here, but it's being so mindful of the players. Yeah, I mean, Hungary's managed to get it back on side. I think that was almost like the ghost of the icon hanging over there on the way in the downstairs, but they have recovered it. They are going in for the plant. They have got the vertical, the timing on that as well. Savage almost in a perfect spot to be able to get the blast down, but simply not going to happen. Wild get the plant down, and Tim, we know how difficult this site can be to retake.
Absolute nightmare, especially if you don't have top floor. They've had to drop back down. Sleben's going to be pushing in from the main lobby, and they're trying to get that top floor, use a bit of vertical where they can, but Savage knows he can't focus on the bomb because he's got somebody on the window. He's going to be constantly pressured, constantly challenged from all sides. They're just throwing utility at him. They're just doing everything they can to make his life a living nightmare. He tries to take the challenge onto the single window, shut down by Teb with a pistol, and that is going to be the round for Wild once again. And again, another great execute. It's almost like Wild have figured out that if you put the diffuser down in this game, you quite often win the round.
Yeah.
Have any of the other teams thought of this?
It's funny you say that. I was looking at the stats yesterday. 5 of 6 rounds yesterday Wild planted him.
Yep.
Heroic planted in 6 of 6 attacking rounds.
There you go. And they were the 2 best performing teams, I would say.
Weird, that.
Overall.
Very weird.
Yeah.
Fresh is looking at me really weird. Do you not believe in my stats, do you not? I'm 99% sure. I did do a little dig before the day today, unless I've got the team wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was heroic.
There was a bit there that I love that you said, do you not believe in my stats? And Fresh sort of held his hands up like, no, I believe him. But then immediately scrolled on his on his tablet and straight onto the laptop.
I will take a look as well. Let's see what comes out of this.
I will cover round 3 for the time being.
Please do.
Let's have a look.
Very fair chance I've got the wrong team, to be fair, when I was scrolling through. But, you know, I'll give Fresh that.
Let's have
He's
a
better
look
with stats than me.
Secret are going to be playing with the castle. Sleben's going to just be blocking off that route through to West Main. It's down into basement again. And honestly, Secret, I'm not too sure about this choice. You know, they were absolutely decimated down here in round 1. Wild made it look easy. They just took them apart piece by piece. They, you know, just ticked every checkbox on the list as they went towards that victory. And honestly, Team Secret are really going to have to bring something different if they want the outcome to be different. And the main thing is they're going to have to win gunfights out in the map. That's the top and bottom of it. And so far, Team Secret have got 3 kills. They need to be finding more. They need to be winning those fights on the top floor.
I've submitted my evidence to Fresh. I'm awaiting fair judgment. Am I wrong?
Pending
Or
approval.
am I right? Am I right?
It's a hand.
Oh, he doesn't know. Oh, okay. It's looking a bit ropey now. We'll find out on the conclusion of this epic battle of stats in about 20 seconds' time. For now, it's Astro winning out the battle against Jegs, a feat that not many players can claim to. Secret up into a 5v3 with 2 great kills, though, Tim. Great one removing as well, Jegs and Ace, because you get rid of those 4 frag grenades and 2 of the entries for this team.
Well, if you remember just 30, 40 seconds ago, I said they need to win the gunfights on the top floor. They need to be winning the gunfights out in the map. And that's exactly what they've done. They've set themselves up to win this site now. Savage, he's going to get the kill onto Hungry. It leaves us 2 versus 5. They've got the hard breach of Packball, but to be honest, they need more than that. They're going to need more cover. They need to be finding some kills and maybe, you know, as we've said, Packball, you don't always bring him along for kills. You know, YZN, he's going to find one, and then the challenge comes into blue. Teb, it is, who manages to find his man, and all of a sudden, this looks like it could be a bit more doable, 2 versus 3.
Do you believe, Tim? Do you believe in the wild 2v5?
I don't yet.
It's building towards it as Teb gets flashed by Packball, bless him.
There's plenty of
Trying
time.
to march his way forward, but Packball's managed to transition all the way out towards the other side here. They've got a shield to play behind if they try and go for a plant, but they don't have the vertical, Tim, and I know how much you love this vertical.
Well, it could be a problem, but it's not necessarily here. Because there's only 3 members of Team Secret left, they're not heavily present on site. So there could have been an opportunity. I switched what I was saying very quickly there. I was going to say there will be an opportunity. There could have been an opportunity for Packball to put that diffuser down somewhere else in sight in a little off-plant spot. But as it was, Team Secret able to collapse back onto site. A better result from them. The big difference being they didn't lose those 2 men in the early fights. And that was very, very important. Now we're having a textbook Twister timeout early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, don't blame him. Overall, I think it's a good chance. You've seen 3 rounds, you've seen the different sites, in this case, the same site twice, and it's a chance to go, cool, what have we learned? What have we got to course correct going into the other sites? We've recovered one, but we can recover on to more. So I don't at all dislike this. I think it's quite good from Twister to call it in so early. Better to course correct any mistakes that you can see obviously running through the team early on than letting a few more rounds slip away and then look to make your correction.
Well, we know that Twister's one of those coaches, as you know, from the fantastic listenings that we got at SI, it started to give us a real picture of the difference in styles between coaches and, you know, what they try to bring to those timeouts. And we know that Twister is one of those coaches that tries to bring quite a hands-on, practical approach. You know, what has he seen in the game so far? What do you need to change? Where are the problems coming? How can you deal with those? You know, whereas some coaches are maybe focusing more on team mentality or, you know, energy, you know, all sorts of different things that different coaches focus on. But Twister was very sort of strategy-based, very hands-on, sort of tactical-based. And so I would expect to see Team Secret, as you say, coming out with some changes here. I would have expected Twister to give them some things like, this is what you need to change, this is what you need to do, sort of actionable things that they can go away and alter.
Absolutely. Well, getting back into things in just a moment is the game plan. No clue. Us neither. Time will tell.
We'll get back in as soon as we can do. Secret, I think they're... oh, there we go.
Would that be
also
why?
got an interesting player cam screen. Yeah, I think Secret, as I say, they recognised what had happened in the first round. They adapted well. So I think overall, a good round for Secret. If they can get themselves another one here, you know, go back to back. They go in again. It's at least showing on the screen at the minute. We'll see whether it changes when we get into the round. But for the time being, it looks like it's going to be Bar and Gaming. And if that's the case, again, I'd feel confident for them, really. You know, they've lost Wine. They've lost Bar and Gaming. They've come back, they've adapted, they've won Wine. I would expect them to be able to apply those adaptations and potentially take this site as well.
Absolutely. So you may have just seen them for a second as well. There's an extended tactical pause coming in for one of the teams. I believe Secret have that to kind of balance out what we had coming in for the other side of Wild there. I think they had audio issues, so they basically get a repeat of what the other side have, but they don't get it at the same time. So basically 2 separate tactical pauses rather than overlapping as we are used to, but we should get back into things then in about 30 seconds or so. So based on what we've seen so far, we spoke a lot about aces. We spoke about how yesterday he was one of the lower fraggers on the team, and it's not at all to highlight and say he was playing bad. It's just the team was delivering so well overall that he was struggling to get himself, you know, away and sideways. Just simply could not get involved in the game to the level that maybe he would have liked. Started this game in much more emphatic fashion, and for a second it looked like Secret might slightly drop off, but they themselves have also battled their way back into things. It is 2-1. We've just had the tactical pause, and now we get to see how the second quarter of the game progresses.
There we go. We'll get back into things. It's going to be round 4 then. Bar and Gaming will be the side. We saw this back in round 2. The attackers of Wild were able to get the win. They got some good top floor control. They managed the space in Library, cleared out the site, and ultimately were able to get in and get a diffuser down. So again, what do Team Secretly do differently here? What I want to see is keeping hold of that Library space, using those 3 points that we know are so important to holding onto that Library space. We're going to try and keep hold of Mezzanine, try and keep hold of top blue, try and keep hold of the Library box or Library corner, whichever you choose to go for. Keep that space, don't let Wild have the vertical, and they can't put the diffuser down. Force them to play through piano, force them to play into office, don't let them go so direct.
Absolutely. A couple of cat cans being scattered around. We saw one onto the box door inside a Library. A couple here double stacked up on that master bedroom door that leads in towards piano. Just hoping there and relying on Wild pushing in from that north side and trying to move quite swiftly through that top floor, maybe not being as I suppose deep on the droning as maybe you'd like them to be. Patball, the ideal target here as well on the Amaru, comes swinging in, charges his way forward. Yep, there are 2 cat cans to run straight his way into. Savage still lurking up on this top side as well with the support of Astro playing on Library stairs. Rightly so, Secret want to get out in the map and cause a little bit of bother, but you have to be careful about leaving too much open for Wild here to just look directly at the site, Tim.
Another drone hole Claymore for you to add to your ranked collection there. We saw the one on Villa, we spoke about the one on Clubhouse, and there is another one directly into the site here on Chalet. Savage is going to be taken down by Patball. What a great entry from Patball on the Amaru. As we've said, you know, Patball has really impressed us yesterday and today with his ability to bring kills. You know, doing fantastically well. Would love to see that continue. That's a 5 versus 4 and a good start for Wild, but Secret still have those important positions that I spoke about. They've got Mezzanine, they've got top blue, they can hold on to Library.
Yeah, worth referencing Patball. You know, I mentioned him a little bit yesterday. I was trying not to be too mean to him because I do like the guy, but was always regarded as the go-to plant bot. You hold down F for the team. He wasn't really seen as a proficient gunner, was quite low in rating as a result. But yesterday went 8-4 and has started strong so far today. His teammate Jegs, meanwhile, had a real strong day yesterday, and that is not slowing down today. Up to 4-1 as Secret are forced down towards the depths of the basement.
Yeah, this is better from Wild. You know, we're sort of back and forth here. Wild have a couple of good rounds, get a lot of kills, and Secret respond to that. But then Wild are able to double down and find them once again. They've got the Library control that I spoke about. That was where Secret needed to hold on to, and they've just been unable. And the pressure is going to mount. There's still a minute left to go. I would expect in the next 30 seconds, maybe 40, that we will see Wild getting that diffuser down.
Yeah, Jegs does it all as well, clearing out all that utility, opening up the hatches, getting the soft floor removed as well, just trying to make it as uncomfortable as possible for Secret. YZN especially is the one here playing inside a Wine in a pretty tricky position to unsettle unless you have nades on side. They're going to have to push him and try and kill him if they want to get good control of the site. Has a little bit of support, and Sleben is waiting on the upstairs for the backstab. I don't think Wild are aware, Tim.
I don't think they are at all, and that could be a big problem. Sleben could really even things up here with some vertical control. Gets one onto Jegs. Can he find Packbull? They know that the fight is coming, but no, Packbull taken down as well, and that levels things up, and what a swing for Secret. 15 seconds left to go, and Wild are in a position of having to try and retake top floor, but whilst that happens, 2 kills come in, and this is surely Secret's round now. 1 versus 2, diffuser not in hand. There is little that Aces can do.
That's such a shame as well because they were in such a commanding position. I mean, it was a great backstab coming out of Secret in at that 3 versus 5. It looked to be like they were done, due to get overwhelmed by the numbers. But with all 5 players still standing up for Wild there as well, no one really sat watching the drones, or if there were even any in the first place. That 2K backstab on the upstairs with a bit of a lack of communication coming in from the attackers just gifts around over to the side of Secret. 2-2, things now sit at.
Going to be heading into our third site now. It's going to be Master and Office. And as I suggested, Team Secret have shown great adaptability there. They lost Wine, they lost Bar. They've come back and won both of them. There was a big play from Sleben towards the end of the round there. And again, it was that fight over Library control that I spoke about. Whilst you had your 2 men up there, it was possible for them to think about getting the diffuser down. But as soon as Sleben cleared those out, found those 2 2 kills, took the sledge and took Pack Bull as well on the Amaru, it was pretty much over for Wild at that point. There was not going to be an opportunity for them to put the diffuser down. So really well played, Secret. And that was, you know, not even just necessarily a strategical adaptation, it was a mid-round adaptation. You know, we need to take that top floor back. Great decision, great call from the IGL, and that's going to leave us now 2-2 on the scoreboard.
And up to Master Office we go, Tim, so no rotating back down through the downstairs sites. Of course, winning 2 of those in the last 3 means at least 1 is locked away. The basement one would have been locked off and they didn't want to go back to, oh, sorry, Bar and Gaming locked
Both
away,
locked.
sorry. Yep, because they put 2 in a row. It was 2-0, wasn't it? Up to 2-2.
It is.
So now we go towards Master Office as that 3rd site, so not going to see Kitchen and Dining being employed and made use of here. Ace is the one already up pretty quickly here as well. Out with the calls, onto the drones he goes, whilst we've got Jegs looking in on the downstairs, as you can see, opening up below with the sledgehammer. A really good cute angle that you open up by doing this is that you get direct access straight up towards the solar stairs, and you can put a real good challenge in from below, prevents the defenders moving around as freely as they might like.
Yeah, you can use nades to clear out the utility and clear out any players that are on there. You can actually shoot through as well and open up the next level searing.
Yeah.
You can play the 3 exactly onto that one spot. You know, you can open that floor up and it just prevents anybody playing outside of there. They haven't chosen to do that yet, but as you say, they may be just trying to encourage the player onto it.
They don't want to bait it. Patbull's playing on the Hibana. He had all of his X-Kyros shot off because Groovy went pretty aggressive there to shoot them all away. If they bait him out again with some more of the X-Kyros pellets and then you make the play from downstairs, it could be beautiful. But Groovy denies that chance away from Aces, taking him down through the vertical.
They are not easy shots to hit, even just in a straightforward challenge vertically through the bars. It can be difficult, but Groovy finding a super tight angle there to take down Aces. There is a response though as YZN goes down. This is a nitro, but no, Hungry. He manages to get himself away. Might be hungry, but he wasn't going to eat that one up. Des gets away from there, keeps on the double window, and the pressure remains in sight.
Yep, still at 4v4 as well. Lots of kind of dancing around these vertical holes, and this really has been the story of the round, has all been about the vertical. No lateral gunfights coming in just yet, but only 2 victims equally going down, 1 for either side. Sleben just daring someone to step into the trophy window as well, as been watching it for the last 45 seconds or so, and that smoke might be enough to force out a little bit of action from the side of the defenders, but for now, no one moves until finally Patbull strikes onto Sleben.
A little bit of action indeed as the Hibana manages to find a kill, but then will be traded out by Groovy, leaving us now 3 versus 3. They know that the pressure is mounting from Wild. They're wanting to get themselves inside of windows. They're going to have to, because at the minute they're almost completely outside of the map. A couple of kills though, Teb and Jegs, that really swings things again in their favour. 3 versus 1, 27 seconds left to go. There is another opportunity to get a diffuser down, but no, Hungry will find the final kill before they can think about it. Savage taken out, and that's going to be round for Wild, 3-2.
I think Hungry there showing the discipline. We saw it a lot in F in the first-person view as well, that I think many don't tend to hold when they play things like Ranked In. He sat there for them that window for the best part of 2 minutes.
Window, to be fair.
Yeah. Sat there for 2 minutes waiting for the cross to come through. You saw the defenders looking to try and reverse challenge it, was getting C4'd onto. For all intents and purposes, he was playing a really hungry role. Quite literally how Hungry used to play things was to be the flex player for his team. He'd play Monty, he'd play Ying, he'd play Capitao. No doubt he'll draw a lot of bans in towards that Ying this season, as it has been his go-to operator for the longest of times, even though we haven't seen him play for about 15 months here in Tier 1. But he was in a really patient spot, just sat and did his job for his team there, didn't get impatient, and ultimately was rewarded with the final kill of the round.
Yeah, the reason that double window is so important, if it's not maybe a position, you know, that you play yourself or that you know what's going on, usually the wall will be soft that's in front of you. There'll be a rotation in there. You can see all the way through to piano. You can see all the way through to bathroom door. So what you effectively do by sitting on that window is you completely cut the site in half. So as a defender, you've really got to try and do something about that position if you can, whether that's a run out, a jump out, but often, you know, it will be in combined with a Claymore, with Nomad air jabs. There'll be something to deal with those potential threats, because it can be such a power position, and the defenders, you know, it becomes a fatigue element. The defenders, after a minute, 2 minutes, they forget about it. They forget that some, you know, I need to move through to the other side of site, and bang, you've snapped, you've got him. Yep. And that's exactly what Hungry's done there. And like you say, that's where that patience comes in, knowing that the opportunity will present itself. Brilliantly played. So we move on to round 6. It's going to be the final defensive round for Team Secret. And Jegs, he's not messing about. He's straight into library here, Des.
He is straight inside. It was Aces in the previous round. Here it's Jegs, the one looking to move in pretty quick and just taking out cameras on his march all the way through. Now, obviously we aren't playing on the upstairs site, but often what you'll see here, in case this is your first time watching Siege, is that you often have to defend a site from above. If you can't defend it by holding the rooms adjacent to it, you tend to try and play from above as long as there is soft flooring to make use of, and that's exactly what Team Secret have gone for here. Reinforcing up a few of these walls, forcing utility to come out of Wild to get control of rooms that aren't anything really to do with the site, but the attackers themselves want control of it, so they can start looking through the vertical holes, forcing defenders to squirm a little bit, and then looking for the execute when they've gained enough ground from above.
And that's why you see Wild almost sort of attacking two sites here. They've gone to attack that top one. They've opened the office wall. That's going to prevent defenders from staying in there. And then Packbull on the thermite heads downstairs and he opens the actual site wall. So they've now got that path in. They still need to deal with and make sure there are no defenders up on that top floor. Because as you say, Des, they will deny any plant attempt from above potentially. But with the wall being open, that will go a long way. Now then, Packbull, I think he knows Savage is there. He's definitely holding the angle and Savage has got himself stuck here, Des. Packbull's actually run away. He's going to allow Savage back into things here. There's an option now for him to be able to rotate out, but that's a smart decision from Packbull. He doesn't want to be doing something like leaving diffusers in bad areas and, you know, the utility that goes with it as well.
I was going to comment on exactly the same. Dropping it down near Aces in case Packbull did go down, but now that he's used both of his exothermics, Packbull can, for all intents and purposes, function like a little bit of a fragger. Obviously, his role is still to try and get the diffuser down, but arguably anyone can do that. He's still in a spot now with the utility being used that can be his focus if he wants it to be, or can go a little bit more free form and start looking for kills. But here we go. Stepping in, he goes in behind the bomb chassis, holds down F like any good support could. And speaking of support, Hungry's in there with the smokes and the firebolts, everything coming out wonderfully, and Seven cannot get above in time. This will be really hard for the side of Secret now to stake a comeback because these long angles are available. Wild can just sit far back and look for these kills as they've already done. 2 quick kills coming through, and Secret will have nothing to find a way back into this round.
Sure misses his opportunity there. Teb taking him down for the window. 4 versus 1 now. This round almost certainly over. YZN does indeed get cut down from the same position. It was clinical from Wild. I'd like to... That's a round that I will watch back because the wall... I don't feel like there was a ton of effort from Wild to sort of take control of top floor. They went in, they opened office wall, Packbull dipped straight out of there. You know, there was a bit more of a push on the top floor, but we saw Sleben moving back upstairs at the end of the round, trying to take that vertical back. And I'd be interested to see just exactly what Wild were doing to hold on to that space, and maybe whether Secret could have done that a little bit sooner.
I think it was quite smart because with the breach being opened up, you assume there might be a player playing on backstairs inside of the lobby with the long angle challenge. So you can't come through a rotate between Master and Office, for example. So Sleben was forced to go via Piano and try and work his way on towards the single door to then get inside of Office to be able to challenge those vertical angles. The problem was that very sensibly, Wild had a player inside of Library who had opened up some of the soft walls inside the box, looking straight through towards Piano, and we saw Sleben step across and just get cut down as soon as he tried to step forward to look for any kind of vertical play. So again, going back to Fresh's point before this game started, it's more really well constructed assaults coming out from Wild. They've thought about every possibility. They have an answer ready for it. And Secret are kind of trying their luck and poking here, there and everywhere, trying to find a way through these setups. But Wild are just leaving no gaps in their executes like that.
I tell you what, I know...
Oh, wow.
Packbull absolutely
what is going on with Packbull? Honestly.
I tell
Piece of bull.
He's obviously hearing, you know, we say, oh, well, you know, he's maybe not the player you focus on for frags, but he's certainly teaching us a lesson at the minute that he can definitely be that guy, Des.
He's that guy. Very quick for proving himself to be just that as well. I know it's 5 and 4. It's not quite holding a candle up to the other 3 members of his team. 6-3, 6-2, 7-3. Fantastic first half for Jegs, Teb and Aces. But the reason why we keep on highlighting Packbull is, again, that history behind this player. Not known to be a fragger, low rated normally, but is really holding himself up alongside many others.
Fantastic. You love to see it. You know, Wild as well. Overall, you know, welcome to EU. They've come in here. I know a lot of the players aren't new to this level of play, or EUL itself even. But as a team, as an org, they're brand new and they're coming in here and absolutely running things at the minute in this group.
The thing is, they've got M&M and Wolves as their last 2 games that they'll be playing.
Tough couple of games to go into, but what a way to set up for it.
I mean, if they beat one of those teams, they've locked in essentially a spot at the major. They're on 9 points at that stage. Nothing to worry about. You'll be laughing.
Well, they certainly, exactly that. You know, they're certainly into those matches where one best of 3 is going to get them there. You know, that is very real possibility with the way that things are playing out. But but they do have 2 difficult games to come. So, but like I say, they've got a great foundation for it. Good nade from Astro, going to level things up 4 versus 4 halfway through the round, and still Secret trying to get full control over Library.
And again, we can't commend Wild without commending Secret for also good team play. Flashes preceding frag grenades to make sure no magnets were around. And they get the freebie into that back corner of Library and pick up a free kill. Still, 4 versus 4 as we come towards that final 60 seconds or so. This is where Secret have got to start thinking about putting together this execute. And for now, at least, Wild still have full control of Library. Not the spot you want to be in, as you have no vertical control. It means if you do step in and try and look for a plant, you are in hot bother.
Could be difficult for them here, looking to push through that double window. Savage is going to work his way up from the basement, but YZN straight into the Frostmat. Astro does manage to find Teb, though. That's a big one. It gives Library control, and that leaves us now in effectively a 3 versus 2 with YZN down, but with 40 seconds, they might take the opportunity to get him back on his feet. Hungry. Trying to hold on, but he's not going to be able to, as Groovy manages to slap him on the reverse angle, and it's all up to Jegs.
This has got Jegs written all over it as well, unless Groovy can win this one. The timing is unreal. Gets 2 for himself, and now the others have got to respond. Savage finds the kill. Thought Jegs would take that for a second. Right idea, but not the dream execution. And Secret pull us up to 4 and 3.
Great start on the attack for Secret. Exactly what they wanted there. You know, they can sort of forget the few wars that they experienced through the first half, and they can really start focusing into the back end of this game, the meat of it, where it counts. And at the beginning of this, I said that I would be surprised to see any less than 11 rounds, and we're in a position where that's almost a certainty here. The best it could be is 10 if Wild were to go on and win it from here, but I don't think that's the case, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a second one go into those additional overtime rounds between these two, because it's very close. I give Wild the edge at the minute, but Secret are certainly in the fight.
I mean, they have the edge in so many ways. Again, if you sum up the kills on either side right now, Wild are ahead by some margin. So, you know, the rounds that Secret have won have come down to the wire a little bit more so than the ones where Wild have walked away the winner. I can think of a couple where they've walked away essentially in a 5 versus 1 and all but flawless the round, if not for one death coming through in the late stages. Not to take away from Secret, though, there is still plenty of time to pull this one back and start delivering the goods. Here we go with this hold up here inside of Dining. As we've spoken about so many times, Tim, for this site, you need to have control of Dining if you are the defenders. If you concede it, the attackers will use it against you in the post plant.
This is it, and that has sort of bled out into the rest of the map, and it is much more about holding the entirety of it if you can. You know, quite often players, as I've said, up on the top floor, it was a great job that Wild did in the first round to clear those out. The Thatcher is going to support YZN. Sleben there just dropping the EMPs in. Packball going for the electrical trick, but not going to be successful, and that sees Snowmobile open just about as quick as Wild did it. So a good start to the attack here. As I say, Secret unlikely to play that, and as I explained earlier, if you wonder why are they opening that if they're not going to play there, it's about distraction, it's about discomfort, it's about making it difficult for those defenders, because they have to keep an eye on it just in case somebody comes back.
Yeah, I'm always calling it phantom pressure is a word that a phrase that I made up and used once, and it's kind of stuck for me ever since. But it is that idea of, like you say, in case someone is there, you can't just ignore it. You have to assume someone is always there, because if you don't, well, someone will be there and you'll die. Just the way that it works. 2 members of Wild both moving their way back down. Jegs and Ace is the 2 entries for this team, realising, okay, there's no full map clear coming in here. We need to get the hell back towards site, because we are not going to be finding ourselves any freebies anytime soon. Though if they hold true here, they might be in a good spot, because there is one player holding out towards this north side. Right sort of idea, but they're not expecting Groovy to actually be inside the garage already. Although part of me thinks, okay, surely they have the right idea. I love the placing with the Claymores, by the way, on the hatch. If they try and drop down there, they are dead.
Hungry manages to pick up Savage, starts things off. That's going to be the Brava by the wayside. Don't know whether she was successful in managing to claim any of the electronics or not. We'll find out as the round goes on. Astro's in a position here to potentially have a little creep down main stairs. That could be absolutely devastating if Wild aren't prepared for it.
Well, this is the thing. They've got options, right? They started to put a little bit of pressure out towards West Main side with the push coming in through Big Car Garage. They've got 2 or 3 hanging around lobby. We know the main hatch is opened up. There are choices available to them here. So really for Wild, it's a bit of a guessing game. You know, where do we respond to? What do we do? And Hungry is the one out on the roam on this ground floor, looking to find whatever he can. But these long angles and the UMP, not too sure about that.
No, they don't really go hand in hand, but right now they're just starting to suffer from attrition here, and there's no hard breach left available for Secret. Obviously, both exothermic charges have been used, and that's why you see YZN coming back down to the snowmobile. The rear side is not going to be open, and if Wild are able to figure that out, it's going to be kill after kill, and they will take them down because they know they can just focus on the front side. That's exactly what they did, and a great round from Wild on the defence to close it out. It's going to be 5-3.
Bit of a flurry of a 3K coming in the end there, and again, I'll commend Secret for having so many options available to them, but when they actually come around to pulling the trigger, Wild looked largely unbothered. The main threat they had was a couple of flashbangs coming in towards Connector, so the 3 players sat around blue or behind the bookcases you saw there at the very end from the Warden, more than enough to respond to the threat coming down. One on towards main breach, one on towards main stairs. Absolutely no bother at all. Kitchen and Dining going to be the first time we've seen this site, I believe, Tim, between these two teams.
No, we saw it. We saw it already. There was one attack on there. It was round 6. It was the final defensive round. I
remember saying in round 5, I haven't seen it yet. We won't see it, and now here we are seeing it again.
We did. We had the discussion about top floor control opening off as well.
Yes, we did. You are correct.
So we will see. Will the attackers of Team Secret play into a similar style or not? They don't have the thermite on side. YZM will be able to do the same job with the Hibana, of course. Couple of pellets on that office wall, create that pressure and move those top floor defenders. But Wild, they know the value of the top floor. They used it to their advantage, able to get the diffuser down. I think we're going to see a much stronger hold from them up on the top floor. I don't think they're going to be moved quite so easily.
It feels like a bit of a rarity to see a Maestro these days.
Certainly is. You know, the cameras, for those not familiar, did have a little bit of a change. They were much more powerful when originally brought out, but it was, you know, a bit of a balancing thing that I think was needed. They were a little bit too essential, but now they can be sort of opened up and challenged by the Twitch drones. The Thatchers can see them destroyed. You can smash the glass on them. You've got a lot more options, and it really saw Maestro sort of drop out of popularity.
I want a Brava hack on one this round.
That'd be good. Yeah, still got a great gun. The Aldo, as we know, you know, absolutely fantastic LMG, a real clutch machine when it comes down to it at the end of rounds. But yeah, we don't see too much Maestro, even though info is generally king in Seed.
It is, yeah. And I honestly thought with the rise of more 1 speed, sorry. Did have a couple of our defenders, you know, Malusi and Rooney, brought down to 1 speed, slowed right down, that we might see him being reprioritised, but not quite yet the case. Either way, Patball's got it in this round. It's a good amount of information on site that they may well need when the execute comes through, because we can't ignore how clean the execute of Wild was back in round 6. A little bit of top floor control, getting both of the main breaches opened up, and that was all they really needed to make a plant happen and win the round incredibly comfortably.
I'm not sure how aware they are of Astro's position at the minute. He's managed to creep himself all the way up into Solarium. YZM manages to take down Jegs, and that surely is going to create and carve a little bit of a path for Astro to start pushing forward. He's going to lose an aid to an ADS there, though. That's not ideal for them. I might have thought that the drones could have picked those up. Astro does get taken down as well, so it's into a Frostmat. He goes. Teb will secure the kill, so that's an unused nade gone as well, and that is not bad from Wild. They're 1 for 1 up on the top floor. 2 minutes have been burnt.
Here we go on the march forward as well. Castle barricades removed, and Hungry, suddenly fearing for his life, he's going to have to fight out of here like a bit of a feral animal. Savage swinging round as well, hoping to be the hunter in this case. And you've got Teb also looking to move around, in fact providing a little bit of support, and Hungry does get his way out through the breach before anyone can find him either on the double window or on pushing in towards office. So, got away a little bit scot-free there, Tim.
Did. Teb manages to find Savage, and things are going from bad to worse at the minute for Team Secret. We've got Gruby looking to try and move up West Main, but the Barb is just going to impede his progress, and surely they will know that he's coming now. Flashbang's quite ahead of him. He knows that the element of surprise is gone, so he just needs to give himself every advantage in the gunfights that he can. He's not going to find anybody, though, before taking a whole host of damage. YZN does manage to pick up aces, but the trade will be there for Hungry. Pikebull with the Alder manages to find one as well. 7 seconds left to go. Hungry on the final kill and manages to close out the round. Wild get themselves onto map point, and who would have thought it, Des? They're on the brink of having 6 points after 2 play days.
It's crazy because, again, they play 2 more games next week. They have a bye day on the next day, the very 5th day, and it's interesting because of the way that the group stage is scheduled. We have 2 play days this week, 2 next. In the next week, we have a single day of groups, and the playoffs begin the very next day. So in a way, for Wild, it's actually a blessing they don't play on that 5th and final day, they get a break. They get to focus instead on what's coming next in the playoffs. So if they can get the extra 3 points here as well, go on to get anything really out of next week, suddenly they're in a very commanding position to be able to say, all right, we're finishing at least third. We can not so much take it easy, but the feet can come off the brake a little bit here. We can start focusing on those playoffs already, which would be crazy to think about doing so soon.
It really would. Like you say, it's another element to this format that I love. You know, you've got 5 player days, you've got one team that, you know, on a bye each day, 2 teams on a bye each day. And so where does the advantage come in those byes? You know, we spoke to Virtus Pro, they had a bye yesterday. Do you think that helped you beat G2? Well, you know, yeah, we got to watch their game. You know, I know Joystick said that there was some elements there that really they were prepared for anyway. But, you know, there's got to be a little bit of, you know, is there an advantage there? Is there, as you say, an advantage in having it at the end of things and getting that extended break before playoffs? You know, where does it all drop into place? And I think Wild are going to be the case of an example as we go on, and we'll see how that translates into those later performances. We're talking like they've already made it, but I tell you what, I think at this point I'm not sure that Wild are going to be stopped when it comes to getting into the playoffs.
Yeah, again, remember the Secret played against M&M yesterday, and although M&M came ahead 7-4, it was a pretty good game overall. Secret definitely didn't play bad. They played arguably as well as they played here today, and it's looking to be a pretty similar result. So that game next week could prove to be really, really interesting between M&M and Wild. And of course, if you're curious, Wolves play against Secret on the same day. That'll be Monday next week. Those of you actually here watching on a Tuesday will know we now do have 2 play days a week, Monday and Tuesday. So be sure not to miss any. Packball starts out the entry, and I feel like I've said that now 3 or 4 times this map, and it still doesn't sound any more normal.
It could be the beginning of the end, as Wild managed to get themselves an advantage 5 versus 4, and the thing is, every kill that they pick up, they can just play a little bit more cautiously, but Savage, he's going to bring them back out of the shell a little bit by finding Teb. Levels us up at 4 versus 4, defended up on the top floor. You know, they need to be winning these challenges. Packball looks to get very aggressive on Solarium Door, and as I said, he needed to be winning it. YZN manages to cut him down. 4 versus 3 now. Team Secret have got an opportunity to keep themselves in this.
It's that constant battle on those doorways of, you know, who walks away the winner. You can't afford to turn your eyes away from the doorway in case they swing you at the exact moment you do. So kind of had to keep on firing, expecting YZN to come in, but he played it so patiently and then stepped back in for the pre-fire when he was ready and walked away the winner. Groovy watching on towards trophy window. Hungry hits the deck as well, at least temporarily. In fact, there goes Jegs too. The support has been removed from underneath him. It feels, Tim, like this round should be a Team Secret round.
Definitely should be. It's all up to Aces. He knows that the rappel is coming in, but can't find the kill. Sleben straight down through the hatch. I think had some information, knew that Aces was down there, and that is going to be Secret picking up around and taking us into 11 now, as it is 6-4 on the scoreboard. But the problem for Team Secret, Des, is that there are no more mistakes available. They have to win every single round if they want to go to overtime, and you just feel at the minute like Wild, they've got one somewhere. They've got one in the pocket ready to take them over the line.
I feel like they should be able to close it out, really, given how well they played throughout the game so far. But as I already said after that first game, Tim, it wouldn't be the only upset we'd seen today with Virtus Pro bringing down the current world champions in G2. I wouldn't be overly shocked to see Team Secret managing to hold on for the next 2 rounds and bringing it through to overtime as well. Let's see how things shape up, though, as we head down into Snowmobile Garage and Wine Cellar for what could be the last round in this game in round 11. We'll see some more roaming, no doubt, coming out of Aces and Jegs. Those who have been off and about around the map for pretty much the majority of the entire thing.
They have, you know, and they've been effective. They've been picking up those kills, just keeping Wild on top of things in terms of the man count and just letting them play with a little bit of comfort. It is going to be all the way down in the basement, the site. We are down in Snowmobile and Wine, but as I've said, watch for those full map holds. We've got Aces is one to watch here, particularly on the Oryx. 9 kills to his name. He's going well, and that is the sort of operator that can be an absolute nightmare on this site. He's got a great gun, and he can get up and down those hatches and just really hurt you.
Here we go, the potential trick coming in as well on towards the one side that he needs to, because he knows only one side was left soft, but it's a bit of a bait coming out, actually. Back and forth between the 2 sides. They're constantly chucking it down. If he gets away with this, then suddenly it's probably going to stay closed, because I'm pretty sure, Tim, they are out of EMPs. They have burnt everything. The wall stays closed.
That was really well played from Packball there, and it shows the impact of that recent change that we had, where Bandit is now allowed to apply multiple batteries to a wall, so you can just leave one that's been EMP'd lead and you can just apply the next, and it makes bandit tricking a thing again, and that was brilliantly played by
The problem really came from that first EMP out of Sleben, though. It didn't extend to the right wall. It only caught the left one just a little bit too far wide. They were in a spot where they couldn't get everything locked down. He had to commit a second EMP to even get the wall in the first place, a third one to try and guarantee it, but it was a great trick coming out. They'll be kicking themselves for that one.
They needed a nade going in through that wall, really. You try and open the left-hand side, you send a nade in through the drone hole, and the bandit just cannot play close enough to be able to get the battery onto the wall. But ultimately, one way or another, that wall is going to remain closed. One exothermic charge left. That's going to be the extent of the hard breach, realistically. Grubia's got 2 of the secondary gadgets, but as I've said previously, really, they are lines of sight. It's always dangerous to try and move in through them. You've got to go through a full vault animation to get yourself inside with those much smaller holes, so that's the best they're going to get out of them. Savage does manage to take down Hungry, though, so a point in Wild's favour and a point in Secrets.
It is. It's the spot where at least one's down on the other side, though. They've got to keep on marching forward, and the Jackal just making sure everyone is back on side, which they are. But we get into this last 60 seconds. I feel like Secret can still hold on, though, Tim. That's the big one, but I'm watching that drone count keep on whittling down.
That's it. They're going to be playing on less and less information as they go. 50 seconds left on the clock. Savage, he's moving down main stairs here, Des, but I think they're aware. In comes the swing. Beauty from Teb. It's a direct trade. Are they going to try it again? YZN. I think he's actually going to go out of the window. Is he going to try to open that wall again? If they've got the vertical above, they can clear the bandit batteries off, but it's very late in the day. Instead, they're going to be using the stairs, and the drones are still raining out. It feels very last minute for Team Secret, Des.
It does, but can they make it work here as it comes down to a 3 versus 3, losing Sleben in the process? They've got a little bit of time to work with, Tim, but we know how teams can afford no mistakes coming into these dying few seconds. We come to the last 10. It's a great nade, but there's 2 kills coming in before that comes down to it. YZN was the only one left standing. He can't do it. Wild will take themselves all 3 points.
Aces with an absolutely critical kill there. The nade is coming in towards him. It's been cooked to perfection, so his time is probably at an end anyway, unless he can preempt that nade coming, which there's no real way to do. As he steps across, you get the red indicator. He doesn't let it distract him, still finds the headshot, keeps them in the fight, and another great performance from Wild. They are very exciting so far.
And most critically as well, because both wins have been in regulation. They get all 3 points. Yep. There's no 2 points, 1 point, any of that malark. It's a clean 6 points. You could not ask for a better first week. Now, arguably, it's against 2 of the weaker teams in the group, but if you're beating the 2 weaker teams in the group, you're at least guaranteeing yourself 3rd place.
It's that foundation, though, like I said, isn't it? You know, do you want to come in and play the best teams to begin with when you're fresh out of the blocks and it's going to be a bit tougher?
It feels weird to call Koi one of the weaker teams in the group, honestly. It's mental.
Or do you want to get a few wins under your belt? Get a few wins under your belt and then go in against the tougher teams. Honestly, Wild, mark my words, are now primed for some big upsets next week.
I honestly think, based on how their attacks are looking, how well structured they are, all the considerations they put into it, I'm with you. Their attacks are looking pretty damn scary, and I can't wait to see more of them, yes.
But I said yesterday, they're playing a very objective style of Siege. It can be countered. From yesterday to today, not a lot of time to do that. From this week to next week, for better teams, Wild, it could be tough, but I think they can do it.
And on that little spine-tingling note from Tim, we'll go to a break and then over to the desk. See you in a few.
Welcome back, friends, to the show. It's Blast R6 Europe, and you just saw it. A victory, a wild game, to say the least. Chalet, a good place for us to go. We got a close game between Wild and Secret, but overall, seems like there was a team ahead.
I agree. I think there was. Genuinely, Wild have been a massive surprise, yesterday and today. Coming out 6 points, that's like beyond their wildest dreams that they could have gone for.
Exactly, yeah. Really good presentation so far from them, and I'm curious to see what else they can do in this group.
All right, their interview is ready. Let's have a chat with our victors. Hello, we're joined by Packbull. First of all, it's been a while since we've seen you. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. It's definitely a good feeling to be back doing some interviews in EUL.
Oh, it's good to have you. It's good to see the room again in this case. I really missed it in this way. I also like the jersey. Not gonna lie, the like wild colors on it are really, really cool. But otherwise, a victory. This is looking great. A great start to the 2023 season.
Yeah, I mean, as you guys were saying, it's the best possible start you could have. Maybe just a better 7-0, 7-0, some run difference advantage. Well, I'm sure we can be happy with 6 points.
Yeah, I mean, 6 points is incredible. I want to ask you first, since you were going up against Koi yesterday. How was that for you? Because we got to hear from Teb.
So Koi, I guess we didn't really know what to expect against them because they picked up 2 new players, obviously, but they weren't exact, one-for-one swaps. So they kind of let go 2 fragger players and picked up, 1 fragger and 1 support. So we didn't really know what to expect from them. And like Tab said, we kind of went into that game just playing our own game. We didn't really worry too much about what they were going to do or anything. So we just made sure we were, doing what we wanted to do.
Then why Chalet today against Sacred?
I mean, I don't know. Against Secret, it's kind of tough. First 2 games of the year are against 2 teams that have made pretty big changes. Obviously, only 1 change for Secret, but changing an IGL is basically the biggest change I think you can make to a team.
How do you prep with that yourself? Knowing that
do you mean for like us changing IGL, or do you mean them changing IGL?
No, with you knowing that you're starting off the season against 2 teams that have had changes and that are very structural in their own way. How do you handle that? How do you plan for it?
I mean, like I said, for the Koi game, we basically had the same game plan going into the Koi game and the Secret game. It's just focus on ourselves, Maybe for M&M, who are the same team as at Invite, or Wolves, who only made 1 change, it might be a different approach, or it might be the same. We haven't exactly talked about that yet, but yeah, for teams that have made such big changes, you can't really prepare for them too much. You know, they might have the similar map pool, but you can't even rely on that because you saw Secret always permabanned Villa, and they, you know, were happy to pick it yesterday against M&M. So yeah, you can't really read too much into a team that's made big changes.
How do you feel going up and beating the team you were on in the past?
Yeah, I mean, I always love playing against like past teammates of mine, and I guess playing against the past org is, you know, a little bonus on that. But yeah, Slevin and Astro I've teamed with in the past, and I always love playing against ex-teammates.
Well, great victory for you today. You talked about M&M, and of course you're playing against them in our next play day. You said that they're a team that have been together, no changes realistically outside of seeing Julio now joining the squad as coach. What do you feel the preparation is going to be like, or what do you feel is going to be happening in the server on Monday?
Obviously, we don't want to give anything away too much, but I don't know. We might have some things planned against M&M.
Look, I'm really looking forward to it. So that makes me really happy. What about skins? What do you think about them?
Well, we haven't seen a wild skin in game yet, but hopefully we'll see something wild branded soon, because it's definitely be nice to represent them in game.
Good. I'll be very happy to see it on that day. But Packball, anything you'd like to say to fans out there?
Just want to say thank you to all the Wild supporters. Obviously, this is a big step for Wild. This is the first time the organization's been in Tier 1. And maybe it's not always easy to see from the outside, but from being in it, I can really tell that Wild is, you know, the best organization I've ever been part of. And I think from any current or ex-players that have been in it, they'll, you know, say the same. So thank you to everyone that's been supporting the team from either inside the org in Wild or you know, on Twitter, supporting us after the games. It really means a lot to us, and we appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that. And big shout out to, I guess, a good supporter of Wild in their own right. I guess their biggest fan, Usain Bolt. Is that what their name is? I don't know. Some person out there. Anyway, some
runner.
Some guy. Exactly. There you go. Packball, congratulations on the win. We hope to see you next week. Till then, take care.
Yeah. Hopefully see you next week. Bye. Have a good day.
There it is. Big victory for Wild today. But who is the MVP of this series? Let's put it up on the screen.
So many options to pick from, to be honest.
Aces.
Yeah, Packball was an MVP.
Oh, an Italian.
Yeah, I'm
Wait.
really happy to see this, and I was kind of hoping for this, but you're...
Wait, I don't know how well we can have this play.
Pizza, pasta.
Sure, Tebby's going to be very happy when he watches the.
He will be. You can go on. It's monologue time.
Okay, well, yes. Why am I happy to see Teb as MVP? I personally think Teb for Navi was a completely different player than Teb is for Wild. Why? This roster enables him. During Navi, he was the worst rated player on the team, and with Wild, he's come alive. He's playing a bit more of an aggressive role. He's being supported by his team. His team is enabling it, and I'm really happy to see him as the MVP today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There you go.
My preach to Teb. There you go.
He's done great. It's a massive improvement in career, definitely. And it's good to see that players shine best when they're in the right environment. And this is the one that he was supposed to be in.
Yeah, I think so. And I said this yesterday. So when you look at all of these players individually, they were, you know, struggling to necessarily get into other teams and fit into it. And they've taken all of these players and they've meshed them into the team at Wild. I think, you know, everybody involved with this project so far has got to be very proud of how it's going, because it's gone absolutely perfectly. I thought they was excellent against Day. I thought they kept things simple. I thought they had an answer to every single problem they faced. And it was just clinical and clean siege right throughout. It was really good to see.
Small fixes are secret, final point?
I think it was more of the same as yesterday, realistically, especially on their attacks where they haven't considered everything. They haven't put in those default attacks. We're seeing them be bandit tricked. You know, how simple is it? And it's very well known. You throw the Thatcher, you nade through the drone hole, you breach the left side, and your wall's open, and you probably get a kill. They got bandit tricked. They're always having to play from behind secret, so they need to get out in front and just assert themselves.
they got spun beaked. They ended up in frost mats. Those small mistakes that you can probably fix. On the side of Wild, though, once again, they seem very coordinated. It was very plan-based once again. But my question that I do raise for them, whilst I want to jump on the Wild hype train, is that they play Eminem and they play Wolves after.
Yeah.
So those are pretty strong opponents, I would say. So for them to keep that trend up, that would be really good, but that'll be a really good test for them, though, in the next week.
Exactly, given the fact that Koi is completely reformed,
Yeah.
and with Secret having some issues here at the start of it, it's not the biggest test. But again, that's 6 points that probably might be the thing that keeps them safe in the
Yeah.
top three, which would be a massive upset if we're looking at EOL so far. The newcomers already doing damage to everybody else. But Jack, and thank you very much. We are now done with half of our matches for today. BDS, which we loved watching yesterday against G2, are coming up against Heroic, who started off the season with a 7-0 victory against TT9. So how do they shape up against one another? Will it be an upset? More to answer after the break.
Wild will take themselves all 3 points.
Aces within.
Sorry, I was just picking up the Prime Gaming set, the Leva Soy pack for Capcan, which looks really cool. So if you're watching us right now on Twitch, make sure you pick it up on the little kind of, what do you call it, a crown at the top? Yeah. Click it, pick it up. It's actually really sick.
Really good.
Anyways, welcome back to the show. There's always important things to do. And we are live with game number 3 for today. We've seen these two teams playing yesterday, and BDS went up against G2. Close game, wonderful game. Only topped potentially by today's G2 versus VP game. No spoilers on that. And Heroic with an opening 7-0. It's a hell of a way to kick off their season. So let's talk about our two rosters, starting with BDS. And we know this team. Come on. Like, who doesn't know BDS?
We do indeed know them, and you mentioned it was a good game against G2 yesterday. The start of that game looked like it was very dominant on the side of BDS. They got away with a 4-0 lead, and that was mainly because they got away with a lot of hiding, some misreading on the side of G2, some backstabs on the side of BDS that may have been poorly timed, but they got away with them anyways. If we look at the stats though, there's one thing that concerns me, right? Shaiko, #1 rated player last year,
Yes.
had a very slow start to the game yesterday. He had a lot of assists, which you can see he was getting into gunfights, but eventually losing them. He at one point doubled his skills by using nades, which is a positive point, but we want to see him step up more because the roster needs him to.
I think at the point he had one big round on a 4K. The rest of it is 3 and 11, if you want to look at it that way. And I think BDS, it's been widely criticised, I guess, is that sometimes there is a reliance on Shaiko. They brought in Leakyfak, and then it became a reliance on Shaiko and Leakyfak the GOAT. But when both of them don't turn up, what do they have? And yesterday they fell short. Now, they are good enough. They are major champions.
Yep.
I'm expecting a huge bounce back from them today.
Yeah, usually a Renshiro or a Lems have been stepping up when it's really needed, but because of that Leakyfak Shaiko duo that you guys are talking about, it hasn't been really needed that often. Maybe it's the kind of rustiness of game 1 of the season. It's happened before. That's all right. We'll see how they perform today against their opponents, Heroic. So bring them up on the screen to see the team that is 7-0'd to open up their stage. Hell of a performance, and the man with not many words at all. Please, for the love of God, Uno at the top.
And we actually said that most of this Heroic team didn't speak. That was a concern that we had yesterday.
Yep.
If Skiddy doesn't speak, if Jude doesn't speak, if Blast doesn't speak, and we speak to Uno and he doesn't speak either. So the comms must be very clean, just Kayak calling everything. You know, Packbull mentioned in that last interview, we could have won 7-0. Well, Heroic did. It was a perfect start yesterday. You know, Blaz dropping digits like it's nobody's business. Doom dropped the same, both 10 and 3 on the KD. It was, incredible from Heroic yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that front line is definitely looking very scary, and they kind of won on all fronts yesterday. It came down to good teamwork coming from them with well-timed executes, like we talked about in the pre-show. It came down to good gun skill from them, and even sometimes they were winning rounds without really using all of their secondary utilities, like flashbangs or grenades. They would just win a lot of gunfights against the TT9 players.
So from this on, we talk about our map for the series. We're still on a 9-map pool, so that's something that is not as much of a concern, your depth of map pool in a best of ones, but something to look at later on in our tournament. Our decider is set, and we're going to go to there is absolutely no way Heroic let Clubhouse through against BDS of all teams on this godforsaken planet.
Crazy.
You let Club go versus BDS.
That last part of this map end phase confuses me so much. You look at a map like Theme Park, right? We saw how much BDS struggled on it yesterday with clearing out attacks and, countering G2 when they really got into that game. Heroic bends it. And then we do have BDS betting out Chalet, obviously, because, you know, Clubhouse is there, and why would you not want to go to Clubhouse if you're BDS?
Yeah, I think just to try and quantify this, it's probably something to do with the new lineup, the new roster, in that they might not have a sufficient enough map pool to feel like they can ban away Clubhouse and have played the theme park or have played something else. So it might just be one of those positions that they haven't had enough map pool, but even still, I consider BDS probably the best Clubhouse team in the world. I definitely would not be going here against them in a best of one.
Who knows? That maybe sets up an upset, if anything, potentially. But there's always potential. It's Rainbow Six. That's how it works. And Jack, thank you very much. Our lobby is ready. Heroic and BDS are set to go. We've got Ace and Des to take us through it. Enjoy.
I didn't even do this time. How you doing, Tim? Wasn't even me.
Nobody's going to believe you now, though.
Genuinely wasn't even me this time. It's this guy.
Nobody's going to believe you.
I saw it. I could have pointed it out to
This
you,
is the
but I
thing,
didn't
you
want
did
to.
sit and watch.
I did. Do you blame me?
Ridiculous behaviour. We're coming up to a pretty big game here, Des.
We are, mate.
It's out of all of them, I think this is the toughest one to call today.
I agree.
Heroic versus BDS. Heroic yesterday obviously having a very good win against a team that maybe didn't show up as they might have hoped. But BDS, tough performance against G2, started out fantastically, 4 great rounds, and then the wheels came off. There's no other way of putting it. Like you said earlier, 7 out of 8 rounds in a row won by G2. You know, so easy for them realistically in that second half. It was a big problem for BDS and one that they need to put right today, because if you go your first 2 games without a win, you're going to be struggling to get into that top half.
I mean, it basically knocks you down from... Think about every team starting in 5th place, and with each win they get, assuming regulation, of course, you kind of jump up a place. We spoke about Wild already. They've all but guaranteed themselves a 3rd place finish. I think there is still a mathematical chance where they can't, but they're looking pretty good to be in the top 3 of their group. For BDS, as you say, you lose both here. You're still potentially staring down the barrel of 5th place if you don't recover things in a future week. So I'm with you. They do need to recover here, but we can't ignore that Heroic did start out pretty well yesterday with a very dominating 7-0 over TT9. Bans of Ravodon through. Maverick banned here. The only map he ever really gets banned on as well. Very, very valuable here. Alongside the Nook, the Mirror, and to round things out in their entirety, it's going to be the Azami coming out from Heroic. Oh, have you done it again?
Not too much of a surprise.
Oh my God.
It's because, for anybody wondering, I've been struggling with a cough for the last forever.
You've had a cough, do you? Oh, really? I wouldn't have known over this whole weekend, Tim.
For the last forever.
Jesus.
So obviously I have to unmute, I have to mute me, and so I just keep confusing myself.
You know, the way you've been walking around like chugging the Colvonia thing, the like cough mixture, you look like an alcoholic.
Do I?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Just necking it. Even Fresh is nodding his head.
Yeah, I'm not. It's just.
You know what I love about this interaction with Fresh, given his set off camera? It's like you're talking to a cameraman. Like on TV shows, and they might reference, I don't know, Peter behind the camera. It's a very similar sort of thing here. Peter doesn't really sound like a cameraman's name.
But yeah, that's a little
Jack.
behind the scenes for us. And obviously, I talk quite a lot for a living, which dries my throat out. So it's not causing me a problem. It just can cause me to cough sometimes.
Cameron sounds like a cameraman's name.
I'm gonna go home after today. Cameraman does sound like a cameraman's name, to be fair.
Do you think of any other names that fit the bill?
Better.
See, Nathan came to mind, and that didn't really sound like a cameraman's name.
No.
Like Fergus.
Did you say Cameron or cameraman?
Cameron.
Oh, I thought you said cameraman.
No, I said
As in the ex-Phase player.
I said
and I was like,
Cameron.
yeah, that absolutely sounds like
All
a
right,
cameraman's name.
we've got now a nice tangent there. We'll reset and focus on the game now, shall we? Let's see how things shape up for BDS on their attacking side. They do indeed have 2 hard breaches. This is one of those maps where you can sometimes justify bringing along 3. In the days of old, that was always the case. Here, a little less so. You've got the 4 nades in the back pocket of the Yana and the Sledge. And the operator that seems to be picked up by every single team, given her versatility, it is that the KB coming in from Leakyfac with those impact nades. The impact EMP nades in the back pocket. EMP Impact or Impact EMP?
Impact EMP.
Impact EMP.
Doom is going to be up on the top floor with the Oryx, of course. Plenty of movement will be available from him. He's supported by Blaz as well. But I tell you what, he doesn't have enough movement to get away from Leakyfac, who's going to shut him down with a nice opener there. That gives BDS a little bit of an advantage. And obviously much has been made of the map choice on the way in by the analysts there. BDS, one of, I might not go as far as, I will say one of the best club teams in the world. I will put them up there top 2. The other one being W7M, of course. We've seen them beat each other on this map before. But yeah, you know, it's Heroic. have had a good come in today and said, right, it's time to increase the difficulty mode.
I was about to say Skiddy was like lurking just in behind around Shaiko here as well, but the fact that they've managed to barricade up the door inside the stock is really kind of helping Shaiko out here because they can't get an easy angle onto him, even though they had the idea that he is lurking nearby. Skiddy's worked his way upstairs here, almost getting caught out as well by Bride, but Skiddy's going up, down, left and right, finally gets caught up by Renshiro as he drops through the bar hatch. Elsewhere it's Uno onto Alemza, C4 up over the top, doesn't find his man. 3v3, Tim.
Yeah, they've still got the utility that they need, Bride, there with exothermic in hand, so the job can still be done. Whether that be hatches or walls, they can get at least partial access. Blaz is going to move himself out into blue. I like where Heroic are positioned at the minute. They're holding down all the different angles that they need to. They're potentially aware of that blue push. Uno can cover off dirt. You've then got the man deeper into sight. They're set up pretty well at the minute. 40 seconds off to go, and I feel like BDS, they need to first of all, find a kill or move them around.
Looks like the idea more is to try and get in here. The Echo can see everything. They know that there are two now dropping in. A sledge onto the wall. The rounding of the corner, and it's Kayak to find a freebie. Looking in for a second as well. Supernova in hand here. No, it's not the Supernova. It is indeed the machine gun. Still looking to see what he can find as Kayak gets a second as well. Dugging around the bar will shut down Bride. But it's Shaiko who's left. And we know Shaiko. We also know Uno. And he says no to Shaiko. First round to Heroic.
I love that play from Kayak. Absolutely brilliant on the Echo. Sends the drone into bar, picks up that they drop in, challenges at the right time. He knows when to challenge, when to drop back. All fantastic stuff from Kayak that I really think helped Heroic get that first round over the line. Great start from them, and that's going to put them 1-0.
Whenever I see Echo, when he's not playing with the Supernova, I'm just like, eh? Because I can only think back to Leon yesterday on Cafe playing the silent Supernova and just like, it barely felt like a punch, like coming out the gun, but it's so lethal. He went through the damage yesterday, in case you didn't know. 48 damage per pellet, 8 pellets being fired from the Supernova at less than 8 meters. Over 8 meters, it's 20 damage per pellet. Still 8 pellets, of course. So pretty lethal as far as shotguns go, Tim. You can understand why a lot of players are running it. But here, clearly, Kayak not quite of the same persuasion, instead of throwing again to go towards the rifle.
So we head up to the top floor for Heroic in round 2. It's going to be gym and bedroom. Mirror obviously not available, so they're going to have to work on alternatives to try and hold on to that jacuzzi wall. We do have the cap can in the hands of Skiddy, so watch out for those traps. Doom, interestingly, just getting out there into strip. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get picked up, and it's quite easy to be isolated inside of strip. You've only got to open one door to do it, and just before that happens, he's going to skedaddle. He's going to get himself out of there.
Skiddy, skedaddle, skadoodle. Skedaddle, skadoodle, get out of dodge. Yeah, the Solus here seeing on side is really the big one for me because, BDS are a team that generally have been always pretty good in getting in behind information and making plays off the back of it. Here, though, with the Solus on side, you just really struggle to get drones inside the building and actively moving through it. That's why really you haven't seen too much coming out so far yet for the Solus. 3 drones are down, but BDS otherwise being quite conservative with them.
So it's just going to be using that scanner. It's just too easy. 5 remaining for BDS, so information still shouldn't be in short supply, but they are going to have to get them out in the field because currently 3 of them are sat in pocket. Leakyfact just working from underneath. He's got the skeleton key in hand, so obviously the opportunity to open up that ceiling above him and look for the potential. Lens is just sat waiting with the EMP in hand, but it's going to be Doom to open us up, getting another to his account and taking down Renshiro.
I should give it a play. It's in there a few times as well, making use of the EMPs on the roof. With the range, they can extend downwards and catches out the ADS. The nade comes through, shield is gone, as well as the ADS. The beautiful stuff coming out of BDS. But Tim, I can't ignore just how much time has been committed in trying to push on this side of the map. And utility. We've had 7 drones chewed through, nades have been burnt through. Really committed a lot of time, and you still got Heroic able to hold around this east side of the map. They see the barrel, but Blaz swings out onto Alems, who maybe got a little bit too keen there as well, after seeing the barrels to find the player, but could not do it. BDS down 2 players. Heroic still standing strong with 5.
Shaiko's just searching, seeking at the minute. We know that he can be a nightmare if he can get himself inside a construction onto that door, both defensively and attackingly. We've seen him do the business from that location, but Blaz is likely to take a peek onto him soon if he's not careful. He does actually manage to get one. He's going to lose half his health as he does so, though, leaving us now in a 4 versus 3. Damage done to Skiddy as well, but time is ticking by. 45 seconds left to go, and BDS are not in a position to be pushing into sight yet, but here comes Leakyfact. Oh a potential backstab, Des.
Well, he was dueling with Skiddy on the downstairs, but Skiddy was in basement and knew he couldn't push up main stairs without taking a challenge he would likely lose, so he's had to rotate all the way off towards the other side of the building. It does mean Leaky Back has got at least about 30 seconds here to make stuff work, to get a push on the go, but he's managed to round and find Uno as well. BDS almost pulling this back, but there we go. Down go a couple. It's down to just Brede by himself, and he can do nothing as Skiddy completes the rotate up through Garage and gets the closing kill.
Just shooting in the back, Heroic able to use those angles to their advantage. And we came into this questioning the map choice of Clubhouse, knowing how good BDS are here. We're a long way yet to go and a lot of siege to play, but Heroic are 2-0 up and they have started very, very well.
I honestly think it's a really good read by Heroic to make use of the Solus here. And maybe this is part of the pick strategies. They know BDS play this map. They know they play it well. There are plenty of chances to go back and study how they play it. And I mentioned earlier on, one of the best ways to take confidence away from an experienced team like BDS is remove their information. Think about how many drones were going running in towards Cash and CC, and the Solus was just sat there waiting, picking up drone after drone after drone. We had 7 dead inside about a minute and a half. They couldn't really march forward without going in blind, so it came down to winning out those gunfights and pressuring in a little bit blind. And I'll give it to Leaky Fack. I think when he had that little duel with Skiddy around the bottom of main stairs, he was like, okay, I know that he can't come up behind me. I've got about a 20-second window here of which to make a play, and he did just that. He got up main stairs and he got a kill. Sadly, there was a response coming back in from the other side. One of the players went down to a Capcan trap. It just all sort of fell apart from there. So I do feel like BDS are making the right decisions with what they've got, and it's, dare I say, making the best of a bad situation when they're lacking a lot of information going into these rounds. But for now, Heroic just seem to have their number.
Well, they're going to try calling it again, Des, and let's see if BDS can answer the call this time or not. It's going to be top floor clearance once again. They're attacking onto bar and stock, so they need to get construction, particularly get control of the hatch. It depends where they want to put the plant down, so if they're going to be looking at planting on the stage, then yes, the construction hatch is what it's all about. If not, and they're looking at planting over on the strip side, then of course they're going to need control of gym and bedroom. For now, they're going to open up Logitech hatch. Not Logitech. I don't know where that came from. Logistics hatch. Other brands are available.
This hatch now sponsored by Logitech.
Oh, other brands are available, Des, but I don't...
That was a good one.
Idea.
That really tickled me. It's okay, mate. It's all right, but you really tickled me. Thank you for the laugh.
You're welcome.
Logitech hatch.
I've no idea. On you go, Des.
That's really... I don't normally snort when I laugh, but that really tickled me. And you took me to carry on as if nothing happened, Tim. Ooh, okay then, composure. They are working on the upstairs, Tim. Bathroom's been opened up here as well, which means those players that have been holding on the upstairs should be doing so with a lot more risk, and Joom starts to learn exactly what that risk is, but here he goes on the march. Knows that one is on south balcony, but is he aware about the players up to the other side? Maybe no, gets through the hatch and drops away into safety. He's really got away with one there. They've got 2 kills again. Heroic in a 5v3, make it a 5v2, as no one was watching out towards Cash CC.
5 versus 1, Heroic are just absolutely dominating. I don't know what is going on with BDS. They are certainly playing more like they did at the end of the G2 game rather than at the beginning. And that is a huge problem for them because they just can't get themselves established. So much so that Elems, on a fraction of health, is going to be sitting outside. We've got the old unofficial tactical
Yes.
timeout. Sometimes
It's been a while.
you're in a 1v3, a 1v4, 1v5. Sometimes players will sit outside and they're just baiting for a couple of kills. They're wanting somebody to take the peak. They're trying to just level the playing field a little bit. That's not the case here. Elems is low health. He knows this isn't happening. That's all about having a chat, putting the brakes on and saying what is going on.
And again, for those of the viewers, like Tim's just said, this is exactly what happens. Rather than using the one tactical timeout that you get in a game, during which time your coach can talk to you. BDS for the longest time were the team without a coach. They've obviously had a couple they've gone through over the last few years. They have tried to make it work, but the players do back themselves to figure out these problems between them, which is why this extra 60 seconds here has been used by the players to figure out what they need to correct. A little bonus kill for the KD there for Elems, but nothing else really to say. Will not be able to get anything done in this round, which means Heroic go up to 3-0 inside the quarter, Tim. Wonderful start against the club team that everyone feared.
Well, the question is, you know, if we're saying that BDS are the best club team in the world and Heroic beat them, does that make Heroic the best clubhouse team in the world? You know, that's got to be the question, hasn't it?
Unofficial title. So we actually had this actually in a game that
It's just always something that makes me laugh when you get when people try to carry that logic that, you know, you've beaten the best in the world, so you're the best in the world.
I love this because I don't mind saying the game name. Back in League of Legends, when I used to commentate on it, there was always a thing, and back when I used to watch it, there was always like an unofficial world title. If you beat the world championship team, you then took that unofficial title.
Okay.
And if a team beat them at an international event, you'd have like world champions in Korea, but the unofficial champions were in an NA or something like that. People just found it really good fun to follow around, so I guess we could start doing that. Right now, Virtus Pro are technically the unofficial world champions.
There you go.
We're starting a thing this year, Tim. We'll follow it the whole way through.
We'll see how it
Whoever
goes.
beats VP next, that's it. Unofficial world champions.
We'll try and track it. Here we go then. We're into round 4. Heroic are going to rinse and repeat. They've got their 3 wins. It's gone Church, Arsenal, Gym, Bedroom, Bar and Stage, and they are back into Church and Arsenal. I don't know what BDS really do differently here. It feels like Heroic are just winning it all over the map at the minute. You know, they're winning the gunfights, they're winning the roam fights, they're winning when it gets pushed onto site. They just have the answers everywhere.
Honestly, me and Fresh basically communicated by. Oh! Hello, Jim!
They're winning it on the entry, they're winning it everywhere.
Ow! Feel the burn on that one, Jesus. BDS just they can't buy an entry, they can't buy around him. It's looking really difficult, no matter what they try and do. This is the thing I love about Heroic, because the thing I always used to say about BDS was if you let them execute in a 5v5 or a 5v whatever on this map, they will win. I can think of so many times in my memory from a couple of years ago where they would execute onto the basement site on this map with 70 seconds still on the clock. They'd done all they had to clear the map. They were unstoppable. The way you trip up teams like that, and we commented on this back in the first game of the day, is to trip them up early. Get rid of a critical player. Take a risk or two. And the problem was, you couldn't catch BDS out before, but as teams and players have leveled up around them and they haven't really moved too far forwards, you are starting to see them get caught out, and that's exactly what Heroic have been doing in this game.
It is. BDS, they lost at the
Are we
minute.
on for a 14-0 start for Heroic, Tim?
No, I'm not saying it yet, but BDS they just look lost at the minute. They just don't really have the answers. You know, we really do expect better from this side. Jim's going to get himself another here, I tell you now, because BDS have got absolutely no clue. They're just moving around here as if it's free. Jim's up amongst them. He's going to do damage. He's continuing. He's looking for more.
Never
BDS
get away with
have
that.
how can you not be aware that somebody's coming from main stairs? Granted, they get him when he heads back, but it's too late. The damage is done. How is they not a draw there?
No, the rat. Who knows the rat? Oh, the flash. Oh,
He got it!
What? That should never happen.
Unbelievable play from Uno as he manages to slam a headshot whilst full white flashed. Unbelievable. Heroic, honestly, just shoot a bullet in the air and you're likely for it to come down and get a kill. That is the way their game is going at the minute. Luck is with them, but they are also playing well on top of it, and that is when a team becomes really deadly. 4-0.
I held back a little bit yesterday when it came around to saying it. I said, I can't wait to see Blaz rail Shaiko. I'll say it here. Heroic are shagging BDS. This ain't even looking close when it comes to a competition right now. The early round, destroying them. Consistent 5v3s, tearing apart everything BDS are trying to do. Not at all surprised to see, in fact, I'm arguably surprised it's come this late that BDS have called in a tactical timeout. They've got 2 rounds to get something on the attack, or they're down 6-0. Heroic are trying to look towards that 14-0, and there is then no way back for the French side. We spoke about Wild and got excited about them. Let's not forget the heroes here in Group A, Tim, is Heroic. They'll be 2-0 up as well.
I love, and I've always said this about Europe, and I maintain it now, I just love how unpredictable it is. You know, you come in there, you've got a world champion, you've got your previous major winners, 2 of them, and all of them are struggling and are getting beaten by Wild and Heroic. And I love it. The depth that we have in Europe is fantastic. There are so many good players here on these teams that are able to come out and get results. And Heroic are showing it. You know, they've had a couple of changes. It's not slowed them down. They're coming in, they're looking fantastic. They're now taking BDS apart piece by piece. BDS look rattled right now.
But how do you even predict that? You don't. Is
You
the simple
don't,
answer.
is the
This
answer.
you should have predicted or at least known about.
That made me angry. You might have heard it from me at the time. That wound me up.
Tim doesn't get angry easy. That though was a god kill.
It wound me up, did that? Sorry, BDS.
Unreal.
but it's main stairs. It's main stairs. It's not an unusual flank. It's main stairs. You should either have a drone. You should have somebody sat watching it.
Did you hear that, mate? It's main
It's
stairs.
main stairs. Like, you should have somebody watching it. You should have a drone. You should anything. All of the above.
I might have missed it. Can you spell main stairs for me?
You can't have somebody walking up main stairs and killing you. When you...
The thing is, I know how you get rattled. I know how it shows. You did it in the group chat earlier on WhatsApp.
It's rare that I get
When you
rattled.
keep on talking about something and when no one's responding to you and you keep on going, that's when I know something has really got under your bonnet.
Yeah.
It's a telling sign.
That main stairs. You're in church and Arsenal, Des. You can't leave it alone. Right, I'm going to leave it alone. Here we go. Round 5. We're into it. BDS.
Tim, I'm knocking on your door later tonight and like, just get a key card.
Just whisper through the door.
I'm going to come in and just go, main stairs. And you'll be like, ah! Wake up screaming.
Right, BDS, you're on the attack. It's round 5. You've got to get yourself a win. This is your map. You can't be suffering like this.
Yes, they
but
can.
it continues as Skiddy manages to shut down Shaiko for another opener, but Leakifight with a beautiful trade there. Picks up his man, and it's 4 versus 4.
They did not expect it to be that deep, I don't think, either. And Juke, I think quite smartly, well, I say smartly, he dropped away, but he also left his teammate for dead there. He does keep his life on side, though. They still have the Solus available. They can keep on picking off these drones. It's looking great for them once again. And even when we saw Heroic without the Solus on side, they still won a round. So it's not like it's all down to the Solus, but it is doing a lot of work for them when it is on side.
Whew. Well, 4 versus 4 BDS. They need to get themselves established inside of the map. I feel like map control is something that they've struggled with a little bit. You know, last time they attacked onto Gym and Bedroom back in round 2.
I love this.
They just weren't really pushing into site itself. They didn't have any control of site itself, and that's something that they have to change.
He keeps checking to make sure he's not being droned out here as well, and just checking if any drones are on the way through. Kayak's inside a Logi looking to challenge, but has that support from below. So it's a real risk to come stepping on through. No, not like this. Okay, thank God. Woo!
It was close, I tell you now. I'm surprised no damage was done.
Yeah.
But Doom gets away with his life at least. Kayak is low health. There's a real opportunity for BDS here. And, you know, what a good time it would be to get the round. Here they go. The drop into logistics. They managed to get 2. It's 4 versus 2 now. It's 4 versus 1. BDS look like they might just be able to stop the tide, Des. It looked like they had a bucket with a hole in it trying to stop the tide previously. But now they manage to hold it back. Uno, he's going to sit inside a shower, but Breeder, he's going to get this diffuser down. Uno knows when he comes around, he's going to be challenged. He is immediately cut down by Leakifight, and that is going to be BDS taking their first round. It's still 4-1 Heroic.
Whew, okay. Finally, BDS get themselves on the board. A really good play late round there as well, I feel, with 3, not even sending 2 players into Logi, Tim, 3 players bursting in through Logi. And I think with Leakifight early in the round getting straight up against Castor, that's really what unlocked things for the team with Doom dropping away. I kind of questioned it at the time. Could he have stayed around and supported Skiddy and really doubled down on that whole of Cash GC? Maybe, but hindsight is 2020.
It's going to be round 6. We've got Bar and Stock as the final site. Heroic choosing to move on despite the loss. They would have had the opportunity should they wish to go back to Gym and Bedroom, but they decide they're not going to push their luck and they're going to go to that mid floor and try and get a 5-1 half. Honestly, if BDS, I feel like I've been saying this through both play days, but if BDS come away with a 2-4 here, it's an absolute steal.
Oh, it
because
is.
Heroic have been running over them so far. But I tell you what, it could be actually, Des, an interesting parallel. Let's not forget BDS went 4-0 up against G2 and crumbled yesterday.
Yeah.
I'll just leave that there.
Are you suggesting there's a reverse in action
I'll
here?
just leave it there, Des. I'm just going to leave it there and we'll see what happens.
It was also after a tactical timeout.
I'll just leave it there and we'll see what happens. We might come back to that. Put a pin in it. We might come back to it.
The thing is, you've done the real classic setup here where if it goes the way that you're predicting, you can be like, see, I told you. If nothing happens, you haven't even got to reference it because you said, let's just leave it there and don't worry about it.
It's almost as if I've done this before.
Bull crap is what it is, Tim.
Here we go then, round 6 underway. We're going to have top floor clearance coming in once again from BDS. Looks like there's going to be a bit of a stock focus, so they need to be getting hold of cash and construction, and that is exactly where they are going. Moving quickly, as you say, Uno's going to get himself back out of that strip side. I picked up on the operator plane over there previously. It is an easy place to get stuck in. It's a little bit of a lobster pot, really. There's one way in and one way out, and it's easy to cut that off.
The price of one.
There you go, good use of the Flores as well, but it looks like Uno is going to look to get himself a little bit aggressive here, just feeding that information back into his team.
The fact that they've got Alems on the Flores as well, I think he was one of the first ones who came out and said when Flores first came into the pool that he's the most broken operator in the game. Now, we were commenting on him earlier on back on Villa when we saw him banned away, and I said at the time, you know, he's a bit of a niche operator. Teams will often look to employ him to deal with shields, banshees, things that they can comfortably get drones in to deal with. Especially when there's no mute on side, for example, it becomes far easier, and that's exactly what Heroic do not have. They have got the Solus, but she can't do everything by herself.
You can hear those suppressors just rattling off at the minute as challenge after challenge comes in, but nobody's going to take any damage as of yet. It's all been very tentative, and once again, Doom on the Malusi able to just wriggle away there and avoid any of that chip damage. Shaco's going to send in a nade. He's trying to work from construction. BDS have actually got a reasonable amount of control here. If they can hold them out of logistics, they don't really need to push any deeper into Master. They can just hold them back and think about getting a plant down.
Whew. I mean, Uno will know that's there. He's on the Solus. He'll know there's a claimer outside the window, but I think for a second, Shaiko just completely missed that he was sat. Not Shaiko, sorry, I forget who the player was, but someone was lurking around. Either way, kills start flying on through. Construction, the main point of entry for BDS, as 3 players were stacked up around this door, trying to do what they can as June drops away. Finds the one man down in the ground in that frost mat, down to a 2 versus 2. Heroic holding up around main stairs, and BDS are on site, Tim. That's the real danger here. They've got the long vertical angles though, and Lems has gone down for free. Didn't respect the angle. Breeder left all alone, but can he do it against 2, Tim?
That's the big problem that BDS are facing here, Breeder particularly, is that the verticals are still in the possession. And there you go. As soon as June manages to find the angle, he can hear that the diffuser is going down. He just needs to find the man, essentially. The holes are already there. They're pre-made. They're good to go, and he picks it up. Heroic 5-1. Who had Heroic 5-1 on the defensive club against BDS on a bingo card?
Who did you predict to win this game?
BDS? Yeah, I said BDS. I genuinely thought...
Did you flip-flop fresh back over to Heroic? I think you did in the end.
I just looked at yesterday and I thought, Heroic, yes, it was a decent result. It was a good performance, but it was against the TT9 that struggled, is the top and bottom of it. So I just thought we were going to see a little bit more out of BDS today, but no.
You know what we need? We need to dial fresh in at some point. So when it comes round to like us talking smack and about predictions, we can pull him in for the conversation. He sits in the studio with us anyway. The chums.
He said he sits here anyway, he might as well make himself useful.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you're very useful.
I think he is as well. He sits over there and looks very pretty.
Right. Church and Arsenal, it's going to be as a first defence for BDS. We've seen them defend it many, many times. Quite often it's going to be a turtle sort of strategy. They don't tend to get themselves out in the map too much, BDS. But it looks like there's going to be some mute jammers placed upon the top floor. It could simply be a lot of time wasting, forcing those drones to avoid the mute jammers means that the defenders can just hold that space without really holding it. The attackers have got to go in and face check. They've got to make sure there's nobody up there. So it sort of burns 30-40 seconds for free, essentially. And I think that's going to be a little bit of what BDS are doing, although it looks like there might be one that has just stayed up there on the top floor for the time being. If that's the case, then Heroic certainly need to go in and deal with it. But they're making quick work of that kitchen hat.
I think they missed 2 bounce off now. I thought they did bounce off, but nope, there we go. Now we go into the classic rotation of 2x Kairos going down, an impact coming out, 2x Kairos going down, an impact coming out, 2x Kairos going down, and no impact coming out from the Lems. He's waiting for the next set to go on here, but we'll just keep on going through this rotation until the job is done.
He knows that they're coming down. There you go. Out goes the last impact nade, and then the hatch will get open next. Breeder is going to be holding on to Dirt Tunnel. And the problem here is we're going to need another one on there. That's going to be a third one detonating, which I don't think will be sufficient to drop the hatch. Yes, it has been. There we go. Enough damage has done. The hatches,
one still went off that I was a bit like, huh?
The hatches work on a percentage basis of damage. It used to be that you had to do certain patterns or open certain things, but as far as I'm aware now, it's sort of like you know, as long as you get over a threshold of 40% damage, 50%, you know, whatever the threshold is, however it is, you know, done whatever pattern it is, wherever it is on the hatch, it'll be enough to pop it open.
Absolutely. Well, with that done and established, they've got control of kitchen. Heroic in a pretty good spot. But I've seen teams before just force everything through the kitchen hatch, and they pay for it with their lives very, very quickly. So it's about the extra diversification they can add to their attacks here. Where else are they going to push? With Skinny droning down main stairs, you get the idea someone's going to appear there at some point and hold the long angle all the way through towards site. Alongside that, though, you either want something like blue or dirt to also work in your favor. Chances are Motor's going to get opened up here as well. They do have enough X-Kairos, I want to say, to get things opened up. No hard breach gadgets anywhere else for the rest of the team. They have the Selmas if they need them, but that's about all they've got to rely on here. And we are coming in towards the last 45 seconds, Tim, so I do want to see him pick up the pace and show us where this push is coming from.
It could actually be a lot of wasted time for Heroic. I commented today they had 2 minutes left on the clock. You know, there was no roam game from BDS. They were able to go in. They didn't really need to do much about top floor. They were opening hatches up at the 2 minute mark.
Look at BDS.
And yet they are still going. Exactly. This is
concentration.
Textbook BDS on Church and Arsenal. And Heroic just haven't found a way to even make a dent in it. Shaiko's going to take down Doom on blue, and that cuts out an avenue of attack for Heroic. It's all going to be one-sided now, and honestly, I think BDS go on to win this round. It's 5 versus 3 as Renshiro picks up Skiddy. Kayak gets in through the Ash Rush spot to try and put the diffuser down.
Well, here they might have a good spot. Actually, they got the long angle, but no, this Blaz really should be letting that one happen and get away with it as well. Down to the last 5 seconds. Heroic seem to be out of it. Sure, Blaz finds 2, but they are consolation kills. BDS with the closeout. At least get themselves a second round in this game, Tim.
It's a tall hill for BDS to climb now, and it's certainly not going to be an easy one, but one step at a time is all they can do. That's the only way that they're going to get to the summit of this, and that is a good first round for them. Gym and Bedroom is going to be their next defensive site here in round 8. You know, as I said, the disappointment for me for Heroic there is it was textbook BDS defense. You know, you knew exactly what it was going to be. They got the kitchen hatch opened at the 2 minute mark. I don't feel like that final execute towards site should be coming at the 30-second, the 20-second mark. You know, there's a lot of time in between there. I know that you need to check the top floor, you need to make sure, but we all know, we can all make a pretty good educated guess that it's unlikely BDS are up there. You know, just get across there, sweep across, you know, take the risk and get yourself pushing onto site.
To be fair, Shaiko spinning on his heel and deleting Skiddy
it
and
was
blue.
beautiful.
That removed any back pressure that was coming in from the side of Heroic. The backstab opportunity gone, so BDS could just turn all their attention out towards the west side, towards the hatches, out towards main stairs. They knew what was coming. I think if Heroic had a little bit more pace in their setup and knew more definitively what they wanted to achieve, it would have come across a little bit better. But you'll allow them one bum round so far, given they were up 5-1 and still have plenty of opportunity to close this game out. For BDS, it is still a tall hill to climb. Heroic need a single round to at least guarantee overtime and, by proxy, at least 1 point from this game.
Lems is playing on the wall as the Bandit at the moment, so may well try a little bit of trickery on there. He's actually left one side not electrified at the minute, and Uno obviously very much aware of that. The double castle barricades are going to help him stay in position for the time being, at least. He will get a Bandit battery applied now. He's just going to be waiting. Beautiful!
Love it. Selma onto the window and Jim. The nade comes through, opens it up, and immediately someone is there to snap onto the Bandit trigger. That's the kind of coordination you want to see. Now they've got the right side opened up, so they can get this opened up, knowing the Bandit is offline. Nice and clinical from Heroic, much better than a little bit of the indecisiveness that we saw in the mid-round previously. But now we're getting towards that mid-round point, Tim. Great. You've got the West Breach, Now what? How do you deal with the uncertainty that follows?
Well, this is a really dangerous round for BDS to lose potentially, because of course it puts Heroic onto that map point. Going to be very difficult for them from there. You're going to have Doom just sending in the drone. Is he going to spot out the man on catwalk? The Solus is there, picks up the drone, will finish it off, but it means that they are aware of Leakyfac's position, and he's going to have to start thinking about how he gets back to site. For now, he's dropped himself down to lounge, but he's not going to overcommit down there. Surely he's going to get picked up. Doom, beautiful. I feel like Leakyfac's just walked into the trap there.
Well, it was LeakyFat trying to kill Doom because Doom was the one who got the entry kill, let's not forget, onto the Bandit. He was out on that that south side balcony, getting the kill straight through. That's when you've had LeakyFat go down into Garage, open up the Garage wall, and then try and go for a kill onto Doom, who hit the deck straight away, dropped off the wall, and then has rotated round to catch LeakyFat on his return. Beautiful start to this round. The first kill coming from team play, the second one from great intuition coming out of Doom, and a third as well with a nade from below. Is this Shaiko, Tim?
Doom's having a real game so far. He's just absolutely one step ahead. It's fantastic. Blaz is at the top of main stairs, just trying to pressure in towards site a little bit, but he knows that there's one either side. Breeder, just a little crouch peek coming around the door there, but he's going to be full white flash. Renshiro's down. He's the last man alive. Breeder gets one, but can do no more as Doom finishes things off. It's going to be a 4K in the round, and Heroic, they go on to map point in what will be an unthinkable victory against BDS on Clubhouse, should they win one more.
Oh boy. We said after that first game, Tim, G2 versus VP. That was the first, but definitely not the last upset for the day. And my God, is this proving to be one. The thing is, if it came down to the wire in overtime and it was, for example, an 8-6 win or an 8-7 to Heroic, I'd be like, okay, fair play. I could see a world where, with the talent they've got on side, the fraggers they've got in their roster, I could see them battling and knocking BDS away. But to do it on Clubhouse, to be at 6-2, potentially a 7-2 win, that wasn't written in the script.
Not at all. And then defending for the game. And we go to Bar and Sock. We go to a site that is often a third or even fourth choice site for some teams. And BDS feel that this is the place. This is the one. This is where the salvation starts, Des. And I'll be honest, I'm not too sure.
Oh boy. All right, let's see if BDS can hold on for any longer. We went back to talking a lot about Solus in that first half for Heroic. BDS are running it here. They've got the Valkyrie on side. They've got the Maestro on side. Everything is screaming Intel or Intel denial. Back like when we used to see Mute and Mozzie paired up alongside something like a Valkyrie, you had the Mozzie that sort of existed both as drone denial but also drone capture, so you had additional Intel. The Valk obviously giving you Intel, and then the Mute on side to help deny Intel away as well. So it's a real kind of strange distortion on that. You have got the Mute on side here too. So BDS are looking to take a similar ploy to Heroic in terms of denying away information from the attackers, but Heroic so far have looked relatively undeterred. And we've got the Brava on side. I really want to see one of those cams captured.
Look at this progress again. Same technique used. Doom ready to go through the door there, but Renshiro, they've no idea that he's crouching his way up the main stairs, and he manages to pick up the opening kill. That is a great start for BDS. Exactly what they needed and completely unexpected from Heroic. But Skiddy finding Shaiko on a long angle that it looked like Shaiko might prevail on, but unable to find that kill. And that is Skiddy able to then control main stairs.
Shaiko's had a torrid couple of days when you think about it. I think he was 2-9 yesterday up until the point he got a 4K and at least recovered some of the KD in that game. But even here today, 5-8, far from the worst scoreline that you're ever going to see. But knowing how he was the top-rated player at SI, at least before the finals, you'd hope to see at least a little bit more coming out of him. But has been challenged at every angle by the side of Heroic. 4v4 with about half the round still to play, Tim.
It is. Having lost Doom is a big blow for Heroic. He has been, it's not necessarily about the kills. There are other players that are contributing there, but he has been a bit of a driving force over the last couple of rounds. So they need to make sure that loss doesn't slow them down. Renshiro is half health, going to be down at the bottom of the main stairs. But right now, Heroic, they just seem a little bit lost for me. They're not trying to get top floor control. They are, of course, attacking onto bar and stage. So I'm sort of just wondering, exactly where is this push coming from?
Now they know they're a little bit stuck. No Salmons left to work with. It's been impacted off the wall. They've got to make their march forward happen, just blind if they can. And as you've seen, it's been completely rebutted by the side of BDS. Kayak, the last one left standing. He is 8-3, but it's a lot to ask of the man. He's not going to be able to do it. BDS move up to 3 rounds, Tim.
Well, that is the first of 4 in a row that BDS need. 25% complete. They've got another 75% to find if they want to get themselves into overtime. And arguably, having won it, it's maybe not a bad site choice because you get it out of the way. And I would say now they should have 2 sites to come that they are confident on. The first is going to be Church and Arsenal. They've already had a win here. Heroic wasting a lot of time in the mid-round, I felt, and not not able to pressure site sooner. Even though they had map control for a long time before that point, Heroic have to speed this one up.
I used to like joke about this site and say, how do you know BDS? It's a really crap joke, by the way. But how do you know BDS are roaming on this site? They're playing Valkyrie. That used to be the extent of their roaming capacity. Everyone else would play on site. They'd have a lens off somewhere, chucking a couple of outcams down, and they'd be back on site inside 45 seconds. BDS were basically always guaranteed to play Turtle on this site. And looking at the lineup, I'm kind of expecting it again. We'll see if Leakyfak and Shaiko do get off and look to cause a little bit of bother out and about around the map. But for Heroic, if you've seen BDS play this site, you know exactly how it's going to go down. They've already attacked into it once. They looked a little bit indecisive in the mid-round. That's where the course correction needs to come in.
Absolutely. We'll see whether Leakyfak remains off-site for the time being. It wouldn't be the end of the world. The mute jammers are out there again. So there could be an element where Heroic think, maybe we don't need to face check every corner of the top floor, and it could be something they could get away with. Skiddy's going to be straight inside the map again. Something that Heroic have picked up on a couple of times, haven't really messed about with. They've been getting themselves straight involved, and we've got the Hibana opening the wall there. Uno ready to go in following it. He had the Thatcher just ready. Blaz with an EMP to take away anything from that wall, but as you say, Skiddy, he's going to be looking to try and catch out Leakyfak, but nope, away he goes.
It hasn't really changed. I think they're all back on site here inside 45 seconds. There we go. That's how you know they're roaming, and within 45 seconds, they're back on site. Some things never change.
Well, let's see if the outcome of the round changes, because last time BDS did that, they won it. It was round 7, and they were able to lock it down. This time, it's round 10, and they've got to try again, and this time, they're fighting for their lives inside of the match, and to a degree, Des, they're fighting for their lives inside of the group. This could be 2 matches down with 0 points.
You're fighting for third place then.
It's almost unthinkable for BDS. They didn't have the best SI, but they had a very good Yonchaping.
Oh, very good. Arguably the best you can possibly have.
I would have said you couldn't do much better.
No.
But they just... the consistency is just such a problem for BDS at the minute.
Yeah. And with Leakyfak coming in, he obviously joined in the middle of last year, and he made a real big difference in this team in terms of the aggressive potential they had. Shout out to Rafael, was fine. Didn't really, bring a lot of injection to the team, which is what Leakyfak has done for them. But even now, you're still kind of seeing that old school BDS coming back in, where it can be a little lethargic at points, and like you said, inconsistent.
Skiddy just opening up the verticals. Again, it's taken 2 minutes for Heroic to get to a point where they're confident that everything's clear. They get into kitchen corridor, they start taking up the floorboards and just clearing out what's ahead of them. They need to speed this bit up. They need to be pushing onto site a little bit sooner, pressuring those BDS key positions in blue, in dirt, not allowing them to stay locked in those positions. I know that it's one of the most difficult defences in Siege to break down. BDS in church, on Clubhouse, but they have to be pushing them. Before that final 20
he's ready.
seconds. Look at this from Uno.
Oh, it got impacted off.
He's not going to be doing anything, Des.
He was so ready for that to burst open and instantly kill the bandit, but a good bit of double stack in there. Again, though, BDS have ran this defense for years. There's surely a way that teams have realized it can be broken open, but so far the answer appears to be no. June coming for a backstab. Blaz has dropped inside a Moto. This is where it all begins.
Certainly is. We're going to have the challenge coming in from Moto, but shut down by Renshiro and Shaiko. They both go down, and all of a sudden it's a 3v2. Heroic have come out on top of the bloodbath there somehow. 6 seconds left to go. Kayak has diffuser in hand. Not in a position to start putting it down yet, but he manages to creep in. He's going to be next to the vending machine. Can they stop him? A lens nitro. That's going to be it. No, it's been shot out. They've got away with it, Des. It's 2v2, and the diffuser is down. Brede gets Skinny. 2v1 as Kayak picks one up after the plant, and it is all up to this last 30 seconds.
And you always want Brede in these positions, but he's got to be able to win it out. A C4 just missing away, and the real damage here, though, is one's above. They've got the hatch. Sure, he can long arm it, but he's got to find a kill if he's going to make this work. Brede trying to stick it, expects the rotation down behind him. Right idea, must hear the drop inside of blue, but knows there's also one on the behind here. Has got to move fast, just about misses his man, sprays through the wall, but Kayak at the bottom of main stairs gives the win to Heroic. They take 6 points, and for BDS, things are starting to look real dire, Tim.
2 games in, and BDS have 0 points. Heroic have 6 and are looking absolutely fantastic in the group so far. They now leapfrog G2. They are sat at the top of the table, and Heroic are looking good.
It's scary, isn't it?
I love it. I love the chaos. Just mix it up. I love it.
Are you on my side of things?
You
on
know
this
that I
side of
am
the
when it
chaos
comes.
timeline?
You know that I am when it comes to siege results and just mixing up who's going through,
Like that.
who's doing what. Oh, love it.
Just like that as well. It's one of those that we said yesterday. I was really looking forward to seeing Blaz coming up against BDS as well. Yeah, a team that people always flirted with the idea, will Blaz one day join BDS? Obviously hasn't, and sure, he hasn't popped off today, but the team he has joined have just handed November major champions a pretty bitter defeat on a map that no one thought they could lose on.
That's the thing, we just came into this and I amongst everybody else, you're saying, you picked Clubhouse? You picked Clubhouse against BDS? They're the best in the world there! Well, they certainly didn't look it today.
They absolutely did not. A lot of work to do for BDS, but for Heroic, you could not ask for a better start. The day continues with its upsets. I'm ready for another one in our fourth game. Let's go to a break. When we come back, Koi versus Wolves after a death segment.
Welcome back, friends, to Europe League. What an upset! Heroic are victorious. Let's have a chat with the winners. Hello. We are joined by Joom from Heroic. And first, look, just to answer the question right here, Fresh calls you Huer. How are we supposed to actually say it?
My name?
Yes.
Joom is fine. There's no like proper way to actually saying it, so everyone can say it how they like it, to be fair.
Okay. Dankeschön, Herr Steinmann. Because Fresh has just
Bitteschön.
been saying more of a Huer, which I don't know.
It goes back to the Delta Project days. That's all.
Yeah,
it is.
that's-
it does.
Apparently so. Anyways, congrats on the win. That's actually insane. Now, with so many points that you're putting on the board, how are you guys feeling today?
I mean, it feels amazing. I didn't expect us to win, to be honest. I've never beaten BDS before, so it just feels amazing. Proud of the team.
How do you prepare for BDS? Because they haven't had any roster changes.
Exactly. So we pretty much knew what they were doing. So we just, before we prepped a bit and set some counters up, but I think it worked out in the end. And yeah.
Look, I gotta summon the elephant in the room here. Why the hell did you take them to Clubhouse? It's BDS. We're thinking here like, wait, this is either like a 10 million IQ move or probably the dumbest move ever.
Well, their Clubhouse is actually pretty basic, so we knew what they were doing. So we were pretty prepared for it, I think. And that's why we were pretty confident going into the map.
Okay. So you saw something in them that what was it? Because you kept shutting down Shaiko the entire game. How did you predict his pattern of movement?
I don't think we did. I think we were just ready for everything.
Honestly, there's no two ways around it. You really were ready for it and ended up everybody performing very well in this matchup. And now you get to go up against, I guess, the next raid boss, G2, on the next play day. So what can we expect out of that game?
I think it's going to be a fun game because they are a very good team. They won SI, so maybe if we beat them, we'll see what happens.
If you beat G2, then you also win SI by osmosis?
Maybe.
If anything, how's the roster now feeling altogether? I know changes had to happen basically last minute between SI and the start of the league.
It was a pretty last minute like roster change in our pickups, but I think it worked out amazing. They're all amazing people and good guys, good friends. I think we are working pretty well together.
Good. Seems like everything's going very well with Heroic, so I guess I'll leave it at that. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans out there, Jim?
I appreciate all the support. Thank you to Heroic for everything. It's just amazing.
Thank you very much again. Congratulations to Heroic that now are topping their Group A with 6 points. They're far ahead. Very, very good. And apparently you're also MVP for the series.
That's great. My second MVP already.
Yeah. Actually, how do you do it? What do you eat? What's the diet like?
I had some bratwurst earlier.
That's it? With nothing?
With some ketchup.
That's probably the healthiest German diet I've ever seen.
Maybe.
No bread on the side, not even a brötchen next to it? Dinkel?
I sadly didn't have any.
What?
Didn't have any.
There you go.
No.
Okay. Otherwise, I would have been disappointed. But fair enough. I'll let that one slide. Jim, congratulations again on the win. Hope to see you next week where Heroic take on G2. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
And there it is. We know exactly how to pronounce his name now. Thank you very much, Trash. That was very necessary.
It was very unnecessary, Milos. That's what it was.
Well, you throw the information out there, and what are we here for other than entertainment?
That's true. Like I say, it does go back to the Delta Project days. It's actually a Fabian thing. It's Fabian who started calling him Humer.
Anyways, he is also the MVP of this matchup. And this is a day of upsets, but in a really fun way. Seeing Heroic dismantle BDS like that was beautiful masterwork.
It was indeed. And if you talk about June being the MVP, it makes total sense because he was super influential on those entry kills as well. He got 4 entry kills, was entry death a few times as well, but all the rounds where June got the entry kill, Heroic won. And the 2 rounds that June died early, Heroic lost a round. So he's been really influential in getting his team towards that victory. Also, there were moments where he was sitting downstairs using nades up towards gym bedroom, and there are players going up the main stairs. So the teamwork again today felt so good. And now, I'll be honest, surprises me a little bit considering how late or last minute these roster changes were made.
When we prefaced this team yesterday, we said, oh, we don't really know what's going to happen. You know, when we're going all the way back to the pre-show, no, not a single round of Siege has been played. We don't really know how this team's going to play. Now we've seen 2 games. It looks like they've got the perfect balance. They've got 3 in the front line, very aggressive, very confident players who can outgun basically anybody. They've got 2 experienced players in the back line that can guide them around. And I thought everything came together well for Heroic today. One thing that June said about Clubhouse, and I want to pick up on it, is they took them to Clubhouse, which we say, BDS probably one of the best Clubhouse teams in the world. That's true, but their processes have remained the same for literally years at this point. You know exactly where Shaiko's going to play. You know where the whole of BDS is going to be playing. Now, the one thing that I thought Heroic did really well was target where they could find those entry kills. Because Heroic found so many of those entry kills by finding a weak spot in BDS, exploiting it, and then winning the round out just through simple numbers advantage. They did that in basically every single round today, and it was clinical.
There were a lot of rounds where BDS seemed unaware of what Heroic was doing as well when it came down to flanks. Heroic was also pretty much playing in the face of BDS with spawn peaks, playing aggressive and stuff like that. Indeed, like I mentioned, the main star is distracting as well by Blaz. Good team were coming out from that, but if you look at the future for this team as well, right? If you look at Group A, and I think it was Ace who mentioned previously, there's a scenario where all teams come out at the same amount of points, right? If you look at Heroic, they're now leading their group. They're 6 points, G2 right behind them with 4, but G2 is neutral when it comes to round differential, and Heroic is plus 11 on that because of the good victory they had today, the 7-0 they had yesterday, but those rounds can be so meaningful in the end when it comes down to multiple teams on the same amount of points.
Yeah, we've seen Heroic, G2, Virtus Pro, and now BDS. I actually want to show Group A just to localize, to visualize BDS's position on that scoreboard because it's all the way at the bottom. Even under TT9, it hurts in its own way seeing them at this bottom. Remember, TT9 have only played 1 game.
Yes.
It's rough. There's a very real chance if BDS don't sort this out, that they will be in the 4th or 5th place and drop into the Open Qualifier playoffs and have to play through Open Qualifier playoffs and Last Chance qualifiers to have a shot at defending their major championship.
I didn't think I would need to say this by day 2 of Blast R6 Europe League, but I'm so sorry, Team Pizza Time. I think you're going to have a rough time in the Open Quals against BDS.
Yeah.
But maybe, given the results so far, that'll be a walk in the park. So things to look at. BDS have had to play 2 games in a row, one day after the next. Maybe next week we'll be seeing something different. But, you know, they're kind of off until Tuesday where they get to play again. So for survival at that point. So, and Fresh, thank you very much. It was a very entertaining game, and I really like the fact that we have upsets also that keep us all on our toes, and to keep you all on your toes, we still have 1 more game for today. Let's see what happens when we put our last 2. Wait, what? Okay, it fell apart. There you go. We get to see Koi versus Wolves. And Wolves debut for 2023. No more Rise. How does that actually play out in the server? Have Koi had the time to reset? We'll see that in a bit.
to Heroic.
Welcome back, friends, to Blastar 6 Europe League, and we are in and ready for our final matchup of today. Koi go up against Wolves. We get to see Koi, if they've changed the mistakes or worked on the mistakes that we saw them in the game yesterday, or Wolves in their debut for 2023 competitive season. Let's start off with Wolves. They have had a player change, and a substantial one in leadership. Rise has been a well-known and beloved figure in competition in Rainbow Six in Europe since day one. There's no two ways around it. But now he's no longer on that team.
He's not on the Wolves team anymore, unfortunately. And I think just before we talk about that, let's just take a step back and talk about this Wolves roster. In the start of 2022, they came into it all glist. Obviously, Vitality had, they were all glist. They'd left Vitality looking for a team. They made every major. They made the SI. They have had a very successful, if you want to contextualize it, 12 months. And I think that's great. And I think it's about building blocks. Now, a new building block for them is bringing in Deadshot into their roster. Obviously, they have replaced Rise, and there's question marks about maybe should they have replaced some of the less performing players and not Rise. He was obviously a key leadership figure, an IGL figure, a key figure in that team. But they've gone for the Rise. What I will say though is Deadshot is an exceptional player and is highly coveted.
Exactly, yeah. You lose a lot of experience with getting Rise out of your roster, but with adding Deadshot, he was previously playing for Ascent during Challenger League last year, and he was the third best rated player in Challenger League of all players. He did play more Yana, Alibi, so it's kind of a different role than Rise used to play with the latest iteration of Wolves. This might require a little bit of a role change either for Deadshot or for the entire team in general, but he did perform very well during Challenger League, so it makes sense that they added him to the team.
A lot of pressure on their newest player, and of course filling shoes such as Rise's. I mean, yes, he's not filling the same role, but he's still coming in as the player coming right after him, the removal of Rise on the squad. Though Koi on the other side, what do they have to offer? Because after a meteoric rise through the year and a pretty decent SI, let's be honest, there's still things that happened that shook the entire team to its core, and now they've had to reform. And day one didn't look that great.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, talking about Koi, this roster had some big gaps after SI that needed to be filled up, and they brought in Noodle and Leader. And Leader yesterday had a slower start of the game, then it got a little bit better for him. Noodle had a pretty good start to the game, and then it kind of slowed down for him. But the main key factor on this roster, I think, is we know that they thrive off of teamwork, they thrive off of playing together off each other, and obviously, with two new players on your lineup, that's going to be completely different, and that's what we saw yesterday.
There's going to be a lot of people, fans, talent, players, teams that write off Koi and have wrote off Koi from the previous juggernauts that they were. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt on the basis of yesterday. I think what I saw coming out of them yesterday is them play their permaban. I think what I saw coming out of their defenses yesterday was a window would open and they would just leave their power positions. I think what I saw yesterday was nerves. They've got over that first game. They've got over that hurdle. This is still a roster that has a lot of question marks about it, about the team composition, about the map pool, about how they've replaced, two big gunners. But I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt going in today. I think there is good potential in this roster at some point.
It's a very short time period, though, coming from yesterday, going into today, that they need to make these huge changes. We talked about with players losing their position. They have good support staff, though, but in just one day, that's asking a lot from them.
Yeah, and even if you have the support staff to make sure you have all bases covered, being able to ingest all of that information as a player, especially when you have new players, to factor it into practice, like how much time will you have to practice from one night to the next? You need to also rest in between. So your practice is going to be very limited.
I think Bernie will have had a big role to play. I think in just getting the mentals correct, getting them over that nervousness and into today.
Well, maybe maps are going to play a big role in this series. And of course, one map is all we need to worry about here in Best of One series in our 6 Europe League. And it's Koi that get the decider pick, Chalet. And they start off on the attacking side for it. Okay, Wolves pick defense to start on Chalet, which now has veered a bit away from being only attacker favorite.
I mean, I understand why, because if you look at the recent game that Koi had on Chalet, it was a victory, but that was because they won all their defensive rounds, and they were only able to win 17% of their attacks. So to have Koi starting on attack on a map like this, where they've shown previously, it's not the greatest for them. It makes sense to me if you're Wolves.
The map pool of these two teams disaligns that much. It was always going to be Villa or Chalet. If you remember back to last stage, they played against each other on Villa, and Koi kept losing the the 1v4s or the 4v1s, whatever it was. So going to Chalet, it should suit them in the way that they want to play Siege.
So, how do we feel this going? Are we just going to toss a coin for this, or...?
Thing is we don't know how Wolves are going to play. We don't know their composition. Obviously, they've lost a key experienced backline player and Deadshot's coming in. And I think for Koi, we expect to see a reaction. But the teams that we expected to see a reaction from today that lost yesterday, we've not seen it in terms of the previous games today. So how much can they fix in 24 hours?
It's the perfect spot for Wolves to swoop in for 3 points.
Yeah, I would say they won this map against G2 during SI, and they've lost it to Oxygen. So they have quite some experience on this map. Pretty good win rate too. I think Wolves did a pretty good pretty good job in this map end phase.
So let's see what happens in the server. Unanswered questions on Wolves' debut for 2023. With Koi on the other side, how much time have they had to prep? Not really a lot. So Koi versus Wolves, fresh, and thank you very much. Final game begins with Ace and Des.
My microphone is on, Des.
But you had to check though, didn't you?
Yeah, because you kept looking at the button.
I didn't even touch
Like a
it.
child.
I just kept being like, and he was like, hang on a minute. What's this all about? I didn't touch it this time, promise.
I know you didn't. It was on.
It's
Stop
still
it.
on. Look, I'm about to disappear. I ain't around next week. In fact, neither of us are. This is
I'm playing next week.
this is our last game for the next couple of weeks, Tim. Back in week 3.
The next week. We're off next week, and then we're back.
Well, okay, it's 12 days. It's basically 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks.
I don't think. Right, okay. It's one of them that I know that you're going to put up an unreasonably strong argument against when you're wrong. And I just.
But I'd say 12 days is still closer to 2 weeks.
I know,
than
but
8
what I'm saying is you wouldn't talk in those terms.
Right, Tim. So if we're
you've
talking
got
about
this
week 3,
next week, and the week you're just talking 1 week terms because it's a week in between each play day. So you'd say
So
we're
we
not
are
here
in
next
week- we're in
We're
week
there.
1 right
We've
now,
got
right?
1 week off.
we're in week 1
You wouldn't
right
say
now.
we're not here for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, we're not here for the next 2 weeks.
We are though, aren't we? Because next week is the week after, and then we're back for the second week. Just go away from me. Right, Koi versus. I've had enough today.
I've been waiting for that outcome.
Oh,
That is
honestly,
beautiful.
you've pushed me to absolute breaking point. today.
Tim, main stairs.
You've pushed me to breaking point today. I don't know what it is.
I think it's 2 days in a row.
I don't know why you got out of bed and thought, I'm going to see if I can push him over the edge today. But that really has been your thought process. Right, Dorkaby, Nog, are our bands. It's Chalet, it's Koi versus Wolves.
Tears in my eyes now.
Valkyrie is going to be one as well. And there comes Echo. Right, talk to me about some bands. Dorkaby and Echo are a little bit unusual. I mean, Echo obviously being targeted at Koi there, particularly. And Deepak, it is a target, man.
I love how you said, talk to me about some bands and then carried on talking to yourself.
Because I knew that you were just going to be a child. That's why. You were still doing this silly giggle, and I knew that you weren't going to come back and talk about the bands. That's why I just gave up on it. I was like, right, I'll do this then.
This is highly unprofessional, Tim. I really wish you wouldn't rant like this on a professional broadcast.
Ridiculous.
You know, it's the start of Blast new season and you're really letting your emotions take over.
I'm not biting anymore. I'm not doing.
Oh, okay.
Talk about round 1.
Go on, Tim, talk about round 1.
It's going to be in bar and gaming. Round 1's going to be in bar and gaming. We've got Koi on the attack. Wolves will start on the defence. Obviously, the particularly fascinating point about Wolves is that new player coming in. We've got Deadshot, who is going to be on the Azami this time around, taken over from Rise, who, as we know, has been a pretty key part of the Wolves roster over the last couple of years, you know, through different orgs, etc. Most recently Wolves, a big part of it. So to just drop off like that, you know, and to have to replace him and to change it around, they've been such a stable roster for a while. You know, we'll see how they handle that.
Yeah, what I do appreciate about Deadshot was whenever I've seen his name previously, he hasn't had the O, it's been Dead SHT, which sounds like a certain word that implies that actually he's really bad, when I'm sure he's not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been picked up by Wolves. Really excited to see what he delivers, though. Again, is the player to watch out for in this game. Equally, Koi, we are watching out for them as an overall team, given how yesterday went down. So let's see how things shape up. We've got the Brava on side, immediately jammed out there. This is the wonderful thing. The Brava's trying to hack the camera at the same time that we've got the bulletproof camera shooting EMP blasts out the other side. I thought you were running away from me then, Tim. He did mute himself, just so you're aware.
We're going to have the first kill coming in. It's going to be Noodle picking it up. Koi obviously having a difficult day yesterday. There's not really much that they can do necessarily in terms of as I said, 24 hours it's a quick turnaround to start fixing things. So Koi are not so much going to be looking, I think, to have changed or to fix anything specifically. It's going to be about coming out and getting the performances that they should be showing us, which was something else that was a little bit lacking yesterday. A good entry kill coming in. That's something they can build on. Unfortunate for Deadshot. First action inside of EUL is going to be to take an entry death, but I'm sure that we'll see more as the game goes on.
We absolutely will, yeah. It's far from the end of the world when in what for the first round you're being domed. It's kind of like it's a rite of initiation, a rite of passage to get yourself started. Koi starting out with 2 kills in the round. They're making a third as Noodle, like some action shot repelling outside the window, gets Shinka into yet another for leader. It's P4 left all alone, and he will do absolutely nothing. Koi with an emphatic first round, get a flawless one, Tim.
Well, there we go. We've said, Fresh said it coming in here on the analyst desk. We've been looking at a few teams today thinking, yeah, we're going to have a turnaround, surely. Maybe Koi is going to be the one and only of them that will actually deliver that turnaround. It's only 1 round in, but what a round it was. A flawless start for them, and honestly, I think that will absolutely work wonders for the mental. This is a team that really struggled yesterday, and they will have expected better of themselves, so to be able to come in here and just have that sort of opener, get the flawless, and to think, you know what, this is not going to happen again today. We're not having any more of this, and against a good team like Wolves as well, that's a really, really good start for them.
And I'm not going to lie, for Wolves, when I saw coming onto this map, I was like, Chalet's been one of their go-to maps now for the longest of times. In fact, it was their top-rated map, their highest priority pick for a good few months, and I was really nervous for Koi coming in. I know they like the map as well, but I don't think it's their strongest. It was second or third prep for them, if I can remember rightly, looking back towards SI, but a couple of roster changes coming in can completely change the way that a team perceives the map pool. These 2 new players come in. They've got different preferences on their own maps that they know particularly well. They've got different ideas on how to play the map, and that can very quickly transform a team's banning and pick strategy when it comes round to the map veto. So far from round 1, you'll be looking at it and saying Koi feel very, very comfortable on this map. We'll see how it develops as we continue on the way forwards.
Round 2 is going to see a kitchen and dining attack. Noodle straight away working towards opening up solo windows. Leon will go up there and be the player that's going to take up that position for the time being. Drone going in. He's not going to see Deadshot. It's not actually Deadshot. It was so that it was the Azami. Assumed that they would be on the same, but no, Mowgli has switched across to the Azami, and Deadshot's picking up the Alibi instead. P4 manages to pick up the opener this time onto Leader, so going the opposite way to the one that it did back in round 1, and we will see whether that has a difference on the outcome or not. Deepak manages to pick up P4 in a very late trade, leaving us now 4 versus 4 inside the first minute.
Good start. It's again this kind of back and forth, a 1-for-1 so far. It's all about the map control they start to establish off the back of this, mind you. It is going to slowly force Wolves back here as they start to be aware of the aggression who's coming forwards. Nades coming in over the top in towards this red hole from Cryin. On the step forward, though, they're just conscious anyone else may try and rotate down. The whole idea there really is once the nade comes through, you expect there to be a swing of some kind coming out from the bottom of Solar, but there was no response coming in from the players of Wolves, digging in just that little bit deeper, at least for now.
BB's just going to hold his position for the time being until forced otherwise. They want to keep the verticals in place. Deepak just puts in the smoke arrows ahead of Noodle, allowing him to move up West Main Stairs and get himself back against the wall there. You can also see that the thorn trap that was just at the top of the stairs had been neutralised as well. Deadshot managing to pick up Leon, but 2 kills coming in for Koi, leaving us now 3v2. Noodle inside of sight, taking utility down. Ooh, unlucky. Deadshot there, not to find his man, not to find that kill with the Alibi, but there is an opportunity for the diffuser to go down, and Koi are going to take it and they're going to complete it. That leaves us 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2 as Deadshot finds
Deepak.
1. They're going to have to find a few more though.
Deepak almost loses his life to the vertical as well, and I thought for a second there's just no way Wolves can retake this. They've lost control of the site. They're fighting back into their own setup against Koi, who have stormed and taken control of the site, but Deadshot has managed to force them away. They're still going to get the disable in. They've got about 10 seconds to make this work before it is too late. They've got to go now.
They really do. Deepak's just going to hold that long angle. Deadshot gets onto the counter diffuse. Can he stick this? Are they aware? I'm not sure. He does get shut down in the end. Bibu cannot offer the cover. Closed down by Cryin, and that is going to be another round for Koi. It's 2-0.
All right, that one a little bit closer at least. We did see more of a fight back from Wolves. It's hard to fight back less after a flawless round, admittedly. But that brings us up towards ending out that first quarter of the game. We get over round 3, and if Koi take it away, again, that's the classic time that we see so many coaches step in and say, right, here are the things going wrong. Here's what we have to course correct across these next 3 rounds to battle our way in. Now, looking at Chalet, although the stats from the 6 Invitational, again, were very, very balanced between 49 and 61% was the low and high of defender win rates. Chalet sat quite nicely in there, thinking about 53% or so. Many would consider it to be a very attacker, not favoured, but an attacker-friendly map at the same time. So truthfully, with how I think it should go, if they get up to 3-0, Wolves need to battle their way back into 3-3, and they can be happy with that scoreline.
Banshee on West Main Stairs, that was somewhere obviously that they suffered from last time. They did have the Razor Bloom there on the stairs, but we did see that it had been neutralised when the Ash of Noodle wandered up West Main Stairs. He was able to just avoid that walk on into sight and cause those problems. So they need to just be aware that the same thing doesn't happen with the Banshee, having that reliance on needing to be aware of somebody moving up there. They maybe need to be looking at having a gun trained on that instead. I think a little bit more presence around the map as well, just force Koi, to move a little bit further away. You were holding above, which is absolutely fine, but they just went straight in through Solarium, looked at getting kills. Maybe make a challenge over in Library, maybe just give them a little bit more work to do on the top floor.
Absolutely. Right, in we go then. See if we can get things onto a starting point for Wolves. It has been a slow start as commented, but there's still time to warm things into this. Koi starting things out very heavily here, out towards this south side of Bar and Gaming, working their way on the top floor, making use of the Gemini to guide them forwards. Of course, proves as a beautiful bait for the defenders to swing onto and go for a fight, assuming it might be a player, only for the real threat to be right behind it with a rifle pointed in your general direction. So a good bit of early team play from Koi to get themselves inside the building, and now taking good control of these default cams.
Yeah, that's it, just switching that information over. Also able to capture a Banshee as well, so that flips it and the defenders will get caught up in that. P4 is aware. This is just, it's another little improvement almost to the Solis as well, because once those electronic gadgets get captured, she looks in a scanner, she can see that they are then registering that they've been flipped over. So again, another further use for Solis.
Absolutely. Just so oppressive, as we spoke about in our last game as well, to seize all the drones, all the utility in use, seize players on their drones as well, i.e. where the players are when they've got the phones out. So much information being fed back and forth. It's absolutely beautiful. P4 for now at least holding on side of sight, and Mowgli looking to contest up around Piano up here on the top floor. You can see the outlines of Koi largely scattered down towards that south side, orchestrating and showing you exactly where this push is coming in from. For Wolves, a couple of players still hung up towards the north side here, expecting some kind of push to come into Trophy, but as of yet, no one has pushed over towards that side of the building.
Just trying to play that information game, trying to catch out where those defenders are before this final push comes in across the top floor, and that's what's going to happen now as Cryan moves in behind a thrown nade. 50 seconds left to go, and Koi, they just need to be getting a little bit more aggressive now, finding a few kills and pushing themselves forward, taking this control. What a beauty from Noodle. Just hears Zed shot on his left-hand side and manages to pick him up, but Mowgli, he's there for the refrag, and he's going to just deploy those as Army Kiba barricades and keep himself safe in bathroom. That could be a big moment for Wolves.
Causing a big grey maze inside the bathroom there as well to try and make it a bit of a nuisance to push into him. And sure enough, Mowgli is still being challenged, forming out more and more of these barricades. But Bibu, he's the rat by the mattress, waiting for someone to step forward. A nice shot from Mowgli onto Leon, who's wondering what the hell's going on. And there comes Bibu springing up, not quite finding a second, but with those 2 kills, Wolves have battled their way back into the round.
Great from Shinka as well. Leader manages to find Bibu, but it's 1v2, 5 seconds left to go. Unlikely that he can finish it. He sees the head but can't find the shot. Shinka closes it out, and that is going to be Wolves taking their first round, not just of the game, but of the Europe League 2023.
Absolutely. Cool. So there we go. We do get that battle back from Wolves. We aren't going to see it's dire, boys. Let's have a chat timeout coming in after round 3. This should carry on as things are from here. As we go into a bit of a reset, Wine and Snowmobile going to be the site here in round 4. We saw a lot of interesting takes on this site earlier on. A lot of tricks coming in on towards the wall as well. There is no Kaid. There is no Bandit on side, so we're not going to see denial of the main Snowmobile wall. Instead, there were things like the mirror. I imagine we'll see quite a bit of focus coming in towards that south side, only to be greeted by the mirror, and then it's a case of the attackers to figure out how to get through that.
Already got the keeper barricade deployed at the rear of the site there. Just extends that area of safety. And also, if that back wall gets opened up at the bottom of West Main Stairs, it just allows you to be able to fight through there and just give that protection through to connector, because that's really the long angle that you're looking for. You get somebody inside of car garage and they can just look all the way down there through that breach right through to connector and just absolutely slice that site in two, and makes it very safe to get in and get a plant. So that keeper barricade goes a long way towards preventing that.
Absolutely. Right, let's see exactly what the roam game looks like as well coming out from Wolves, because as we see on so many sites on this map especially, you need to be getting out in the map and looking to contest as much of it as possible, not all sitting down on the basement itself. You've got the Legion running around upstairs on the top floor. We see a lot of this in Oryx as well, running around with a T5. Here we go. Koi straight in onto this main wall, as mentioned, with no real denial coming in from the Bandit or the Kaij. You are going to see this open straight up, but then the question turns in towards this mirror, and this is where things like smokes come in handy, of which Deepek very conveniently has two in his back pocket, Tim.
Yeah, at the minute, Krine and Deepek have remained in place at the breach. Leader is moving round to the rear side of site, looking to get that open. It's exactly what's going to happen as soon as that EMP goes off. So that is now pretty much a lot of the hard breaching done. They will still want that one long angle, but Leader can do that with his third Selma charge as well. So it is definitely possible. They're just holding the long line of sight through sight. Now, Deepek does have diffuser in hand, which would suggest a plant inside. Smoke has been deployed onto the mirror window to try and prevent Shinka from playing there. Another method could be to get in and clear Mowgli out. You get control of the hatch, but you can also rip up the floor above Mira's head and you can take that window out.
Absolutely. Well, now they've got the pressure on both sides coming, as you say, so it starts to feel a little bit claustrophobic downstairs in the basement for the side of Wolves. They haven't yet dealt with those that are on the roam, mind you. So Deadshot, for example, is looking to get a little bit busy. You've got P4 upstairs, you've got Mowgli upstairs. 3 players out on the roam looking to be disrupted towards Koi when they start thinking about an execute. And that's what makes me nervous. You've done all the work on the downstairs you need, but you've kind of skipped over steps 1, 2, and 3 of the, flat pack assembly furniture guide, Tim. They haven't done the bare basics. That needs to be completed first.
We've just had a really good look from Leon's point of view at exactly what I was talking about with that keeper barricade at the beginning of the round and how it cuts out that line of sight all the way through to connector. And this is what happens. Leon has to step inside a sight and gets taken out by Bibu. The trade is there from Leader though, so good progress from Koi. They've got the rear side of sight, and that's allowing Deepek to push in from the front because he doesn't have to worry about the mirror window. He's going to go up and smash it and potentially look for a plant on it instead. That's exactly what he's going to do now. Koi have got some reasonable control here, but Mowgli, he manages to get an important kill, puts the diffuser down on the ground, and P4 from up on high manages to slam Leader and then gets noodled too, and that is going to be the round for Wolves.
One of those that I'm looking at there and just thinking, whoa, absolute chaos. Koi not quite able to close things out. But Tim, we've got a nice little fun addition for you. Fresh, what you got to say about that round?
Oh, hello. Welcome. I think Koi started out the game pretty well. I think we talked about them being a vibes team. We talked about them having, these younger players coming in, and they looked very shaky yesterday. They started off with the first couple of rounds very well, but their droning's gone a little bit bad in rounds 3 and 4 there. They've not really been getting those head counts on site, trying to execute without fully understanding where people are, and it's cost them in these last 2 rounds. It's cost them as they're going in sight. We saw Bibu get an important kill in round 3. In round 4 there, they've not taken account of the mirror windows. They've not done anything about the roam, and they've not fully completed their attacks.
Thanks, Fresh.
There we
Voice
go.
of Professor Fresh tuning in. We love it. I love these interjections and ideas.
That's great. Exactly. It's just like you said, just a nice opportunity for Fresh to step in and hit us with his expert opinion, his keen eye that has been all over this game. And as he says, information being an important part of this game, and it's no surprise to see Wolves leaning into that, bringing the Soulless. Let's take the drones out. Let's make it difficult for them. Let's force them to go in there and face check, to not know what's ahead of them. And as he quite rightly says, we've seen that in action a couple of times with Koi losing lives because of it.
Here we go then. So bringing things back up to 2-2 when it started off as that wonderful 2-0. It's been a nice little bit of balance here between the two sides, and it's staying as competitive as we would have hoped. That Brava once again coming back on side. I believe it's the 3rd round we've seen the Brava now, maybe the 2nd. But I'm enjoying that we've actually seen over the last couple of days a good number of teams have tried to make use of it. Some admittedly far more successfully than others. In some cases, it just forces the defenders to destroy their own utility. We saw in the earlier game between G2 and Virtus Pro a couple of Banshees being hacked out that then had to be destroyed destroyed by the defenders. So again, mixed success so far, but at least we're seeing it being used.
I think that's the key, and it's always going to be what happens at a pro level is we haven't seen that big sort of killer moment, you know, where the Nitro gets taken out by an ADS or something. And it will happen, but at pro level, it's going to be sort of few and far between. I would expect that it does happen. You know, it's not going to be too common because A, the drones are going to get taken out quickly. They're going to get shot on sight. You know, these guys' mechanical skill is off the chart, and that's going to be something that happens. But also, it is going to focus more around cameras, around utility, around information, rather than grabbing an ADS. You might grab one if you see it, you pass in, and why not? And one day it might catch a Nitro, but those are going to be the few and far betweens.
I would have been really curious to see what happened then if they'd shot the other opponent's bulletproof with the hack bulletproof, if it did fully disable the camera. I imagine it would have, but it's not an interaction I've seen before. Not being blasted by the EMP blast from a bulletproof.
Brava just throws so much into like into the mix. Absolutely free for P4 onto leader there, and that gives Wolves an early advantage.
It's one of those I was looking at. I thought for a second Leader might get the full spin and be able to tag it back. And Leon here doing the dance to death with Mowgli, but it's Leon coming out on top of 4 versus 3 for Koi. Looking good so far as we get in towards these last 60 seconds.
Yep, not too bad at all. They've got the vertical. They're going to start working on that. Opening up with the soft breach, just trying to pressure the man behind the mirror now. But that's not going to be easy to move Shinka from there. Just looking through. Limited on nades, only one left available. And they're going to have to make sure that gets into the right place. Otherwise, they're going to need to get main lobby or something to try and give them an angle. They have opened up the wall at the top of the main stairs up from basement, but again, unless they can put a body there, there's no reason for Shinka to move.
Oh, I thought he might be walking into death, but no, he turns out to be the Grim Reaper himself. 3v3, down to 3v2. Leon is activated. Cryin denies away the complete ace, but Deepek on a spin. Koi up to 3-2. This is feeling like a real classic Koi versus Wolves derby.
Leon's just won the round for them there. You had that flank up onto top floor, finds a kill, but as that happens, Leon's gone over the stairs and onto those main stairs. He's picked up that angle that I was talking about. Shinka was being allowed to stay behind that mirror, and if you've used the Selma charge to open the wall above main stairs, you gotta use it. You gotta make the most of that opening that you've given yourself, and that's exactly what Leon does. Down onto those stairs, sees that opportunity, takes out the mirror, and from there, the rest of the pile of cards just comes tumbling down.
The house of cards that it's built upon is not particularly strong, Tim. It does mean that Koi still have this opportunity to go up 4-2 on the attacking side here of Chalet. Chalet, we see them go up with that level of advantage, or will Bulls battle their way back in? I love seeing the Capital brought out, by the way. It's something that I first observed in NA. I want to say it was Dark Zero a good while ago, one of the first teams to really explore and use this quite aggressively to assault in towards Mez. In that last round there, we didn't really see it becoming a thing, of course, but here, I'm really excited to see what the use case is. They've identified that they've seen things like mirrors on the map potentially, so it's there as an option to deal with that, but also here potentially to enable control of Solar, to go for a plant behind half wall. They have all these tools to play with, and Deepek is going to be the real orchestrator of that, likely playing on the double window and looking to help smoke areas off.
Here we go then, round 6, final defence for Wolves coming up. They're going to want to lock this up. They don't want to be going in 4-2 down, and it's not been an easy one for them so far. Koi certainly showing us, you know, more of the performances we saw out of them last year rather than the one that we saw yesterday. Koi, you know, stereotypically slow start inside. We've seen it from them plenty of times before, especially when they start on Cafe. That may be one for them to avoid in future, but certainly showing us much better here on Chalet. Cryin up on the double window, cutting the site in half, but he's just going to dip away for the time being. Won't be able to use the Flores drones effectively from there, so he's going to come down to trophy window, I think. Maybe just try to support from there instead, looking to clear out anybody on trophy stairs. I don't think they're going to get anybody any joy because there's nobody there at the minute.
He played the same spot earlier on in the Iana as well. It's just kind of his go-to designated spot in their attacks as well, making sure again no one can rotate down these stairs and look to cause trouble out towards West Main or even onto the ground floor in general. His whole job is to control that area of the map whilst the rest of the team start getting up for their push forwards, which it feels for the most part like they've done. I'm praying that's a friendly laser sight he's just seen sprayed across that wall, otherwise it's in a very difficult position, but by the looks of it, Koi are indeed down here together. There's 2 of them on side, thank God for that, and looking to see what happens on the downstairs right there. Now, right at the minute though, no one is really working their way on the downstairs, so 2 players committed to very little benefit right now, Tim.
Exactly that, and that's something that Koi need to be aware of. But time isn't really something that they've struggled with too much so far, so I think they should be fine. Noodle is actually going to pick up P4, so that's a nice opener for Koi, and it just gives that bit of value to that time spent by those two players down on the basement floor. Not only that, but it's the Solis that they've picked up as well, so a great start for Koi.
It is. It's looking good so far, but now it's about kind of turning it into a round win. As mentioned, they committed 2 players on the downstairs for the longest time. They have now moved up, and they are aware, and the army most definitely is aware of what is going down. I'd love to just see a hard commit here of chucking like a key barricade on the floor to make it safe, just like that, Tim.
Oh.
And now he can dance back and forth across it, no problem at all. I love how I literally spoke that one into existence.
Des.Wolves.
Get me in.
Des.Wolves, surely.
I'm ready.
Surely sometime soon. I believe you've got a 1.1 KD for the season, Des. You're ready. Right. Mowgli's going to be trying to use that vertical angle just to keep anybody off the stairs, lock down Solarium, but I don't think that's really where the push is going to be coming from now. Noodle looking to move up blue stairs, but it's too easy. Triggers the Banshee. 1, 2, kiss, kiss, bang, bang. Bibu probably wins the round at that moment. 16 seconds left to go, leveling things up at 3 versus 3.
A very weird round, it feels like, where Koi have sort of stalled out and not been sure how to proceed. They get a kill back down to the 2v2. Bibu and Deadshot just got to hold on, and hold on they will. Bibu finds the triple. Deepek can do nothing by himself as he walks through a Banshee. Round 6 goes the way of Wolves. We've got a perfect 3-3 split, and Professor Fresh has got some more to offer us.
Wolves achieve a 3-3 split on that defence, which is about standard for them. They played 21 rounds of Chalet defence at Invitational, 57% round win rate. Here's the big test for them, though, because they can only actually win 2 sites on the attack. When they played at the Invitational, they tried to win dining and kitchen 7 times, and they didn't win it a single time. You can see Koya going there straight away. They also tried to win Garage and Wine 6 times, didn't win it once. So that's a big pain point for them, that they can only win 2 different sites on the attack. And even then, the attack win percentages aren't that great on those sites.
Interesting insight there, Tim, where it's telling you all you need to know. Thank you very much, Fresh, about these 2 sites, of which Koi are starting on 1. The downstairs, as well as kitchen and dining, looking to be a little bit of a pain point for Wolves, it feels.
Absolutely. And Koi have obviously done the homework there, leaning right into it.
Fresh, it turns out, with the stats.
The thing is, Fresh, for those who don't know, Fresh is like a walking stat encyclopedia. He's just...
he's also got what most people, Tim, you might not know about these devices.
He does have a tablet and a laptop.
No. They are called laptops.
He does have a tablet and a laptop.
They contain all these magical things
I think... No.
can tell you stats all day, Tim.
No, you're doing Fresh a disservice there. Because
I'll buy you one for your birthday.
You're doing him a disservice there, because so often we have conversations with Fresh where he doesn't have any technology with him, and he'll say, that's usually about this, and he's always right.
Oh, so, you don't know the truth about him, though, because coming into any conversation, he stares at his laptop, his tablet for half an hour, so he's like, right.
He just steers the conversation to the stats he's learned.
It's a master manipulator, our Fresh. That's what you don't know.
Right, okay. Well, let it be known that I think it's just that Fresh knows his stuff.
He does. Now, I need to see this. Does that still electrify the wall? I can only assume it does.
I've been interested in this one, the electrification. No, it doesn't.
Okay, full-on disables it. So where's the
Oh,
device?
no, they've been shot out. They're gone. So, maybe it just destroys it. I've not seen that. I think it just destroys it.
Yeah, because some gadgets do get destroyed. It wouldn't make sense to turn it and keep it electrified, would it? It'd be a bit weird. Here we go. Noodle! Nuclear Noodle.
He's gone for another. He's got a
I missed
free
that.
kick.
I was staring lovingly at your face, to be fair.
It was too much synergy for anybody to handle, surely, Des. A nice triple kill for Noodle. Just to start him off at the beginning of the round here. And, as Fresh said, in the break between rounds, in the interlude there where he came in, and he said this is going to be a pain point for Wolves. They've struggled to attack these sites, and Noodle is not making it any easier for them. In a 2 versus 5, that is likely to be an advantage for Koi coming in. You'd expect this to go 4-3 now, and the question mark obviously is, are they going to run away with it? A dead shot. He certainly is a dead shot, as he absolutely smashes the man, but he's unaware of the one
dead shot.
Now he's unaware of the one behind the piano wall. Crying steps out and gets that kill, and Koi not rattled by any of this, just quite happy to just proceed with the plan. They've lost 1, that doesn't matter. They know that they'll get that trade back.
Shinka all alone with it all to do. 2 smokes in his back pocket, a drone if he so requires it, and 4 players to bring down for the round win. With only 60 seconds on the clock, though, Tim, it's feeling a little bit difficult for that. Koi again making the right kind of decision, looking to step back here as well. as they found themselves in a 4v1, why go hunting after him? Why give him potential free kills? Just sit very happy in here to spray through the ceiling. Leon almost losing his life, but getting away with half HP.
We see the Nitro detonated. Will not find its mark as Shinka continues to roam above and see if he can find anybody. He's using that super shorty just to open up the angles, but he's going to find himself challenged pretty soon. I think there's somebody just lurking down there in Trophy. Leon it is, who's, I think, got one mind, one eye on those solarium stairs, but he's not going to rush his way up there. They know that time can win this one for them, and so can Bullets as Deepak manages to find the headshot from underneath, takes a trophy from Trophy as he finds himself another round, and that's going to be 4-3, Koi in the lead.
Ooh, keep on talking about how spicy these groups are getting, but with the way things are trending here, you feel like Koi, especially with how definitive that round was, have got a little bit of an advantage, and Wolves have got a bit of work to do to battle their way back in. Just so hard to predict playday to playday who's going to be beating who, Tim.
It is, and that's what I love about this format, because also think about it this way: we've got the two groups, and this isn't even something that we've mentioned yet. You know, the two groups that we've seen, these teams in a few short play days' time are going to come up against each other. You know, you've got the potential then for those, you know, those mix-up of teams, you know, from the two groups, and that just adds another level of spice on top of it. It's just so unpredictable. It's
what Corey points are we at now then? We were talking about Cormers and all sorts earlier.
In terms of spice, I think in terms of the groups, we might be hitting, like, you know, sort of Vindaloo levels, Des.
Vindaloo was the name I had in my mind as well.
We're really getting up there, you know. We're really getting up there to the top spice levels in terms of the groups now.
It's only playday 2
versus what sort of expectations we had at the beginning as well.
Where do you go from a Vindaloo though if you really want to, you know, do some damage?
I don't know. I'm not
like a curry connoisseur.
I don't know where you'd maybe look beyond that.
I don't know. Some curry connoisseurs can tell us.
I'm sure they will.
And then we can reference these spicy levels in week 3 on the final play day of groups.
I'm sure they will. But yeah, it's the thought is tantalising of some of these teams from Group A meeting teams from Group B as well. You know, absolutely tantalising. As is that kill from Shinka, manages to find Noodle, and that is exactly the sort of start that Wolves needed. Noodle absolutely destroyed them at the beginning of the last round, so getting him taken out nice and early is a big play.
Managed to hack through both the default cam and the bulletproof there as well. I wonder if Leon is aware of this. Now he's aware because he's realised, oh, I can't get on my bulletproof. Has to shoot it out. And this really feels like one of the primary spots that we've seen these Brava cams be successful, is in through the lobby door, hack the default cam. If there's a bulletproof on the stairs, hack that as well. Those seem to be the most secure spots right now, but I imagine teams will adapt to that on this map as time goes past.
More than likely crying. He's going to be a long way outside, but he knows that it's a difficult angle to challenge from that particular rappel, and it takes a long time to get down, but they were alert to the danger. Wolves have picked up kills along the way, but now find themselves losing a man in Shinka, taken down by Leader, and that is now 4 versus 2. Wolves still in the serious ascendancy here in round 8 and can keep things level. And to be honest, I feel like Koi have been the better team, so for Wolves to be fighting to keep it level at 4-all, it's actually doing pretty well for them.
No, I massively agree. Yeah, they have stayed really competitive, and I look again down the kill feed or the kill scoreboard on either side, and the balance for the whole of Wolves at the minute is really impressive, that everyone is getting themselves involved in this game. But you are looking for someone to grab the game by the scruff of the neck and really drive it forward, but you won't complain about team efforts either, especially with how things are looking to go here in this round, evening things up at potentially 4 apiece. 60 seconds left, 2v4. Can Koi hold on?
Cryan's just using some fancy footwork to keep himself alive inside a dining there, wanting to peek in towards main lobby, but Wolves, they're not rushing anything here, and I like that. You know, they know that they have time, but let's not see them use too much of it. We see the drop come through into sight. Deadshot trying to find the man just inside the connector, can't do so, but Mowgli can. Mowgli also picks up Cryan, a nice double at the end to finish for Wolves, and that leaves us 4 on the scoreboard, and this one, there's very little to separate these two teams.
Absolutely. Again, it feels like a real derby between these two teams, something that we're used to seeing, Koi and Wolves really going at each other, and it's starting to feel like it's boiling up to that kind of point. Wine and Snowmobile, the next site we go into, the one that we commented earlier on was one of those more difficult sites for Wolves to attack into. We'll see if the stats hold true.
Exactly. I want overtime. I just want to see as much of this as possible. Both teams are playing well. I don't feel like anybody's desperately losing things here. There's not terrible mistakes coming out. What we're seeing is players like Noodle going in there and getting a 3-kill and just opening things up and creating space, and that's been fantastic to watch so far. Entertainment in this one definitely at a peak.
This downstairs one's an interesting one because, again, we've seen such varied attacks onto it for me. Some coming in through the main snowmobile door, some coming in down through trench, some coming down through the dining hatch at the same time. An interesting extension out from Leon as well here, reinforcing up around this split, so you've got the ability to play inside of there, challenge in towards this double window where some teams like to start, but it also gives you the ability to challenge inside of here, inside of Mud. So really your main goal in terms of reinforcing that wall down at the bottom side of Games Room is to be able to challenge on towards the bottom of those stairs, stop anyone walking down into blue, for example. So looks like we're going to see Koi being at least a little bit more aggressive out on their holds.
Noodle up on the top floor is being supported, sort of a soft support from Cryan there on the stairs. He can come up, he can go down, he's just about ready if needs be. But Wolves at the minute not leaning immediately into the top floor clearance. They're going to open the snowmobile wall. Bibu's going to hang around for the time being, but it looks like Shinka is heading round to the rear side. They don't have an ace on side, so they are going to be limited to the hard breach of the thermite and the 2 secondary gadgets of the Book of P4, so they need to be careful that they're not losing those players because they need to be opening up this rear side. But as it stands, Wolves have done nothing about the 2 top floor players.
Yeah, it's something we've commented on a couple of times in this game as well. I think it was Koi who made the error earlier on in terms of staring at the site and looking to work hard on that whilst ignoring the 3 roamers that were around. And the Clouts came through. We saw a little bit of hurt being done on site itself. This round could very much end up being the same way. Now, Leon's here looking for a challenge on towards Mowgli. I mentioned about him wanting to be the one to contest these stairs. It's a 2-man swing. Thank God Leon got that one because that could have gone wrong very quickly.
That's going to be 4 versus 4 then in that quick trade-off, and it's again down to Wolves to push the attack here and get themselves, making sure they've got the control of the map. And Noodle only just being pushed back down West Main stairs towards site, manages to get down there safely. Cryan, he's going to try to hold on to dining. The hatch in there can be all important, as we know, and that again is another position Wolves maybe need to force him out of, but he could drop back down here. But of course, as the Oryx, he's got the freedom. He can move back up and down, absolutely no problem.
I mean, for Cryan here, he's more there in case someone does try and push him down the backside, but realistically, every single player of Wolves is down here on the south, working their way down blue stairs, looking for the main stairs, looking for the hatch lobby in towards connector, just everything being on this side of the map. So at some point, Cryan will have to move, and personally, I think I'd quite like to see a backstab from him, work your way through the map, rather than being on the downstairs with the rest of your team, see what damage you can do.
Leon as the Legion knows that Deadshot is on the blue stairs here. There was a goo mine activated and he's just waiting. He knows he's low health, so he doesn't really want to take a gunfight. He's hoping he's not been droned, and then he can just get him an absolute freebie. If Deadshot's aware, he would get the kill if he got it positioned correctly, but Shinka's going to be in a position to start putting the diffuser down. Noodle picks up P4 though, and right now that is actually a bit of a coup, but I don't think they're going to be able to hold on to this. I'm not sure. Bibu's got a long angle though. It is possible, but there could be a combined run out from Koi here, but he's just keeping himself covered. This is smart from Bibu.
You can play that. This is going to be so interesting in a 1 versus 4, but diffuser's down. It's so rare that you see this kind of situation. Trees with a little bit of cover as well. Do they know where he is? I think they've got a bit of an idea, but they're going to try and get this one on the long arm. And there we go! At the first time of asking, Deepak finds the long-range kill, a 4-0 in the ending standing of players for Koi, and they take round 9 over to Professor Fresh once again.
I think we've seen exactly what we predicted, where Wolves struggled to attack Kitchen. Wolves just about struggled to attack Wine. Obviously, it came down to a bit of a potential clutch coming out there, but it didn't come through. I think going into these last 3 rounds, it's obviously only 5-4. It's up in the balance. The big thing for both of these teams is team play. That very last round just there, Mowgli locked himself in a position where he couldn't be refragged. You saw Koi double swung to get the refrag onto him. The same with Deadshot on the blue stairs. I want to see Wolves put themselves into positions where they can refrag each other out and not just rely on these hero players that keep coming out.
Love it. Thank you very much, Fresh. So again, Tim, looking out for that trade-based play, teamwork being the core part of his message there.
Yeah, that's it. You know, they've got to start, putting Koi in difficult positions if they can, and ensuring that there's a minimum of the trade. And the way that you do that is you push them in a 2v1. You find a defender, you move in together with a couple of you, and you just create that situation that it's essentially what we would call, a no-win situation for the defender. The best they can do is take one with them, but they're going to die either way. And if they can start improving on that side of things, Wolves, obviously then they're going to have better manpower, they're going to have more utility taken out and in a better position to push on to sites. Round 10 then, as Wolves have, despite, I think, being the second team in the server here to a Koi that are looking much better than yesterday, they've kept themselves within one round. It's good. They got the diffuser down last round. It wasn't ideal, but as Fresh has quite rightly pointed out, the difficulty is on attack, and they are going to continue on sites that they may struggle with, kitchen and dining being the choice for Koi.
Absolutely, but I'm looking towards, say, for example, the Ying here. When all else fails, bring in the Ying. Roll out the Candelas, the smokes, anything else you may need from the rest of your team to make and execute happen. We spoke about the number of bans. I think we saw 2 bans against us so far today, and just commented that really, for teams who want to make and execute happen hard and fast, it's the way to do it. And that may well be the play here as well. They're looking to just go pretty hard on this top 4, ensure they've got coverage inside of Solar, but Noodle is in the right position. He's ready to challenge here. Leon's already found one, and as long as the Warden does his job upstairs, they should be able to keep this going, Tim.
Ooh, nearly sees the foot, but somehow Deepak gets up and wins the fight. Leader picks one up along the way, and that's going to leave us now in a 5 versus 1. Shinka has only one thing going for him here, Des, and that is time. 1 minute 45. He's an absolute age left on the clock because Wolves, they tried to just rush. They tried to get in there. They tried to have an immediate impact on site, but Koi were ready. And unfortunately for Wolves on this map, nothing they do seems to work when attacking a couple of these sites. And they found it once again now. Shinka is not in that position that we sometimes talk about, saying the unofficial timeout. That's not what's happening. He's just waiting for an opportunity. He's going to put himself on library window, get himself inside, see if anybody pushes, see if anybody wants that kill. Maybe he picks up 1 or 2, and a 1v3 certainly looks better than a 1v5.
I understood the intent as well in terms of trying to keep Solar as the no-go zone so no one could challenge vertically onto the players coming in towards Trophy. But those Trophy players got in and were stood up against a soft wall that wasn't fully open. Of course, you could see through it, but they kind of looked a bit stuck, and that was when Deepak sprung up and found a 2K that basically guaranteed his team the round. Crying closes out on towards Shinka, but again, I come back to those Candelas. There were 2 in back pocket, there were smokes available, yet they were used to kind of hit an area of the map that was somewhat critical to the execute, but with some pace would have been completely irrelevant for the defenders. Either way, Koi handled it well. They move up to 6 and 4, and Wolves are looking just about donezo on this map, Tim, but they take a timeout to give themselves a little bit of breathing room and see if they can formulate a plan to battle back in.
Well, it's maybe not the worst time because they're likely to be attacking onto Bar and Gaming. It's a site that they've already won. So, yeah, get your discussion, get everything leveled off now. You're going back in on a site you can be reasonably confident on. If you can have your tack time out, do all that work, go back in and win a round, it's really going to help your momentum. Of course, they need to be winning the next 2 as well, but just going into a round that you are comfortable with the site you're attacking is going to do them a world of good. They potentially win this one. It's 6-5. They then need to do what they haven't so far and get the win on one of those difficult 2 sites. But I think this is actually a really well-timed tactical timeout.
Well, it is the only time that's really going to make sense. Another round and they'd have been done for. It's literally the last chance they have. Bar and Gaming going to be where Koi step into. I believe the one site that we have seen Wolves have a little bit of success on so far, and that Brava once again making a return. Maybe it's a Chalet thing. We saw it a little bit on Villa as well, or a couple of maps again where she's becoming quite viable, it turns out. I think one thing I won't lie, one thing I forgot because I haven't really had a chance to play her yet. Super Short is the secondary. Not bad on maps like this, where you've got to do a lot of vertical destruction.
Yep.
I know she's not really a replacement for like a Buck or a Sledge, but gets part of the way towards doing a job. It's like the alternative of bringing Thatcher is DKB with the immediate impact EMPs, right?
Well, the thing is as well, it starts making her, it changes that maybe the sort of players that can pick up and play Brava because it makes her self-sufficient. She can go out there and just do a job on her own. She doesn't need need somebody to go along and support her. She doesn't need that, you know, very much in the same way that we've seen Ace in that position. You know, we've seen, yes, still used as a support sometimes, but for example, players like Doki, who would never normally touch a hard breacher, bringing along Ace because Good Gun can hard breach, can play pretty much solo. And Brava, I think, is, you know, potentially fitting into that sort of realm, can provide intel for herself, can open up angles, you know, can do an awful lot.
I think I see something that's rattling me here. Red light, can we just take a look at this mezzanine balcony? Can we look at where the kind of like grey boards join to the brown ones, please? Ah, see, who would pay for that?
What, the
grey
change
join
in
the
flooring?
brown. Why would you do that?
I don't know. Maybe it's an aesthetic choice, Des. Maybe
It's a
style.
poor one.
Maybe it's a style thing.
Why? It's horrible. Look, you get rattled about main stairs. I get rattled about really badly placed planks.
You're not happy with the decor?
No.
No, fair enough.
Imagine if you bought a chalet and you walked into that. That's the first thing you see in the lobby.
Imagine if you bought a chalet. Okay.
Maybe you will pull your money together.
I didn't think I'd be imagining that today.
Oh, no, you are.
Imagine you bought a chalet.
And you saw that. How would you feel? All your life savings pulled together for this one
I
moment.
mean, surely I'd have seen it before I bought it, so...
You'd hope so. But
Actually,
maybe they concealed it with a massive rug.
I've only got myself to blame at that point, haven't I?
Maybe they
really?
concealed it with a massive rug. You don't know.
Here we go. Mowgli, he's going to be looking to potentially hop out and back in of windows here, I think, just opening that up. But he's going to take the drone for the time being, maybe going to pressure onto that library window as well. Here goes the Brava drone, just moving around underneath. You know, this is... The thing is, we focus so much on the Clutch drone about how it can capture electronics.
And its horrible name.
We're not focusing on the fact that it can actually work as a drone. You know, on top of everything else, it's extra drones on your team to be able to go in and gather that information. Not in like a Flores way where it's time limited or anything. You know, you can just use them as drones as well. And
it's the same as Twitch. They are 2 extra on your
exactly.
team.
It's just extra drones on your team. You know, and we see the strength of Twitch and Iana and, you know, people that are bringing extra information utility, especially on top of a gadget like that.
I completely agree. Well, they're still trying to march their way forward. Speaking of Flores, it is a drone-heavy round as well, because you've got the Clutches rolling around, you've got the Flores on side. I just need Twitch now, I need Echoes.
Drone wars.
We really have got robot wars underway.
We really do. Mowgli is going to take down Noodle. That's a strong start for Wolves. This is what they needed. P4 gets one, but Leader leads the fight back as he finds that trade. 3 versus 4. Deepak, Leader and Crying have got it all to do, though. 30 seconds left to go. This is a site that they haven't won so far. Wolves did manage to find a way last time. Can they do it again? Just opening up those vertical angles, but time is ticking by.
Don't know if they know that Deepak's here as well. He's in a pretty good spot to watch that hatch from range where they won't be able to see him because they can't play on that left side of the hatch to challenge. Leader comes up from the basement, finds one. There's a second player inside of Mud. I don't think they know. Crying springs out and gets one. Deepak's on the deck, but it's a 1v2 with 5 seconds to go. Shinka's going in for a plant, but can they stop this one? They need the range on it. Goes for a spray, can't find the man. They almost find him, but it's a post plant now for Crying to end this out here and now. 7 and 4 for his team. He's got to find both of these players on his own.
He does. He's going to try and work from the hatch here, Des. He's got the vertical angle, just misses his man. Timing really hasn't been his friend in this 1v2 and just misses the feet as they step out of the main door. Crying has to start working his way back down the main stairs and they know where he's coming from. They're hiding around the side of the fireplace. It's going to be a matter of time. Shinka steps out and gets the kill and Wolves take us to that 12th round and so close for Crying, Des. I think everybody at home, hands up if you were the same as me. You thought as he sprayed at the silhouette that he might just find his man, but as the wall opened up there was the metal cabinet in front of him and you knew that it was probably all over.
That's it. If he found the other man and turned it into a 1v1, suddenly Shinka starts getting cold feet. Does he stick the plant? Does he come off? Does he risk being sprayed to the soft wall? But sadly, just can't get away with any of that. Wolves give themselves this one last chance to send us through to overtime and keep the dream alive of taking their first point here in the European League.
The big problem for them that they face, though, is they are back on one of those 2 sites, Kitchen, Dining, Wine and Snowmobile. As Fresh pointed out at the beginning of this, that those are the sites that they struggle with. Those are the ones that they struggle to attack. and that is where they have to get it done. Koi are surely going to be taking a lot of confidence from that fact. We're going to have Leon out in the map. He's getting the goo mines down. We've seen him roaming quite a lot so far. 9 kills, he's going well, and he's going to have to be shut down. He's going to have Noodle in support, and they certainly have been a dynamic duo so far this map.
Haven't they just? Well, Noodle's going across and to bring in along that Solis. We've spoken about it all night long, all of yesterday as well. Super disruptive to the attackers' plans. And truthfully, when you've seen quite a bit of Brava rolling around the map, I do not think it is all a bad thing to bring as a somewhat preventative measure. I commented on this earlier on, and when we spoke about it yesterday, Brava's got a really good gadget, but with Solis being the previous operator that came out that is still really strong in the game, it does somewhat reduce the effectiveness. If Solis wasn't a thing, suddenly we're having a very different conversation.
Wolves have sent a couple of players up onto the roof, I believe, so I would imagine they're going to be looking. You've got P4 out there by West Main, you've got one, B-Boot all the way up there, top floor, looking down to piano window, so they are acutely aware of this top floor. I don't think they dealt with it quick enough last time. This time they're going to play directly into it. They need to pick up those 2 kills, though. It's Noodle and it's Cryin that are up there. If they can come away with anything here, Des, ooh, I don't think Cryin just sees the drone there. He doesn't, so there's going to be at least a bit of information still in place for Wolves. Mowgli's getting aggressive there as well.
Just making sure there's no one playing on the stairs. Being able to roll that grenade down means that you have the freedom to move around without worry of someone swinging you, because they'll see that nade indicator and know they won't have time to step forward, kill you, and not die to the grenade at the same time. So Koi continue to move themselves around the map a little bit here as well. Now, Wolves looking like the spot where they've got all 5 players alive. They haven't been disrupted in the early round. That sets them up well to start thinking about this execute.
Mowgli, he's going to make the push downstairs, but Leon's Legion goo mine is well placed, and that's at least going to give a little bit of a warning for them on site. Wolves are operating with a little bit of freedom here now. In goes a nade there, just looking to clear out any personnel or gadgetry that stands in the way. We can see I think it was the E1D scan there that was just pinging out a player across at the top of West Main, moving into Kitchen, and that is going to give something for the attackers to try and hunt down. Deadshot manages to find Leon.
Oh!
This might be happening, Des. That's a big double from Deadshot.
I mean, there's 2 players still off site here as well, so Koi are really nowhere to be seen. It's essentially a 5v1 on site that Wolves can win, and they pulled this game back from the brink to guarantee what appears to be overtime, Tim, unless Noodle can do it all by himself.
We're going to be cut down by Mowgli, who picks up a double, and Wolves somehow win one of those unwinnable sites, and we're going to overtime, Des.
Of course we are. So, Fresh is in once again. Fresh, what do you make of that?
Oh, I've been waiting to hear that we are going to overtime, Des. Second time today. I think it was more of the same, really, apart from that very final round there. Now, the thing for Wolves, as I was saying, I wanted them to team play a little bit more. They obviously went and won the bar attack. They won that previous attack just then by Deadshot making a bit of a hero play. That's one thing that Koi haven't been able to fully keep under wraps today. We've seen a couple of ratty plays, a couple of hero plays, and that's what happens when you have such a talented roster. Now, looking forward to this, we're going to see Koi attack into the overtime. It was a 3-3 split for them on the overtime where they struggled to attack onto the garage and to master bedrooms. That's where I'm looking at Wolves going. Obviously, when they get back on the defense, I would be expecting Koi to go to that kitchen site. I think we might be going to all the way to 15 here.
You didn't say all the way to 15, Des.
We're going all the way to 15, Des.
Love it. There you go,
There you
Tim.
go. Love it.
We're all absolutely wrapped in. Thank you very much, Professor. I keep going to say, it's so hard to say Professor Fresh, but I want to say that Professor.
Profession. That's it though. That's
It
the
is,
name.
but I keep trying to say Professor Fresh, and it keeps mixing together.
It just doesn't roll off the tongue very easily,
No,
does it? Professor.
Professor's a really weird one. I mean, now I've said it a few
Because of the
times.
2 R's. Because of the 2 R's being separated.
Now it's like pro-fresher. It's like someone who's gone to uni 4 or 5 times and gone through that first year experience too many times. A pro-fresher.
I quite like it. We'll have to get him a lab coat.
I tell you what, those are death segments in waiting, they are. Over to the Professor and his stick. Pointing at a board, says, see here, chaps, here's what's been going on. I don't know why suddenly he's a real posh British person, but I've decided that he is.
I love that you developed the accent.
He's got like a moustache and everything.
Here we go then, Wolves are on the defence. It's going to be Kitchen and Dining to start us off. We are into overtime, which means, of course, the point allocations will change. Winner gets 2 points, loser will get 1, so both are guaranteed something at least. Koi will not come away from the first 2 play days empty-handed. That much is a guarantee, but there is still a lot to fight for. We've seen so far in these groups that every point is going to count, so they need to fight for as many as they can get. Wolves are up on the top floor in terms of personnel. The site, of course, Kitchen Dining, but they're wanting to hold on above for as long as they can.
Yeah, again, for those of you who maybe weren't really 100% clear on how the points work, but if you get a win in regulation, i.e. you get to 7 rounds for your opponents, well, if they have 5 and you have 7, if we win in 12, then you get all 3 points. If you win in overtime, you get 2. If you lose in overtime, you get 1. If you lose in regulation, you get nothing. So you are rewarded with something for managing to make it to this stage of the game, which both teams now have, which you can see as a loss for obviously the eventual winning team. They'd like to have all 3 points, but they let it go on too long. But for the loser, at least it doesn't sting as badly as taking away 0 points. So both teams are guaranteed at least 1. Now across these next 3 rounds of overtime, they're fighting for 2.
Deepak just opening up the office balcony window there, just again applying that pressure across top floor. It's not where the defenders are going to be immediately. They're going to be deeper than that, but it does cut off a rotation out through, potentially mezzanine over the balcony or any sort of flank particularly. So again, just offering a little bit of safety for the attackers. Halfway in the round yet, Des, and only just starting to open up those walls.
They are. I don't think they're too worried about this, so they've been doing their drone homework as best they can. Against the Solus especially, it's a real battle. 5 drones have gone down here in the course of that first half of the round. The information you can get is limited because of the Solus as well. So they're making the best of a bad situation in that case. I keep on speaking about Solus. She is just that level of impressive at the impressive and oppressive at the moment.
Both in equal measure. I would have said Leon is just going to be sending in the Bravo drone, spots out. They've absolutely no idea. The Solus gets seen, goes out of the window, but the warning was there. Noodle had already reacted, and that's really well played from Koi, not getting caught out there, using that utility well. I'm not sure that the Bravo drone was still taken out by P4 though.
It wasn't, no.
Which I would have to question. You've got to take that utility out. It's one shot. You've got to make sure it's gone.
Probably a little bit harder to see as well. I'm not more used to seeing the kind of circular drones, obviously, whereas this thing is quite literally more of a tank. And here we go then. Starting out on the trophy side of things will make this a little bit harder for the defenders to move around in. Deadshot chooses to play the Solar Stairs side, where Noodle is now hanging upside down, waiting for a victim to approach.
One thing I will say before we get into the final 30 seconds very quickly is the Bravo drones do feel very fast. I will say, I don't know whether
because they're so massive.
I don't know whether it's just my terrible aim or what, but they do seem very nippy. Shinka is going to pick up Leon, and that is a late opener there with only 15 seconds left on the clock. Advantage Wolves, but there comes a couple of kills. Noodle, leader, stepping up, and Koi able to get this attack potentially, but no, Deepak running in completely blind. 5 seconds left to go, and the kills are continuing. They go in the favour of Koi, but the diffuser is down. Shinka just needs to hold on, and hold on he will, and that is an advantage in overtime to Wolves, who have been consistently behind on Chalet.
A real, not so much a backstab there, more a stab to the front coming out of P4 as he hung in close by the smokes, used them to his advantage to play in just behind them, and honestly thought for a few seconds we'd see a massive big brain play, not forgetting that of course you can see when a plant is going down as well. So he could have sat inside the smokes, made good use of the gadget of the Solus and saw the plant going down, but he didn't have to because the plant came to him. The ace came charging for, he gets the down. Koya forced to scramble, and even in a 3 versus 1, the clock was not on their side, and Wolves take that win.
Here we go, Kitchen and Dining as predicted by Professor, as Koi are just trying to...
Are you used to saying it now?
I think I've got it there, didn't I? I thought I'm going to try and throw it in there.
Nice,
I think I got it, yeah.
I'm down, Professor.
Professor. You've just got to really think about it before you say it.
Professor with the refresher, that's what he does.
Yeah, you've got to really think about it before you say it.
You do.
Right, Kitchen and Dining it will be then, as Koi know that they need this round to keep themselves in it. Professor, he predicted 15 rounds. Koi are going to have to find a defence.
Why is he now a fortune teller? God.
Who knows?
His age, mate.
We're
Stay in the lab.
We're about to find out. Koi need to get this. They've won this site twice already. Wolves haven't really had the answer. So Koi have got to be feeling a lot of confidence coming into this. We've got Bibu and Deadshot already heading up towards the top floor. They're going to look to get themselves inside a library, try to push across, clear out Master, clear out Office, and give themselves those verticals. One thing I will say is that Wolves felt pretty emphatic in the last round, and I think there's definitely some momentum that they can carry forward here.
Well, momentum they so sorely need is the only way I can look at it, Tim, because if you're riding off the high of that last round, again, it's 2 points going to you and just 1 going to Koi. A big focus on this north side of the building as well. 2 players directly on the north, then Deadshot off towards the left, and 1 more off towards the right. So Koi must know that's where the pressure is starting to build. It is Shinka watching in towards Trophy, and Bibu on the double window. So a full solo side take. They are ignoring Library, they are ignoring Mez. Everything is about the top side, but right now they're losing their head. How has he got away with that? What on earth? But a C4 comes through. Deepek finds his man, and Koi have the man advantage, at least for now.
Koi so lucky not to lose another, but managed to maintain 4 versus 3 here, and Wolves can count their lucky stars as well. That could have gone much worse for them. What a little mid-round clash we've just had there. It leaves 3 dead and only 7 left to try and close out the round. It's 4 versus 3, Koi with the advantage, but you really do feel like this is a site that they can hold on to. They've still got some pressure up there on the top floor that Wolves haven't been able to deal with, and right now I don't know exactly how Wolves are going to proceed.
Absolutely. What I do like about that, though, is for Wolves, fair play to them, they committed hard to trying to force their way through this top floor. I've said for both teams, they've ignored Roamers a couple of times, and it has bit them once or twice. So their go-to answer was to try and break it open. They've been punished by a good roam coming out of Koi, who may be able to force us into that round 15. Crying, taking down Deadshot as he comes through the rotate. His teammate just watching him fall lifeless before his eyes. Only 2 left standing. Tim, it sounds like we're going all the way to 15.
It certainly does as Leon picks up Mowgli. It's all up to Shinka, 1v4. We know that he's got the clutch capability in his locker, but it's unlikely in this situation. 40 seconds, so he's got plenty of time to work with, if nothing else, but he just can't find the angle. Koi are playing this super smart. They don't need to peek. They know they don't need to move. They've got all the angles covered, and there's no way. I was going to say they will peek out, but Leon does decide to have a go, loses his life for it, but Crying is there to mop up the spillage, and he will take the final kill, and that puts us all the way to 15.
Oh boy. We've had 3-3 halves. We've now... Was it 4-2 halves, sorry?
No, 3-3.
It was 3-3.
Nothing to separate these
I
two.
remember talking about the 4-2 and being like, it's a dream.
Nothing to separate these two.
Nothing. And the final site we head to is Wine and Snowmobile. There we go, all locked in. Tim, I'm sure you got the stats there on your device of an unnamed kind. How we looked on this historically?
Wolves on the defence only defended Wine once. It was in round 4, and they won. 100% win rate, but only sample size of 1.
If you're a gambling man, you'd probably fancy Wolves to win this one out, even with the small sample size like that. But let's see how things shape up, because I remember commenting on it previously that realistically, you get open the main breach, there was no Dinar with a Bandit, a Kaid, for example, but you do have a mirror window staring you down. And last time round, it took a charge in through the breach to run straight at the mirror window, knock the glass out, and they even tried to use it, let's not forget, I believe it was Wolves on the attack back then. They used it to try and get a plant down behind the mirror window itself that they just could not stick. So we'll see if the same comes out to be here, but I like this aggressive roam also on the top floor from Shinka. Probably more of acknowledgement that you don't need to have both mirrors on site. One is plenty.
It is. You only really need one down in basement. It's going to be looking, as it always is, onto Snowmobile Garage. Sometimes it's fair to say, and this is something, you can take away for your games at home as well. If you're going to play mirror, don't always feel like you have to deploy both, because a bad mirror is way worse than just keeping it in your pocket and not having it out there at all. If you put one that can just be opened easily, you're giving a free line of sight right into the heart of your defence usually. So absolutely, if there's no position there, get it on a different part of the map, keep it in your pocket. It's not an issue at all. But what Shinka's done is actually really smart. It allows Deadshot to play mezzanine, it aids him in keeping hold of Library, and again, it just extends this defence to a point where Koi have got so much work to do.
Almost takes Mowgli's head for free there, but Mowgli fortunate to walk away with half of his HP. Now I'm going to try and move a little more gingerly back in towards side, but it's Bibu starting things out with the entry, and it's onto the Thermite, who has already done his job, admittedly, Tim, but it's still a pick regardless.
It is a big pick. Obviously, they've got Leon on side as well, so if they've got other holes that need to be opened at the back of site, which we can see that they have, it's still doable. So it's not the end of the world, but in terms of man count, it's certainly not ideal. They've got the ace as well with Leader, but he's going to need a little bit of support to get
Needs
those,
frags. They've got
to
none.
get the mute jammers off there. It can be dealt with. Yes, they need the mute jammers cleared. Yes, frags would help that. But they can walk in potentially. They can shoot a couple off. And as they start clearing other angles out, they will get there. But it's a risk. It's a risk is the key.
Blue is the problem here as well. You try and go for these, you are in trouble. But with the hatch on side, now it's opened up as well. They should be in a good spot to get those off so that we can see Trench opened up and we can continue on with the round. Noodles rotating his way down to pick up the diffuser, I imagine, and try and look for potentially a push to come in through this main breach. Of course, the one thing they're really missing here, though, Tim, is the two smokes that would have really helped them to get through the mirror. With Thermite offline, those aren't an option.
I was just wondering what had ended up with Deadshot's position, because of course he started on mezzanine, and it was a smart play because we've seen a lot of pushes towards the front side of the site, so he was then in a position to be able to drop back downstairs. But Mowgli, he's going to pick up Leon. Cryan manages to find P4, and this needs to be the start of the fight back for Koi, and it will be. Kills come in, one goes in either direction, 2 versus 3, time ticking by, but how about that for a big double from Noodle Des? He just goes through, one walks in, but Bibu will put him in the bin as he manages to find the shots through and just takes out the planter. 20 seconds left to go. It's 1v1, Des.
And Cryan's got no HP left. A body shot from Bibu is enough, but he's making use of the Kiva barricade. I did wonder when I saw it. Is that smart? My answer would be no. Cryan comes off. He takes the fight, and Koi will take the 2 points they so sorely wanted. Wolves will have to settle with 1.
What a finish from Cryan in the 1v1. That is the definition of big brain play. Noodle has already been taken down at the side of the green bin. You can find the angle through there. You can be shot. Cryan grabs that diffuser and thinks, no, I'm not going down to the same fate. Heads over to the snowmobile in behind that Kiba barricade. Plenty of cover, and I've forgot my glasses, but manages to get that. The excitement was real. Manages to get that diffuser down and then come out and win the gunfight. Beautiful. Bibu maybe needed to be a little bit more aggressive there.
That was a Bibu no moment if I've ever seen one. What I loved about it was coming into the start of that round, I was so ready to say, look at the kills. Like, everyone's in double-digit deaths, they're in double-digit kills. It has been a real team game overall.
Slugfest.
But when you need the hero plays, Cryan and Noodle were there to deliver a 3K and a 2K in that last round, respectively. Beautiful stuff. A well-deserved win, but I could watch the 15 rounds of that.
Honestly,
it was so close.
Brilliant game. That, I spoke earlier about potentially are we seeing the best game we're going to have for the 2 days. We've saved the best till last. That was an absolute beauty. Teams winning rounds, big gunfights, clutches, 2v3 at the end. Honestly, play it again. Go again.
It was beautiful. It is late.
It is.
That's us done with our 8 games, Tim. Wow. What a first mad couple of days those have been.
Time flies when you're having fun, Des.
Oh, doesn't it just? I mean, fun. Poor Tim's been abused most of today, but you're all good now, aren't you,
I've had
Tim?
a lot of fun. It's all banter.
We have. And we'll have a lot more fun, no doubt, after a short break. We'll have the desk, and then our pretty face will be back once again for the post-show. See you guys in a few minutes.
what a game. Koi versus Wolves goes the distance. They went to overtime, Des, as they say. And now we have our interview lined up. Let's have a chat.
Hello! We have a new friend with us today. This is Bruno. He keeps trying to get away from me.
Bruno, he's also our producer.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Hello, Bruno.
Yeah.
It
One
jumped.
sec, I'll grab the other one.
Should we just fill in the meantime?
No, it's good.
I've been trying to maintain the kids on my desk for 2 minutes and they're running about, so only a
Hello,
short one for Bruce.
Bruce
as well.
is used to the camera by now. Look, he's grown up so fast.
He's huge, look. There you go.
Oh, it's like a Lion King moment. Oh
Yeah.
man, Leon, it's good to see you again, my friend. It's been a moment,
Good
but
to be back.
I'm glad you got the win today, but it was by a hair.
So am I.
Let's walk me through it. What happened in Chalet?
Well, attacks went really well for us. I think the only rounds we lost was because we've got so many people now that want to talk and don't shut up. Like, sometimes it gets a bit hectic in the comms, so it's hard to control them sometimes because the new guys are not used to me yet. They're not used to how I play or how I call. So trying to calm them down a bit in those last 30 seconds or so to call what the execute is going to be and stuff. Sometimes it gets a bit overwhelming, so I'm still getting used to that myself. And that's what happened in those attacks that we lost. Other than that, though, they were really good, those attacks. And then defense, I think we gave them a bit too much respect when it got to match point. We let them just get in the map how they wanted to play, let them take the gunfights instead of us taking the gunfights. And then, yeah, overtime, just crying and Adam going huge on that last round. Yeah,
I mean, that's
so much else to it.
that last round was incredible in its way. You can call it an overextension to take out a drone and then be ballsy enough to go for the gunfight, but still, you got the info from the drone inside the hole, right?
Yeah, yeah, just had info and we tried to pique people together. It just didn't work in our favor.
Well, I want to ask you something specifically to you, but also in like general thought, because we saw a boatload of Brava today, which probably is like the most Brava we've seen through the entirety of the start of the stage. But why are you specifically playing the operator, and how do you think she fits in the metagame right now?
Well, lucky enough, I was playing Bravo all game, as you said. I think for Chalet, it's a very good map to just get into rat corners, get in early in sneaky positions and stuff. So being able to get a drone in that can also hack the cam or hack a Malusi device, something that will slow you down is really important, because not only is it quite quiet when you drive in and hack it, it's kind of hard for the enemy to just go peek the Malusi and be like, oh, okay, that's still ours, no worries. So I think that the main reason why we played it and stuff is just to deny any info gathering for them so we could push in and take their flank spots and stuff.
Speaking of flying spots, are there any particular default cams that you like to hack into on Chalet?
I don't have any preferences, but a fireplace cam does go a long way.
What about a basement cam?
I don't think I hacked that once. Would have been helpful.
Ah, there you go.
But my mind was not focused on basement. My mind was just focused on trying to clear out fireplace. So I didn't really care about that because no one was going there.
Well, it's good. It's good to hear. Do you think we'll get to see more Brava in competition? Or is it map specific?
Yeah, definitely. I think she's very situational, and I think for maps like we said, Chalet, Border, maybe even Theme Park for certain situations, she could be really useful in getting into those sneaky positions and just making sure that your teammates can just lurk into sight or lurk into the map.
Oh, it's very good to hear then. It's a lot that we get to see in this game, and also in the interview with both little kittens. Well, one of them. The other one is growing up very quickly. But
The big boy.
you get to play M&M next Tuesday. What do you think about that game?
Yeah, it's going to be a good game. They did really well at SI. So I'm excited for a close, tight matchup, and I'm excited just to prove everyone wrong still with the new boys and get shit going.
All right.
Part of my language.
It's a family show, isn't it? Anyways,
Yeah, sorry.
Leon, what would you like to say to fans out there?
Just thank you to all the fans that have been supporting us throughout all the changes and everything going on. I know on the outside it might seem very questionable what we've done, but internally, it makes a lot of sense for us. Something you can only see so much from the outside, and this is how we felt was best for us. So just trust the process, even if it takes a while to get back to where we were. We're getting there, and we're showing that today.
Fair enough. Well, hopefully we get to chat with you next Tuesday. Till then, Leon, take care. Bye-bye.
I don't play Tuesday. Oh, I do play
You
Tuesday.
do.
It's not Monday. I don't play Monday.
That's
sorry.
why I said Tuesday. Leon Gittens!
It's been a long day. I've got to be up early as well. So
You know, say hello to your brother also.
I will do.
He did way better than I did in the raid race, so I'll give him that.
Fair enough. Yeah, I did watch him play. It looked good. It looked good.
All right, Leon, see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Have a good night, guys.
And there it is. Got to see two cats. Even though you would call it a bit of a scrappier game, it still was peak entertainment, and we got some fresh thoughts in it too. Did we not?
Yeah, we did. We had some professor thoughts.
Wow.
I don't know if that'll stick. I
Professor.
don't know if that'll stick. I can't say it, so I don't think it can stick. That game, it wasn't great Siege played from either team. It genuinely wasn't. I think both teams will look at that and thought, crap, there is over half the game that we trolled. But they managed to find the ways to win through team play, through those hero plays that came out. Wolves had some hero plays. Koi had some hero plays. Even in that very last round, Adam, which is Noodle, has walked at a mirror window and managed to kill 2 people to just open the round back up for Koi.
Do you call him by his name because you're close to him like that?
Yeah.
You should know pro players and doesn't really.
I mean, he is fresh, so there's only one like him.
True.
Right.
I see a bit of redness going
Yeah.
up here, but
Focus on someone else.
well, we could focus on our MVP. So, Anne, who do you think it is?
Well, I said in the green room to you, if it's not Noodle, then I will riot. So I'm very happy that I don't have to riot.
It is. We've yet to unlock him, but he's here.
Yeah, but it makes total sense, right? If you look first at the opening engagements on the side of Koi, right? Only 6 of these 15 rounds, the opening engagements went in the favor of Koi, and out of those 6, 5 of them were made by Noodle, so that's very impressive on the entry. And then talking about round 7, where he was so influential, getting those first 3 kills, and then round 15, where he really made that difference, pulling the round towards his favor, a very deserved MVP in my opinion.
Yeah, I think when, obviously Spoits, departed this roster, we will continue to talk about it, unfortunately, for Koi, because it's a huge story. Adam Noodle going in to replace him was probably the most natural and the best replacement that Koi could have got to replace Spoit, because he's confident in his ability, he knows how good he is, and he makes things happen when needed. Like I say, he gets the entry. He got the entry when needed. And that last round play, I'm still going to talk about it. I'm still, absolutely bewildered how he's won 2 fights walking in the snowmobile garage at a mirror window. But he's made that happen. And that one play won Koi a point in that one round.
To be fair, that round should have gotten the way of Wolves. The way they had it set up, there was a mute jammer on the breach. Bravo couldn't clear the mute jammer, so they couldn't get the breach on the side of Boiler, on the side of Snowmobile, on the side of the big car garage. There was upstairs control from Oakley on the hatch. They got the opening kill on the side of Wolves as well.
Yep.
It really looked like that was going to go in the favor of Wolves, and that's where you need that person on the side of Koi to step up, get those kills where they really matter.
All right, and now to end our day is time for a post-show, so this is when things really go off the rails. First up, let's recap our day with our scores. 4 best-of-1 series that we went through, because now we're doing Mondays and Tuesdays, and that is our play week, basically. Every single week, that's what you should expect here for Europe League. First up, 8-6 Virtus.pro versus G2. Beautiful game. Highly recommend you go back and rewatch it. I loved every bit of it. I also love the story of VP. A lot of respect and love between these two teams, but a rivalry in the game. Wild taking down Team Secret. Extra points for Wild. It's looking great for them, but challenges maybe to come in our next week. Heroic taking down BDS. You go from a 7-0 in the first playday against TT9. All right, fair enough. You 7-3 BDS in the next playday. That is impressive. And then finally, an 8-7 Koi versus Wolves. Banger that went all the way on Chalet, and I had no clue. And if you looked at the last 10 seconds, you'd have not known who was going to win up until the kill was actually had. So a great day, which leaves us with these 2 group results. A and B, 5 teams in every group. That's our new format. And they're playing games until we hit our playoffs bracket. In Group A, it's Heroic at the top of 6 points. Like I said, 4 for G2, 2 for VP, and none for TT9, with BDS at the bottom of their group. They're gonna need every single point. Wins all the way to make it really happen. And on Group B side, if you were to pull it up, for just a second. Wild are at the top of 6 points, 3 for M&M, 3 for Koi, and then none for Secret and Wolves. Now, Wolves had their first play day today. We'll get to see them later on.
It's 2
Sounds-
for Koi and 1 for Wolves. It's overtime win.
That's true. That's true. What? Wait a second.
So that
That
I've
is
done a
true.
hop there. I've done it well, actually.
No, but you are right. As the person that our great friend Stefan Keming Easy would say, I am also the well, actually. That was a very good point that you raised. Wolves with a point on the board. Yes.
It's the professor coming out.
Oh, no.
Well, actually,
Yeah. He has to put his glasses on for that.
Des is giving me a nickname I don't want.
Why?
Don't know.
You look hot in like a
Is that what we're saying next week? I've got a coat on like a professor.
yeah. I have
really
one.
big, like spectacles, really thick.
I mean, I have a professor thing at home.
Okay.
I'm an optometrist.
Oh yeah, of course. That's totally what I was getting from that.
Anyways, our dear casters,
Hello.
Des and Ace,
Hi.
Here we are.
full house today, full 4 games,
Great games as
went
well.
all
Really
the
enjoyable.
way.
Really enjoyable. 2 going to overtime.
Yeah,
Just surprise after surprise. Very difficult day to predict.
happening with
Great.
VP.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at the format, and when we had a look at the groups, like BDS at the bottom with 0 points. Like you look at that, and this is the beauty of this format. Like with the old one, you'd have been looking at it, you're thinking, oh, they're pretty much out of it now. But that's not the case. Finish bottom with 0 points. You're still in it because you go into the open quals. You've still got a chance of seeing these teams at the major. It's brilliant. I love it.
I was so tempted to turn your mic off midway through your speech.
Did you think that my head might explode?
Yeah, mate. Can I just do a little health check? How are you feeling?
I'm all right.
You okay?
Yeah, it's all
Because you had a bit of a meltdown in that
No,
first
it's all
match.
banter. It's all banter.
Just say
mate.
main stairs to him
It's
again.
all banter.
What happened?
yeah. Ooh, main stars.
What?
That's what,
Yeah.
that's what we're dressing up for Halloween. Is just main stairs.
Or to be fair, you
BDS did annoy me on
cosplay
this.
Mowgli
Sorry,
behind the bed.
BDS, I do love you, really.
Yeah, true.
But,
as a monster.
yeah.
Why don't you like Professor? Is it because you can't say it?
I think it's great. You've just got to really
I mean,
think
you're
about
from
it.
Hull. You can't speak anyway.
Wall.
Yeah,
Professor.
that's true. I can't speak.
No.
I can't speak England.
Just- you have to say
England.
Professor a lot.
Once you've got
England.
it, once you've got
Till I
it,
die.
it's pretty
God
easy
damn
one.
it.
Professor.
To be
Once
fair,
you've got it,
yesterday I had difficulty saying IGL, so Professor.
What were you saying instead?
See,
I
you
was
just
trying
said
to
it
say-
then. You've just got
I
to
was trying to
go
say
for it.
IGL and ideals in the same sentence, and I kept saying IDL for some reason.
Well, it's the ideal IGL.
There you go.
Is that I don't lose or something? It's some weird thing you took after your name.
In defense leader, that's what we said it was.
Defense leader. Brilliant. I like that.
That was Anne's. This wasn't mine. Don't look at me like that.
Well, Anne's a genius.
I don't think I made that up. It
Was
was
it yours?
Milos, yeah, I'm pretty
was it
sure.
What?
Yeah.
Oh no, it was medics. Don't matter.
Oh.
Can you decide?
Throw it on me.
Jesus
What's up with
Christ.
this? Look, I say some terrible things here, but
Oh,
that is
you got
even-
it in again. You got a little secret and wild in there, didn't you?
I was pretty good
That
at
was
it.
good.
Yeah.
I thought it was smooth.
She was
yeah.
impressive.
I liked it.
We've got some big games next week, by the way.
We do. And how about we take a look at our schedule for next play day? You know, you're good. You're
I
good.
got you.
Also very smooth.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Really working it here. Match 1 on Monday is
That's the one.
VPTT9. Heroic M&M versus Wild, G2 versus Heroic, and Wolves versus Team Secret. What are we looking forward to here?
Those middle two games, honestly,
Yeah.
banger.
Yeah.
Both of them. Like, it's hard to choose because they're basically the top 2 teams in either group right now,
Yeah.
right? So how do you separate them? I mean, okay, G2 maybe less so, but if they win that game, they jump over Heroic. It's a battle for first place.
Yeah. Yeah.
What
But-
Des said.
I mean,
Yeah.
if I
Doing
can talk
precious
about
job for him.
Virtus Pro
I was
and
doing your job for you in the cast.
That is true. I got to take a break, actually, have a little swig of a drink. It was great.
Virtus Pro and TT9 as well, because they're currently 3rd and 4th, and that'll probably determine who is more likely looking at those EU Open qualifier
it is
playoffs and who's
actually-
looking at a bit of more confirmed spot into the upper bracket, so to say.
It's actually weird the way these things play out, right? It's like we've got the top 2 of each group going head to head, 3rd and 4th, 5th and 4th, head to head on the other games. There's a lot riding on that.
Yeah, it's
the third
it's
week.
super weird that in groups where there's only 5 teams. Yeah,
No,
you're
I know,
right.
but like what I'm saying is like just the way it all synergizes between both groups.
Yeah, I'm with
It's a very important play day. That the
I
play
agree.
day 3 out of 5.
you. I agree with the Professor.
Especially given the upsets we've had in play day 2 already.
Have you got a siege degree?
I've not got any degree.
What's the equivalent of a siege degree?
Don't know.
A Reddit account.
Wow. Those Redditors are going to be feeling that burn for a while. Wow.
I got 25k karma off of it, so
Milos full sending for the whole subreddit. Nice.
Brilliant.
it's the only subreddit I've ever been active on.
Yeah, reasonable.
I check every now and then. See what
I'm surprised you're not active on like cat subreddits.
it's more like Instagram or Imgur. Or
Okay.
There's a really
whatever.
good one specifically of pictures of stupid cats that you'd love. Like cats doing really stupid things, but it's
Yeah.
adorable. Yeah.
Are your cats on there?
No, actually, but they
Your
should be.
cats are really stupid.
They are really
Wow.
stupid.
No, they
Very
are.
nice
No,
to
no,
say
so
that.
get
The
this,
breed
get
that they
this.
are is like really
Oh,
stupid.
okay.
So you can't let them out.
I've
the
got-
house.
I've got a
Insulting
great
his
story that I
cats.
do need to tell you, right? Like, my cats aren't allowed outdoors. They're ragdolls, and ragdolls can't go outside because they're too stupid, basically. They'll just run in front of a car and die. No,
Yeah.
genuinely, ragdolls are really stupid. So my parents came around my house once, and they was like chatting in the kitchen. We'd had like some painting done in the bathroom, so the window was slightly cracked, like not massively, just a little bit. And then my parents were leaving, and they walked outside. They're like, "Oh, there's your cat's here," and I was like, "What?" Turned out my cat had gone up into the bathroom, got up on the ledge, walked outside, jumped off the building onto the floor, and had cut her chin up. And I was like, this is why you aren't allowed outside. The best one was when the other cat somehow managed to run into our back door, open it, the door closed behind him, and he was stuck outside for 4 hours in the rain. And I was like, are you two trying to kill yourselves? Like, I couldn't believe it. They are so stupid.
To be fair, the
It's like
fact
having to try and put up with him in fresh. It's a nightmare.
that they got themselves out is actually quite smart.
It's very impressive,
Yeah,
but
that's-
also it's like so stupid it's impressive. That's the way I can only think about it.
True.
So there's my cat stories.
That's like watching Doki sometimes, you know.
It's actually true.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, ragdolls are stupid. If you don't want to have a heart attack every day, please don't get one.
What sort of cat would you recommend? This is
Not a
wrong.
ragdoll,
enough.
apparently.
Fair enough.
Get Leon's one. He's got like Batman as a cat. It's adorable.
I'm being told by our very unbiased producer Bruno to get Maine Coons.
They are
and-
adorable. Hasn't Tristan got one of those?
Why would I know?
'Cause
They're
you're
all
like best
cats to me.
mates.
I mean, he sends me cat photos.
Exactly. I'm
Yeah, I
pretty
was
sure.
going to say,
sure
Leon
he's got a
has a
Maine
better
Coon.
idea of that.
Yeah, so the head coach of Koi has got a Maine Coon.
There was actually
Really?
all of the pro players are now in one Discord, by the way, for under Blast. There was
Oh
a
my
whole
God.
thread,
The general
whole
chat.
thread of cats in that
That
general
made me
chat.
so happy.
It was
It's very
great.
cute.
So nice.
Very
Yep.
cute.
I mean, our neighbor has a Maine Coon.
Yes, they can
their
get
name
like
is
they can get like
Malcolm.
yay big.
Their name is Malcolm.
Malcolm the
They're 10
cat.
years old. They're this big. And when it gets cold, of course, Malcolm just stays inside. But when it gets warm, so, in April, May, there's a little table outside, like a shared garden for the building. You'll walk in, and always, I make a very good way of it. I come back from the supermarket, go to the back garden.
Malcolm just vibing.
Malcolm just sitting back, vibing. Come up. How do I annoy this animal? Come here. First, you have to get close. They sniff you. Are they okay? You haven't seen them in a while. It's fantastic. Petting cats makes
I
me
think
very happy.
most of the memories of like birthdays and big events in life that we remember really fondly. Like Milos probably remembers every moment he's interacted with a cat, and nothing else has any room in his brain to be remembered.
That is pretty true.
It sounds
I mean,
about right.
You guys have seen me whenever
Yeah.
we're walking to the studio. I'm like, it's a cat. And
There's a reason why he's always at the back of the pack, and it's because of the cats.
That's true.
That's actually pretty true.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I mean, there was a time I had 7 cats at home.
God, crazy cat man.
I like cats. Cats are great. But I also love dogs. Like I also love dogs. I don't know how to handle them at home, but I think pets are great.
Blasts are going to be so disappointed when they learn their budget has been blown on a post show about cats.
Birds are also
No.
great.
I used to have a parrot.
Really?
Yeah, it was a
Budgies are so
rosella, bright red thing, blue wings, like adorable.
The ones that make a lot of noise.
you
Annoy you all the
don't
time.
know the half of it. Jesus Christ. I went to uni. My parents were like, look, we can't keep the bird. And I couldn't take it with me, so I had to give it to her.
I thought
that's
they
someone
were-
who goes into school with birds and entertains kids with the birds, and he went off there.
I thought they were throwing you away because you were making the annoying
No, not me, the
noises.
bird. I was really sad that the bird had to go to the bird entertainer lady. I don't know what you'd call her, actually. She said like a load of birds into school and entertain kids with birds.
I've
don't-
never heard of that
I
before.
don't think that's a normal thing.
That's a normal thing.
Tim, if your child came home and said, a crazy bird lady came in,
I didn't say
What
she
would
was
you be saying?
crazy.
Would you be calling the
You
school?
said that. For all you know, she's a Siege fan. You just really offended her.
Wow.
Yikes.
Terrible human being.
I do a good job of
You okay-
offending
you okay,
people on the
mate?
daily.
I'm Yeah, I'm all right.
He's flagging. He's flagging. To be fair, I've really traumatised him today on several occasions, bless his heart and soul.
You was
Not-
deliberately
he's-
I
watching.
wanted to give him a warm welcome back, and he's had 2 days in a row of stick.
He's been on at me today. It's fair to say.
But you've
I
loved
don't
it,
mind.
mate.
You can't
I've
play
enjoyed
with his
it.
heart that
I
much.
love every minute with you, Des.
I know what Tim's like. He's got a flight at 7 a.m. in the morning. He's like, can we just wrap this up?
All I'm saying is that was his own terrible decision. A genius here is flying home at 9:20 tomorrow night. I got all day to wind him up.
Yeah. I'll be at home at a reasonable hour, but
You'll be knackered the whole time, though.
yeah, well.
Anyways,
And who's the winner?
to end it all, thank you very much, Des and Ace. Thank you so much.
There you go.
You're up.
and Fresh. And yeah, that's it for our first week of Europe. We hope you guys had fun. If you did, tweet at us. Tell us, what did you find that was good? What did you find we can work on and improve? Because it's the start of a new stage, a new era of Siege, and we want to make it better for everybody watching out there.
I have a suggestion. Fresh in a lab coat.
Professor.
It's probably
But
happening.
nothing
And
else.
an official name change to Professor.
That's-
Fresh is kind of
it's
boring
probably.
anyway.
Let's have the
No.
lower third say Professor for at least 1 day.
Production.
Yes.
They'll be on
Fresh.
it. They'll be on it.
Can we get a sign off with the lower third now saying Professor, please? Just
I raise
visualize
you.
it.
Lab code and nothing else.
Oh. Now we're talking my kind of language.
Anyways, on that bombshell of a note, thanks so much for watching week 1 of Europe. They'll flash up the lower third in just a moment here,
want
so
it.
I'll take my time with it. If you want to watch all of our regions, there's 9 in total, well, 8 counting Europe, then they're going to be live pretty much every single day. Starting tomorrow.
Yay.
That's actually a really good
That's spelt
point.
wrong.
That's even better.
Professor. It's got to have the F-R-E-S-H for fresh.
I thought they were just being excited about
We
different
need to
regions of
consult on
broadcast.
the spelling.
But I do appreciate that. Thank you.
I thought that for a second because I was just going to join
Yes.
in. I was
Yes.
like, we've got Mena starting,
That's
we've
the-
got NAL starting, we've got all sorts
yeah.
of stuff starting up. I know NA is not the big
Official
deal.
spelling. Yes, yes,
There we go, Professor.
That's on Twitter later. Thank you very much.
There you go. So that's what you need to know. We got a professor on here. We've got great observers in the back that made it happen, as always, Medics and Red Lake. And for our ex-colleague, but still colleague, to be honest, Easy will be observing NAL. We're very excited for it. That's if you're into Tier 3 Siege, that'll be tomorrow. So make sure you're tuning in to watch more of the action.
There's some Tier 1 starting, though. Meta starts
really-
tomorrow.
Meta starts
Yep.
tomorrow for those that
Meta
want
That's
to.
tomorrow,
really
so
bringing
tune
the
into that
heat in
first.
this post show.
What are you going to do?
I love this kind of chaos. You're my kind of guy. You're just my kind of guy.
Thanks, Des.
Love you.
Anyways, we'll see you next week. There will be, I guess, different pair of casters that we all know and love.
Yes, we
and
will.
Hap and Fluke, so I'll be
Taking
very
a rest.
excited.
He's in recovery from me.
We're having a week off.
Good. I think
Or is it
we'll-
2 weeks off?
We say this, but
Don't start.
you say this. I say this. We're having a week off. But
We are away for 12 days. It is basically 2 weeks, isn't it?
no, I'm not playing. We're having a week
Reel
off.
him in!
And I'll
Big
ju-
one! Big one! Ah!
You haven't, have you?
It was about
I'll joke that I'm having a...
And on that bombshell, we love you so much. Good night.
the
Bye-bye.
music
See you
up.
next week.
I love you so much.
Forces with an abs.
Into heroic. Take the 2 points they so sorely wanted.